the night in the great world of American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1026, Dem. The second update is finally out. 4,000 words. The imposter didn't think much about it. She was very confident in her disguise. Kai had contacted Tony and others before, but no one noticed anything unusual. So she didn't doubt Tony's call, but when she pushed open the door of Tony Stark's residence on the top floor, she found Natasha. The imposter was stunned at first, and then saw the door behind her was slammed shut by Steve and Dumb Silverbullet. The retreat was cut off. "Who are you?" Kai asked coldly. Natasha twitched her lips and wanted to say something, but seeing the real Natasha standing there, it was useless for her to say anything. Others were able to call her in so loudly, which meant that they were absolutely sure that she was a fake. Although the mission failed, the imposter was not panicked. She was more curious about another thing now. That is, how did they confirm that she was an imposter? Learn from the experience and pay more attention next time. Can you tell me how you confirmed that I was a fake? I ask myself if my disguise is flawed. This is just a trick. Haha, your disguise is indeed flawless, but unfortunately, Tony really took the bait, because in his opinion, this guy has no way to escape, so let her die now Ingly. But the next second, Kai had raised his hand to block Tony. Why should he be so stupid as to reveal his trump card? What's the point of doing this? You are not afraid at all. Kai looked at the imposter and asked with a frown. Why should I be afraid? The imposter was indeed not afraid, although it is a bit embarrassing to be discovered. I am affiliated with SYNOPSIS. I have no ill intentions in coming here, I just want to get some information. What can you do if you catch me? This is absolutely amazing, indeed, why should others be afraid? She is just a spy, at most she will be caught. But the question is SYNOPSIS afraid of this? Moreover, strictly speaking, you should give us S.H.I.E.L.D. an explanation, right? Natasha is a defected agent. We S.H.I.E.L.D. suspect that she is a Russian agent. And she is also a former employee of our S.H.I.E.L.D., and she belongs to us. Now, okay, I am asking you to hand her over to our S.H.I.E.L.D. What about the Inside Project? S.H.I.E.L.D. has seriously violated the law by doing such a thing. You are the illegal party. Steve couldn't help it. Winter Soldier. Bucky is still in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. He can't stand the darkness of S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore. Wow. What Inside Project? What is that? I don't understand what you are talking about, but the fake is still not panicked. Well, the Inside Project is indeed horrifying, but so what? It's just a plan. This kind of crime prevention plan is available in various intelligence departments in the United States. For example, the famous PRISM Project. Is it surprising? What? You said that S.H.I.E.L.D. plans to use the 3 flying carriers linked to the Inside Project to kill all possible criminals? Haha, have you watched too many movies? Watch less movies like The Purge, it affects your IQ. You said that our S.H.I.E.L.D. convicted others for something they didn't do. But the problem is that this is not a reason for you to convict S.H.I.E.L.D. for something they didn't do. Right? S.H.I.E.L.D. built a flying carrier. This matter was applied for a long time ago and was approved. As for the Inside Project, come on, which agency doesn't have such a stupid plan at first glance? It's just a scam. Do you have evidence to prove that our S.H.I.E.L.D. implemented this plan? If not, then I'm sorry, your accusation is invalid. We S.H.I.E.L.D. do not accept such false accusations. This is also the reason why Nick Fury did not make a big fuss. Because for such a crappy thing, as long as S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't really do it, no one can do anything about it. Again, who can prove that what you said is true? Well, up to this point, S.H.I.E.L.D., including most of the Hydra people, didn't know that Zola had been dealt with. Oh, by the way, S.H.I.E.L.D., that is, the part of people who follow Nick Fury, didn't know about Zola's existence. So, please hand Natasha over to me, and we at S.H.I.E.L.D. will give you medals. A group of people were infuriated by this imposter. How can people be so shameless? But in the next second, Tony and Carter's phones rang at the same time. Everyone looked at the two of them. In such a serious occasion, you didn't even turn off your phones? Tony and Carter were embarrassed and hung up the phone immediately. But the next second the phone rang again. This time, Tony and Carter didn't dare to hang up again. Such perseverance must have caused something big. Sure enough, The next second, the two people's faces changed drastically. Move the time forward a little bit. Earlier, Nick Fury finally confirmed that the plan to capture Natasha had failed. The combined actions of Hawkeye and Winter Soldier were destroyed by Venom. Although the two worked together to drive Venom away in the end, things became complicated. The existence of Winter Soldier was exposed. Nick Fury had to act. He decided to seal up the inside plan. Taking action at this time would only make him more passive. Anyway, everything is ready and can be restarted at any time, so he is not in a hurry. Unfortunately, he is not in a hurry, but someone else is. Nick. Tell me. Has the Inside Project been launched? This is Alexander's call. No such thing, Nick Fury denied it directly. Fuck. Nick. Do you know what you are doing? That plan will ruin us. Alexander seemed furious. I said, that plan is temporarily shelved. Temporarily shelved. That plan is no longer appropriate. Do you understand what you are doing? Nick did not ask Alexander how he found out. To be honest, Nick Fury felt that he was very clever in keeping the Inside Project secret until now. After all, the deployment of such a large amount of manpower and material resources can be concealed from others, but not from his old leader. Since Peggy Carter resigned from the post of director in 1989, Alexander has been the director until the new millennium. He stepped down in 2004 and was succeeded by Nick Fury. He has been the director for 15 years, and he has worked in S.H.I.E.L.D. for decades. He underestimated his old leader if he didn't have any personal connections or intelligence. Nick Fury thought that his old leader had never supported this plan. If that was the case, he would bypass his old leader and do it himself. What are you thinking? Why don't you listen to my orders? Nick Fury frowned. I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Alexander. I remember you taught me that the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. does not need to report to anyone. Alexander often did this when he was the director. Of course, this also showed Alexander that I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Alexander was so angry that he trembled. At least the deep breaths that Nick Fury heard showed that his old leader was very angry. I don't care what you are going to do now. Shut down this plan immediately, clear all records. And don't leave any traces. I am rushing to the White House now. I hope it's not too late. I swear, Nick, this is the last time I will clean up your ass. The last time. After panting for a few seconds, Alexander finally held back his anger and growled. Nick Fury guessed where Alexander got the news from. The next second, Nick Fury thought of the Shadow Bureau. The Shadow Bureau was run very tightly by Carter. Although Nick Fury also had his own spies in the Shadow Bureau, they could not be compared with Alexander. After all, many of the old guys in the Shadow Bureau were contemporaries of Alexander. Many members of the Howling Commandos had a very good relationship with Alexander when they were in S.H.I.E.L.D. I know, remember. Don't lie to me. I don't want to end up with your shitty plan. If something goes wrong, it's all your fault. After saying that, Alexander hung up the phone. Nick Fury pouted. It seemed that Alexander was really angry this time. He even thought of a way out. But he didn't find it strange at all. After all, his old leader was no longer the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he had now degenerated into a politician. But he was right about one thing. The Inside Project needed to disappear for a while. For a long time, he needed his old leader to deal with those politicians. He couldn't really drag Alexander into the water. What he didn't know was that Alexander on the other side was indeed heading towards the White House, but his face didn't show any anger, but instead showed a hint of contempt. So Nick Fury walked into a secret room in his office that only he could open. After 5 passwords including DNA, pupil, fingerprint, voice and appearance scans, a virtual screen appeared in front of Nick Fury. Unlock the Lemurian satellite launch file, access denied. Nick Fury was stunned. Run decryption. Decryption failed. Nick Fury narrowed his one eye. Overstepping authorization. Nicholas J. Fury, authorization failed. All files have been sealed. Nick Fury sneered. Who gave the order? The sealing order came from Nicholas J. Fury. Nick Fury? WTF? He realized things seemed to be beyond his imagination. No. There is a traitor. In fact, Nick Fury has been secretly investigating the existence of the traitor inside S.H.I.E.L.D., but unfortunately the effect is not very good. This is also the reason why he liberated Full and led the team alone. It's scary when you can't find it. But he didn't expect these people to be more powerful than he thought. His first reaction was to suspect Pierce. But the next second, he overturned Alexander's suspicion. Alexander opposed the Insight project from the beginning, and later he was not optimistic about the plan at all. He kept trying to shut down the plan, and they quarreled several times. In the end, it was Nick Fury's hypocritical compromise that eased their conflict a lot. This is why Alexander was so angry. Besides, Nick Fury felt that his suspicion was also ridiculous. The former director betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D.? If that were the case, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not have reached where it is now. It seems, someone in the senior management of S.H.I.E.L.D. is a traitor. Thinking of this, Nick Fury knew that he could no longer stay in the headquarters. Half an hour later, he drove away from the Triskelion building with a gloomy face. Looking at the building in the rearview mirror, the director's already dark face became 3 points darker. Driving out of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, he said, "Start the communication encryption system and connect to security program 0405. Soon the other party answered the call, and a female voice came. "What's up, Chief Fury? Hill, I'm in deep shadow now. There's indeed a problem with the Bureau. Come pick me up immediately." On the other side was Agent Hill, who obviously knew something, so she quickly replied, "Understood, our people are expected to arrive in 4 hours, 3 hours, understood. Be safe." Chief, after saying that, he interrupted the communication, then stopped the car at a red light, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, he felt 2 gazes coming from the side. Glancing over, he saw that it was a police car, and the 2 policemen on it were looking at him, and their eyes seemed to regard him as a wanted criminal. Well, it's not uncommon for a black man driving a top-of-the-line Chevrolet Suburban to be cast with strange eyes. It's discrimination. Black people and car theft appear together very frequently. The chief was upset. "Why? Do you want to check my ID?" This kind of invisible discrimination made Nick Fury very upset, even though he was already in a high position. In fact, it was not the fault of the police. After all, the chief did not look like a good person, right? After being righteously sprayed by the chief, the 2 policemen turned their heads and ignored them. After all, car thieves rarely have a sense of righteousness when they see the police. It is better to have less trouble than more. If they go down to question, the car is really this black guy's, and they will be complained for nothing. If they accuse him of racial discrimination, it will be even earlier. So when the traffic light turns green, the police car will leave and prepare to change lanes in front of the chief's car. The chief snorted coldly, but he did not vent his anger at all. If these 2 rednecks come to question, he will let them know what the politically correct iron fist is. Then he started to move forward. But the next second, Nick Fury felt dizzy. A policeman hit him from the side. Then his car was hit by a police car behind him. The same happened on the other side. The police car in front of him also backed up quickly. The rear of the car hit the front of his car. The chief's car is not an ordinary Chevrolet. In fact, except for the appearance, this car and the Chevrolet Suburban are completely different things. Warning. Fracture detected. Injection of anesthesia is recommended. Nick Fury's qualities as the king of agents were quickly reflected. He immediately took out the treatment potion from the car and stabbed it into his arm. Then he began to observe the surroundings. Fuck. I said these police like to discriminate against black people and enforce the law violently. Then the in-car mental retardation system reminded Nick Fury. The Washington Police Department has no police force in this area now, but all Nick Fury saw were police officers, and just now, a black Special Forces armored vehicle stopped by the side, and a whole team of special police rushed down. Yes, because they all came to my place. It's finally over. Go to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow. I've been losing hair recently, and it's falling off badly. Chapter 1027 9 out of 10. Soon, a group of SWAT officers brought a doorbreaker from the car. That thing was a modern battering ram. There was no way. Nick Fury's car was too damn hard. As a paranoid person, Nick Fury always protected himself very well. The body of his car was made of special alloys. Not to mention bullets, even rockets could not penetrate it. The same was true for the car windows. The police had thought of using firepower to break it open, but the damage caused to the car by the concentrated fire of a few seconds was not great. They didn't have time to waste any more time. This was Washington. If the time was delayed too long, so they just went for the big guy. It can also be seen here that this group of people came prepared. Soon, the doorbreaker was installed next to Nick Fury's car. With the sound of mechanical operation, the doorbreaker was installed. Seeing this scene, Nick Fury immediately sat in the co-pilot's seat. Next, boom. Nick Fury's Chevrolet was like a small boat in the huge waves, shaking violently. The computer also reminded at this time, the integrity of the car window is 31%. It is recommended to take countermeasures. Wait, Nick Fury shouted. Then he was hit by the door breaker again and again. Finally, when the integrity of the car window was only 1%, Nick Fury activated the counterattack system of the car. Suddenly, a machine gun stretched out between the driver's seat and the co-pilot. Da 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 da. The flames spewed out a metal storm. All the windows and the police outside were smashed. The police outside obviously didn't expect this step, so when they were attacked, they didn't react at all, and a large number of them fell to the ground in an instant. And the attack on them was not over yet. There was actually a grenade launcher hanging under the car-mounted machine gun. Boom. A grenade exploded, and the police car blocking Nick Fury's car was directly blown away. Nick Fury handed the poster to the computer and fired back. He actually escaped the encirclement like this. Many people around thought that the police were blocking the robbers. They just thought that this robber was really fierce. But the next second, they found out. Those policemen are even more fierce. With such strong firepower, these policemen didn't hesitate at all and chased after the thieves in their cars. Huh? When did American policemen become so conscientious? Of course, there are smart people who can quickly see that they are definitely not policemen. Why? Because being a policeman is just a job. Would anyone risk their life for a job? Yes. But it definitely won't happen among American policemen. The first priority of American policemen on duty is not to protect others, but to protect themselves. So if you have seen American policemen catching thieves, you will find that their best trick is to work together and catch a few petty thieves. As for the gangsters, haha, maybe hundreds of them will gather together before they dare to catch them. And they dare not get close, just chase and block them, force them into a corner, and let them surrender. Those who really fight with real knives and guns, either go to the grave or get fired. The hearts of those officials can't stand this. After all, it is a big deal when police officers are injured or killed. Not only will the public opinion blame them, but also the police brothers, that is, the police union, will blame them. In this case, a police officer was beaten to a pulp. And then other police officers rushed to chase the gangsters. I'm afraid they have watched too many movies. This is definitely not a policeman. Nick Fury's mouth and nose were bleeding, and he ordered loudly, "Start the helicopter system." Well, SHIELD is so black technology, cars can fly. But when you think about their brain hole, that they even want to send aircraft carriers into the sky, it seems nothing. The suspension flight system is damaged. Nick Fury? Then call Agent Hill. The communication matrix is damaged. Fuck you. Nick Fury cursed directly, and then cursing couldn't solve the problem, so he could only patiently ask, what else is good? The air conditioning system is completely normal. Fuck. Now Nick Fury immediately threw away the idea that cursing just now couldn't solve the problem. What followed was a car racing scene comparable to Hollywood. The two sides started a bumper car rally on the busy Washington street. What is a bumper car rally? That is, both sides do not care about traffic rules at all, rushing on the road, and knocking away all the vehicles in front of them. So today's Washington is destined to be a day of traffic congestion. The two sides have jointly caused at least dozens of car accidents, including more than a dozen car accidents that caused serious casualties. This also includes a chain collision at an intersection. But it has to be said. Let's not talk about Nick Fury's other skills. To be honest, his ability to escape is really amazing. The two sides were chasing for half an hour, but they still couldn't do anything to Nick Fury, who was left with little blood. The SUV couldn't get rid of the police car behind it, and the police car behind it couldn't do anything with the SUV, so they could only use guns to sweep it wildly. But the movie always has to end, and this chase will not continue forever. In fact, everything that happened here has been noticed. A group of police are chasing Nick Fury, and a large number of police are chasing those so-called police. Suddenly, in Nick Fury's blurred vision due to the onset of drugs, he saw a figure in black combat uniform standing quietly at the intersection ahead, holding up a gun. Winter Soldier. Of course Nick Fury knew him. He was the one he recruited himself. And now the Winter Soldier was here. He didn't remember ordering the Winter Soldier to support him. After all, the identity of the Winter Soldier was too sensitive, and Nick Fury couldn't let him appear in public. So the question was, how did he get here? Who told him to come? Anyway, Nick didn't think it was Hill. Because Hill didn't have the authority. Whoosh! A disc was fired from the gun, flew under the SUV, and instantly attached to the chassis. Boom! Nick Fury only felt that he followed the SUV under his buttocks, and did a 180-degree front flip on the spot. His head fell to the ground, and slid forward. The Winter Soldier slowly turned sideways, made way for the half-turned SUV, and then strode after it. However, when the Winter Soldier opened the car door, he did not find Nick Fury's body. He saw that the body of the SUV leaning against the ground had a large hole cut out by the laser, revealing an open sewer. The Winter Soldier jumped into the hole without any hesitation. "Turn on the TV," Tony shouted to Jarvis. Then a huge virtual screen appeared in front of everyone. Kai looked at Tony and shrugged helplessly. It was too exaggerated. The news broadcast on TV was exactly the scene of Nick Fury being hunted down. A group of people suddenly felt at a loss. Including the fake. Everyone was just discussing how to deal with Nick Fury. In the end, this guy was hunted down? Who did it? Everyone looked at Carter at the first time. It seems that she is the most suspicious. Carter was also a little puzzled. "It's not me. I can't do it privately before the evidence reaches the White House." Then a group of people looked at Tony, wondering if it was him. Hey. I'm a serious businessman. Fighting criminals is just my hobby, but it won't be such a big deal. Tony waved his hands quickly. In his words, Nick Fury has been classified as a criminal. But the next second, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became weird. Because a video was played on the news. It was the handsome appearance of the Winter Soldier. Tony put away his playful smile, Natasha had a question mark on her face, and Steve was embarrassed. "Hey. I need an explanation, why a dead person suddenly came back to life and appeared on TV openly." Kai sighed, knowing that this topic could only be discussed by himself. "Tony. I'm afraid he's going to explode." Indeed, Tony forgave the Winter Soldier. But that's because the Winter Soldier got what he deserved. Whether it was life imprisonment or suicide later. Tony felt that he could forgive this poor guy. But now this guy is still alive. And he came out. He appeared in front of him with a swagger. Then all the basis for forgiveness and generosity is gone. So, what a bullshit forgiveness. Get out. After hearing what Kai said, Natasha finally confessed. She raised her hand and said, "It should be Nick Fury. The Winter Soldier was with Hawkeye before." Well, Natasha suddenly realized that Hawkeye was also dead. Huh? As expected, Kai also looked over in surprise. Hawkeye died under his nose. Kai has already verified his identity. Now tell him that Hawkeye's still alive. But on second thought, damn. Isn't the Winter Soldier the same? Tony and Steve have both verified his identity. Tony ignored this and looked directly at Natasha. "Why didn't you say it before?" Natasha was even more embarrassed. After all, she had promised Steve, but now. Steve was really brave. "It was me. I asked Natasha to hide it." Before Steve finished speaking, Tony flew over and grabbed his neck. "So you plan to hide it from your little follower again? Calm down. Tony. Bucky was just used. You have forgiven him." Steve grabbed Tony's hand and tried to reason, well, to influence Tony with love and peace. Tony said, "Screw you. He's dead. I forgive him. He's alive. Then I'll send him to death." Kai didn't pay attention to the dispute between Tony and Steve. Kai had made his position clear a long time ago. More importantly, whether it was the attitude of the US government or Steve, Kai was no longer willing to believe them. So, Bucky's death is an acceptable ending. What? This is the operation of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the government doesn't know. Don't be ridiculous. The person is with the government. Now the person has escaped alive again. You said the government doesn't know? Steve was the same. They were not willing to give Bucky a reasonable punishment. Then it was reasonable for Tony to do it himself. You said Nick Fury rescued the Winter Soldier. So what's going on now? Natasha was stunned by the question. How did she know? Internal strife? Why? There is no reason. But the next second, there was a new development in the news. Nick Fury's body was found. Okay, I think I almost know what's going on. Kai suddenly felt, these people are really good at playing. Nick Fury plans to fake his death and get away, although there is a loophole in this. That is why the Winter Soldier appeared. If Nick Fury faked his death and got away, there is no reason for the Winter Soldier to be exposed. But this is just a side issue. The real reason is, Nick Fury is not that easy to die. Carter looked at the two most important men in her life with worry. Well, Tony was almost there, but he was also very important. In short, she didn't want to see them quarrel again. Nick Fury's body has been found. Haha, we got two bodies before. Who the hell is really dead? Kai didn't believe that Nick Fury would die so easily. And as far as the current situation is concerned, Nick Fury faking his death is the best solution. What was said before was that S.H.I.E.L.D. did nothing, and the Insight Project could not possibly affect S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. That's right. Such a big organization, no matter how much the White House dislikes S.H.I.E.L.D., it is impossible to really make up its mind to destroy it. There are too many things involved. First of all, what about those sunk costs? The cost invested by the US government to support the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. until now is too high. So, what the faker said is correct. S.H.I.E.L.D. did nothing, so it is naturally not involved in S.H.I.E.L.D. But that is just S.H.I.E.L.D., which does not mean that it can really be treated as if it did not happen to a specific person. Once the Insight Project is reported to the White House will indeed not do anything to S.H.I.E.L.D., but it is different for the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. First of all, Nick Fury is waiting for life imprisonment. This does not require too much evidence. Some things do not require evidence either. Did Nick Fury fake his death and escape, waiting to be liquidated? Well, Nick Fury really didn't plan to do that. He had plenty of ways to escape liquidation. Never underestimate a spy chief. But now everyone doesn't know. Nick Fury is a person who hides everything, as if the whole world wants to harm him. No one knows how many cards he has. Running away at this time, can we assume that he is Hydra? Tony didn't bother with Steve at this time. Anyway, he must kill Bucky. There is no point in arguing with Steve about these things. Anyway, no one can convince anyone, so why waste expression? 9 out of 10, Kai thought about it and nodded. Although there is no evidence, so what? Some things don't need evidence. The fake was stunned. What Hydra? What is 9 out of 10? What is the connection? Then she heard Tony ask, the fake saw Tony pointing at herself. No. The fake reacted immediately. Drop. The fake immediately dropped a round ball. Then he quickly ran to the rooftop platform. Hurry up. Nick Fury was beaten into Hydra. She was naturally not going to be well. Boom. The ball exploded directly. A thick purple smoke exploded, drowning everyone. Chapter 1028 Frame Up. The counterfeit was about to run out of the house and onto the rooftop of Stark Tower, but just as she was about to run to the edge and jump down, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed and Kai appeared in front of her. Where do you want to go? Boom. The fist that had been wrapped in lightning hit the counterfeit's abdomen fiercely. The counterfeit flew back at a faster speed. The counterfeit spit out a mouthful of blood in the air, but she remained awake and subconsciously wanted to make a move, wanting to react as quickly as possible and change the route to escape. She was actually not as fearless as she thought. She was more afraid of being caught than anyone else. After all, her existence itself was an extremely dangerous secret. If exposed, then, everything they worked hard for would be threatened. She had to run. She couldn't even allow herself to be killed. Unfortunately, no one would give her such a chance. Oh. Ninja? S.H.I.E.L.D. is very good at playing, but just as the counterfeit was about to move, another voice came from behind. It was Tony. Boom. Because he wanted to catch him alive, Tony didn't use the particle cannon in his palm, but used his fist. Moreover, Tony had been using Dragon Bones to practice Kunlun Yankee Ju these days, and he also learned a few moves by the way. He can be considered a martial artist, so his usual boxing and kicking skills are quite good. So before the fake landed, he was beaten to the other side again. Well, I have to say, Tony's talents are very poor except for his scientific talent. Other people in Kunlun can practice Ki in 3 months as long as they find the right method. But what about Tony, a weak chicken? With the cheating of Dragon Bones, it took him 2 years to get started. Otherwise, with so many resources, his realm would have been so high. The power of that punch just now was enough to punch through the steel pipe as thick as the fake. If the people in Kunlun knew Tony's conditions, they would probably want to kill people and steal treasures. But it must be said that the fake's body is not ordinary tough. Just after being hit by Kai and Tony's 2 punches, even the real Natasha would have vomited 3 liters of blood and fallen to the ground, but others were still alive and kicking. Tony's punch not only did not let her lie down, but made her roll over and find a gap in the encirclement, and ran towards the exit door. But at this moment, A star-spangled shield suddenly appeared in the smoke. Bang! It hit her face right on the face. The fake was really hit hard this time. She felt that the sky was full of stars spinning above her head, and she almost fainted. Jarvis. Remove the smoke. Yes, sir. There was a sound of inhalation, and the purple gas inside the room was drained at once. Then I saw that there were only 4 people standing in the room: Kai, Tony, Hannibal and Steve. Among them, Steve looked like he was drunk, his face was red, and his body was swaying. The fake also saw the situation clearly this time. She was surrounded by 4 strong men. Especially Kai and Hannibal. She really has no confidence in dealing with them. In fact, their research on superheroes is not less than that of the US government, and even more profound. They even classify superheroes and arrange them, and those who are invincible are clearly marked. Among them, Kai is invincible, but Tony is not. After all, his shortcomings are obvious. As long as his armor is solved. He is a weak chicken. Captain America is quite difficult to deal with, but his level is not high. As for Hannibal, it's all question marks. Because there is no information to study. Although there is little information about Batman and Night King, after all, they have done so many great things, and their abilities are there. There is no need to study them to know that these people are not invincible. Only Hannibal. To be honest, it is really hard to judge. In short, the current situation is that I can't escape. No. I can't be caught. The fake knows very well what I will face after being caught. She is confident in her determination and she won't reveal a word, but the problem is that she has no confidence in the abilities of these people. The more they studied the Earth, the more mysterious this planet became. It was not a barren and backward primitive planet as they had initially thought. Instead, it held countless secrets. There were too many strange people here. For example, the mutants. At first, they thought this was a testing ground for the Kree. Those mutants were all Kree test subjects, so-called super soldiers. But as they studied more deeply, they discovered, bullshit. The Kree didn't even know there was such a planet. The Inhumans overlapped with the mutants, so they were cut out. Moreover, the setting of the Inhumans was ridiculous. The Earth belonged to Asgard's sphere of influence. The Kree were brazenly conducting experiments here, and Asgard didn't care? Of course, this was also due to the fact that when Marvel was developing comics, they had never thought about creating a Marvel world. Movies can be made up, but I can't do that here, so I cut it out. Instead, they accidentally discovered this place because of them. Come to think of it, this is Asgard's sphere of influence. The Kree is indeed one of the most powerful forces in the universe, but they are still wary of Asgard, a famous fighting nation in the universe. Why do they use this place as a testing ground? And the more they study mutants, the more frightened they feel. Because there is no rule for this thing at all. There is no rule for the appearance of mutants. There is no rule for the abilities of mutants. This is not in line with the normal evolution of organisms. It's like an unintentional joke of the creator. She didn't dare to be confident that she could keep the secret in the hands of these people. So, she decided to burn it all together. The counterfeit suddenly pressed a button on her waist, and suddenly her body began to heat up rapidly. Then she rushed towards the weakest Steve at an abnormal speed. Steve's current situation is indeed not very good. He is soft all over. Seeing the counterfeit rushing towards him, he can only instinctively raise his shield for defense. But the next second, the counterfeit suddenly bent over and got out from under Steve. Steve's reaction was much slower. He was stunned for a moment, and before he could even turn around, the woman broke through the door behind Steve. She ran out. In fact, not only him, but everyone else didn't react. This speed is too damn fast. It's almost the speed of the Flash. If the world is invincible, then the Flash is invincible. This guy's speed is fast, and Kai can't keep up. Not to mention keeping up, even if he can see clearly, it's all because of Kai's good eyesight. The only shortcoming is that the Speed Force gives the Flash the world's fastest speed, but does not give him the corresponding attack power. That's right. According to the laws of physics, the faster the speed, the greater the kinetic energy, and the greater the kinetic energy, the greater the corresponding mass. According to this statement, with the speed of the Flash, his attack is very lame, and it directly breaks through the laws of physics. It's amazing. The Speed Force doesn't follow basic laws. The speed of the woman just now is close to that of the Flash. A group of people looked at the empty encirclement stupidly. Kai was the first to wake up. What the hell? Chase, after saying that, He turned into a flash of lightning and rushed out. Little did they know that the fake one on the other side was not much better. She did have the power similar to the Flash in a very short time. Note that it was similar. Why was it similar? It was the law of physics. The faster the speed, the greater the friction with the air. It was like when you drive at 60 miles per hour and reach out of the car, you can feel 30-60. When your speed exceeds the speed of sound, the friction generated can roast you. As I just said, the speed force does not follow basic laws, so Barry doesn't have to worry about such things at all. He was supersonic, and even his clothes couldn't be burned. It was outrageous, and it was just unscientific. Sometimes Kai wondered, how did Harrison and the others use scientific methods to study such unscientific things? Back to the point, Barry had the speed force, but the fake one didn't. She just used their technology to simulate it, so the duration was very short and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the side effects of this ability were huge. First of all, her body couldn't bear it. As a mortal, running so fast, her muscles would have been broken long ago. Secondly, it was the friction. Her skin was now as red as a cooked lobster, still steaming, with a burst of meaty aroma. With this kind of injury, even if her physical fitness was much stronger than that of ordinary humans, it was only the difference between early death and playful death. But there was always a way out. Their movements above finally attracted Pepper's attention. When Pepper came with Happy, they were just bumped into by the counterfeit. "Natasha, what's wrong with you?" But before the words fell, the counterfeit suddenly kicked Happy away and held Pepper hostage. It was also in this world that Kai and the others arrived. Let go of Pepper. Tony lost his composure immediately when he saw his beloved being held hostage, and was about to rush over. But the next second, Kai grabbed his ankle and slammed him hard on the floor. "Calm down." Kai stepped on Tony's back, making him unable to move, to prevent him from doing anything uncalm, which would hurt Pepper. After doing all this, Kai looked at the fake coldly. "That's right, Tony Stark, if you don't want your girlfriend to be hurt, you'd better be honest. The fake is in a very bad state now, but she can bear it. She doesn't want others to see that she is at the end of her strength, so she stiffens her neck and makes this gesture. It's just that the steam rising from her body exposed her. At this time, the fake has completely lost her previous calmness. The clothes on her body have long been reduced to some carbonized rags covering important parts. The whole body is red, and there is no skin in many places. Only the red muscles are exposed in the air, exuding bursts of meat fragrance, and the steam that keeps coming out of her body looks like a roast suckling pig just out of the pot. "What do you want?" Kai looked at the fake's hand. She pinched Pepper's neck, and her nails had sunk in. With this woman's strength, it is not difficult to pinch Pepper's neck. Kai can only pretend to be polite. "Let me go," the fake said firmly. "There is no conflict between us. I didn't know Nick Fury was Hydra. I am innocent." Of course she didn't know. After all, this matter was just a blind guess by these people. How could they not know what Nick Fury was like? In their opinion, Nick Fury was a typical humanist. A paranoid who was dedicated to protecting the world. What the hell, Hydra? What does it have to do with Nick? How did Nick become Hydra? You guys, wronged people. The fake was really aggrieved at this time. This fucking frame-up is too skilled. Are these people really superheroes? If it weren't for this frame-up, would she have to become like this? Of course, at this time, she didn't have time to defend Nick Fury. She just wanted to leave quickly, whether she was dead or alive. Because she knew that once her true identity was exposed, Nick Fury's crotch would be shit. And the fate that awaited them was not much better. They don't think they are the opponents of this group of super crazy people. "We can guarantee your safety. Letting you go." Impossible. Kai certainly didn't want to. He didn't have the habit of compromising with the robbers. Only the fake knew how miserable she was at this time. If she were a human, she might surrender. After all, she didn't do anything. Even if Nick Fury was really some shitty Hydra, what did it have to do with her? There's nothing shameful in surrendering. But the problem is, she can't. She's not human. If she surrenders, she's really finished. Like this, as the fake said this, her nails pierced Pepper's skin. "Then let this little beauty be buried with me." Well, now the probability that this guy is a Hydra under Nick Fury is even greater. Otherwise, an employee of S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't have to die together for such a small matter. What's her identity? She's also an employee of S.H.I.E.L.D. She didn't do anything, so what can she do? But now with her reaction, It's impossible for Kai and the others not to be suspicious. Then they can't let her go. Kai, Tony shouted at Kai's feet. He didn't care about Hydra now, he wanted Pepper to be safe. The fake's eyes lit up. Tony's attitude gave her the greatest support. Kai's face turned even uglier. Is Tony really a genius? The more you show concern, the more leverage the other party has. It will be even more impossible to save Pepper. Impossible, Kai said firmly. Great, just sacrifice her, Kai said coldly. Kai? You bastard. I'm going to kill you. Tony almost went berserk. If Kai hadn't suppressed him, this guy would really jump up and punch Kai. Shut up. Compared to Pepper, the whole world is more important, Kai said righteously. No. I don't care about the shitty world. Pepper is the most important to me. Faced with this sudden confession, Pepper's tears flowed down. Fuck. Kai, who was suddenly fed with a mouthful of food, didn't know what to say. Normally, Tony was a dead son dear. Asking him to say a few sweet words was almost like killing him. But now, it's really fucking. It seems that I'm the general. The fake was very proud. Lucky, really lucky. Humph, Kai responded disdainfully. Will you let me go? The woman lifted Pepper up and slowly exerted force. Pepper's face immediately turned red. She's dying, Steve also shouted at this time. Kai, you bastard, Tony cursed. Kai stared at the fake. The fake stared at her. Just when the fake thought that there would be a stalemate for a while, Kai raised his hand very swiftly. Okay. I agree. Put her down quickly, he seemed very anxious. The fake showed a victorious smile. Fuck. You won, okay, Kai cursed with an ugly face. If it weren't for these two stupid teammates, you would. Stark and Steve were stunned. This attitude changed too quickly. Kai seemed to be still not satisfied, and cursed at the two of them. Do you know what hostage rescue is? What are you talking about? You are yelling here, which will only make the robbers more confident. Don't you think that the more you care, the more she knows that she has a bargaining chip? The more confident she is. Fuck. If you were my police, I would fire you two idiots right now. Tony instinctively wanted to talk back. But when he thought about it, he seemed to be wrong. Pepper is his girlfriend, but she is also Kai's first love and good friend. Steve was a little embarrassed, and he didn't think too much about it. Besides, he was a soldier in World War II, and he didn't understand hostages and rescue. But just when they were feeling ashamed, Kai suddenly said, "It's almost done." The counterfeit and the others were stunned. What do you mean it's almost done? At this moment, Hannibal, who had been standing beside them without saying anything, suddenly turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. Oh no. It's a trick. The counterfeit reacted immediately. She was about to do something, but she felt weak all over, her hands loosened, and Pepper ran away from her. Kai accelerated and appeared beside Pepper, protecting her behind him. The counterfeit only saw clearly at this time that Hannibal had stood behind her without her knowing when, and her waist and shoulders had been bitten by two terrifying monsters. Chapter 1029 Dowie. The girls were also very open-minded about this. 90% of the girls were with Tony for money. Of course, they could tolerate his arrogance and bad sense of humor. Making money is not shabby. It doesn't matter if the method is old-fashioned, as long as it works. With this kind of character, how good do you think Tony's skills in picking up girls can be? No one got into his arms, and Tony immediately felt that he could put aside the matter of face. This was the first time Pepper acted so weak in front of him. Well, it wasn't the first time, but before, she would throw herself into Kai's arms. Thinking about this, Tony immediately felt that this must be even. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. Kai didn't have the heart to pay attention to Tony, but looked at the fake one. Now, you can't run away, Kai said confidently. This fake is quite capable. He can suddenly burst out at such a fast speed. It seems that Nick Fury's grandson has hidden a lot of good things. This thing obviously comes from Barry. It is estimated that S.H.I.E.L.D. got Barry's DNA or something, and wanted to copy the Speed Warrior. Nick Fury? No, it should be the entire US government is full of super soldier craze, always wanting to mass-produce super soldiers and rule the world. From this point of view, the US government and Hydra are actually the same. Don't look down on anyone, but who says that whitewashing is weak? There are a lot of people who cheat on funds on the US government side, but none of them are reliable. The only reliable one is Bruce Banner, and he ended up cheating himself. On the other hand, Hydra's side, black technology is everywhere. Hey, how can we say that everything in the world has two sides? The US government likes to talk about sesame oil, but unfortunately, the efficiency is very poor. Although Hydra is dictatorial, it is efficient. But the side effects are also obvious. This woman almost burned herself after using it once. The counterfeit raised his face, which was red due to the high temperature, and his mouth twitched slightly. Kai waved his hand, asking Hannibal to let her go. After all, this woman was not guilty of anything that deserved death, and Kai was not so cruel as to watch her die. She was an important source of intelligence. "Tony, take her to the cradle of life," Kai shouted, but there was no response for a long time. Turning back, he saw that this grandson was kissing Pepper. Fuck. Shit. Hurry up. You can do whatever you want to her at night. Now throw her into the regeneration cradle. She's about to die. Pepper finally came to her senses and immediately pushed Tony away. It was not because she was shy. After all, with the openness of the Americans, this was child's play. When she was in high school, she often had sex with Kai, well, it should be poor Adam, in the classroom at school. This was just a small scene. The main thing was that business was important. Tony looked unsatisfied, mumbling in his mouth, looking unhappy. If it were him, this woman should just die. Coincidentally, the faker thought the same thing. She had been silent just now, just accumulating the last bit of strength to make a move. He pressed a switch on his belt. Tony had just approached. He heard a series of rapid beeping sounds. Fuck. Get out of the way. It's a bomb. Actually, Tony wasn't sure, but this sound, in this situation, what else could it be but a bomb? Alarm clock? Kai grabbed Pepper, who was standing aside and trying to get closer to watch the fun, and Steve, who was already a little bit exhausted, and distanced them. Hannibal did not retreat but advanced, grabbing the fake with both hands. The fake saw Hannibal and showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. This is good, at least he can take one with him. Boom. The explosion was so powerful that it was enough to blow up a floor. But unfortunately, with Hannibal around, her last wish would never be realized. Just like what happened in the sea before, the explosion just started, and the flames, shock waves, and even the sound, before they could spread out 3 meters, suddenly collapsed and were finally absorbed by Hannibal. But he was still a step too late. 80% of the fake's body was completely destroyed, but Hannibal caught a piece of her arm. Except for the palm, the rest of the arm was turned into charcoal. Oh. Fuck. Oh. Fuck. How the hell did you do it? Again. You did it again. Tony came up immediately at this time. Research desire to occupy the high ground again. Ask his magic. Hannibal still gave the same answer, and then he threw the severed hand to Tony. Let's take a look at this. Your trouble seems to be even bigger. Hannibal turned and walked into the darkness. The explosion just now made Hannibal lose the best chance to capture the fake's soul. What surprised Hannibal even more was that the speed at which this guy's soul dissipated was too fast, almost dead in the light. He couldn't help staying here now, so he might as well run away quickly, otherwise Tony, the idiot, would keep pestering him and asking questions. Tony didn't care about Hannibal's disappearance, but stared at the palm in his hand. When he just received it, Tony felt a little disgusted, but when he saw the color and shape of the palm clearly, his face changed immediately. He immediately handed the palm to Kai. Kai naturally knew what it was, but now he also looked solemn. Trouble, this is not a human hand at all. No one's palm is green. Happy. Seal the entire floor immediately and don't let anyone in. Tony reacted quickly, and then he shouted to Jarvis, Jarvis, prepare the biological laboratory. I need it right away. Yes, sir, in 10 minutes, the biological laboratory you want will be available. In a sense, Stark Tower is actually Jarvis' body, which can operate any equipment in the building. Now the entire building can be completely independent of human labor and operated entirely by robots. It has been confirmed that this is not a human. Its gene sequence is completely different from that of humans. And the shape and distribution of bones and muscles are also completely different from those of humans. Tony soon gave everyone present a bad news. Then what are they? Steve asked. Another prehistoric race? After all, such examples are not uncommon. Whether it's Asgard, Amazon, or Atlantis recently. Steve had to doubt it. No, it's worse, Tony pouted and said, I detected a lot of elements that don't belong to the Earth in those residues. Carter reacted immediately. You suspect aliens? Very likely, Tony said. After all, aliens are not a secret. Kai didn't say anything until now. This matter will be postponed. What could be more serious than this? Natasha said in disbelief. That, Kai pointed to the news on the wall. The news was broadcasting the White House's response to the Washington gun battle. Hydra, well, most people almost forgot about this group of people. Tony, your current task is to get the underlying code of the Insight project from Zola immediately, and create a cracking program. By the way, Tony nodded, I'll get it done at the base. Well, take Pepper with you. Kai nodded, then suddenly said when he thought of something. Isn't it bad? Tony was tempted, but the inner world was Kai's backyard, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. No problem, I think Pepper will keep it a secret, and give her a bracelet. She has become your biggest weakness now, otherwise you will definitely do the same stupid thing as today. Kai said this with his own thoughts. Tony's reaction to Pepper was too big. What's more, Tony is a high-profile person. If it happens a few more times, let's not talk about whether Tony can bear it, but Pepper definitely can't bear it. I know, Tony nodded immediately, he was just being polite. As for the bracelet, it was a teleportation device made by Tony using the trident of Poseidon. It is definitely a great tool for escape. With it, Pepper's safety can be guaranteed. Others were curious about what Kai and Tony's so-called secret base was, but they didn't say it, and it was difficult for others to ask. Well, let's get ready. At most 2 hours, I require everyone to go to Washington. Kai became the commander very smoothly. Others did not have much resistance to this. After all, Kai had played this role in many crises before. Steve suddenly interrupted and asked, will the Night King and Batman be there? He was afraid that S.H.I.E.L.D. would cause huge casualties. With these two big guys around, he would feel much more at ease. Night King, no. This is a dispute between humans. He will not participate, but there will be huge casualties, Steve argued, as if he knew that Kai could summon the Night King. Carter noticed that Kai did not seem to deny this. After all, Kai could insist that the Night King would not appear. There are many humans. Kai gave an extremely cruel answer. Steve's face flushed. Obviously he was very dissatisfied with the Night King's actions. But so what? Kai was too lazy to explain. The Night King's personality is like this. If you are unhappy, go and complain. Carter immediately pulled Steve and told him not to dwell on this. What about you? Carter changed the subject. Meet the president. The Hydra issue must be communicated to the government, Kai said. If this matter is not handled by the federal government, it will be very difficult. Can it wait? Carter suddenly said. Steve looked at Carter in disbelief. Peggy, he couldn't understand. That's Hydra. Carter immediately comforted Steve, listen to me first. If this thing is really an alien, do you think they will cooperate with Hydra? Steve had never thought about this question before. In his opinion, they are all bad guys, and it seems reasonable for them to unite, just like the Axis powers. But after Carter asked this question, Steve immediately thought of this. It seems impossible. Hydra was born out of the Nazis. Although it has its own program, it overlaps in many places, such as extreme nationalism. Although with the development of the times, Hydra has to comply with public opinion. Well, there is no way Hydra wants to develop. If it excludes people of color, it will be difficult to develop. But the sense of superiority and elite cognition in the bones will never change. Another example is to rule the world. The ultimate goal of Hydra is to rule the world. A group of extremists, a group of lunatics who aim to rule the world, will they be dogs for aliens? The answer is no. They can even be said to be the most extreme humanists in the world. They will not share the world with anyone. If aliens really rule the earth, Hydra can only become slaves, which is contrary to their elite cognition. Then the interesting thing comes, whether Nick Fury is Hydra or not is not important. The important thing is that he may be in collusion with aliens. This is not only unacceptable to Kai and others, but also to Hydra. Nick is the best agent I have ever seen, Carter said. He likes to hide many of his actions, and no one knows except him. If we directly expose S.H.I.E.L.D., then S.H.I.E.L.D. will be destroyed immediately. Then many of Nick's secrets will no longer be known with the destruction of S.H.I.E.L.D. That is not a good thing for us. What do you mean? Kai asked. Yes. Let Hydra deal with Nick Fury. The person who knows Nick Fury best in the world is definitely Alexander. Otherwise, Alexander would not let Nick Fury become the director. At least he thinks he knows Nick Fury. And no matter what, As long as Nick Fury does something, he will definitely leave traces, and these traces are most likely in S.H.I.E.L.D. We need Hydra, let the bad guys fight the bad guys. This brain hole. It's so fucking amazing. But Kai still has his own concerns. Who can guarantee that Hydra will not surrender to aliens? Even if they are in collusion with aliens? This is indeed a problem, but we have our own advantages, Carter said confidently. Now Alexander, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra don't know one thing, that is, they don't know that we already know that Alexander is Hydra. Now we are in the dark and they are in the light. This will also give us time to pull out the Hydra hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. one by one, Carter said confidently. But Kai can hear that, she has feelings for S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, this is the thing that she and her friends are most proud of. She can't bear to destroy it. Okay. Then Alexander and his followers will be handed over to your Shadow Bureau. Kai thought about it and decided to trust Carter once. After all, there are indeed many innocent people in S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course. The premise is that they must show enough sincerity in dealing with Nick Fury. Carter breathed a sigh of relief. Then, let's get started. Nick Fury, who is undergoing surgery at a secret base, didn't know that within one day, he went from being the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to being a Hydra, and then from being a Hydra to being a traitor. This tells everyone a lesson. When your friends are playing reasoning games, you must not be absent. Because you can never guess what role your friends will assign you. Chapter 1030, Damn. I'm so tired. I finally coded it. I'm vomiting blood. Because of the change in strategy, Kai and his team's plan also had to change accordingly. Since they decided to keep Hydra first and let it and Nick Fury consume each other, Kai couldn't talk to the president about Hydra, so they waited for a day. Why wait for a day? Because they wanted to confirm whether the imposter was an alien. It's not difficult to confirm this. It's not like they don't know aliens. Asgardians. As a famous force in the universe, Asgardians are quite familiar with the various alien forces in the universe. So Kai directly called the Rainbow Bridge and asked Thor to identify it. Thor has been staying in Asgard recently. Since Loki was imprisoned, Thor became the only heir to Asgard, and he had to learn how to govern his own kingdom. If it was the old Thor, he probably wouldn't be interested in this thing. He would rather lead his warriors to fight on the battlefield. But after a series of things, Thor finally matured a little, so even if he still had a headache about those studies, he would still force himself to learn. This is growth. It's just that this guy has been obsessed with studying recently and forgot that he has a girlfriend. Of course, this is not intentional. Whether it is Asgard or Thor, they are still used to following their own concept of time. Well, the average lifespan of Asgard is 5,000 years. The lifespan of the royal family and the strong is longer. Not seeing each other for a year is not a problem at all in the eyes of the Asgardians. But for the Earthlings, Jane Foster is really miserable. Of course, Kai and the others also didn't remember this poor lady. Thor came quickly and left even faster. Kai overestimated this fool. How could Thor's brain recognize whether this is an alien with just one hand? But Thor returned quickly. He told Kai that he had asked Heimdall, that is the Skrull. The Skrulls were once a very powerful force in the universe. They are an alien race with highly developed scientific and technological civilization. The Skrulls developed earlier and were like humans now on their home planet in the Andromeda Galaxy. Later, their race evolved superpowers. One of them, the mutated Skrulls, could transform into any creature, similar to mutants. The other Eternal Skrulls could not transform but had very strong power. These Skrulls with superpowers finally exterminated all the competing species on their home planet. In fact, the original ordinary Skrulls were exterminated by them. These Skrulls with superpowers became the ancestors of the contemporary Skrulls, and the last member of the Eternal Skrulls, Clayburn, nickname, Eternal Skrull, married a female leader of the mutant Skrulls, Sligold, and became the supreme god of the Skrulls. They can change their appearance at will, disguise themselves as another person, and copy their memories. The Super Skrulls can even copy the abilities of the imitated, so they are nicknamed copycats. During their interstellar expansion, their best tactic was to lurk inside the hostile forces through the copying ability, create a situation of distrust, and even trigger a civil war, thereby creating the most favorable conditions for their conquest. But if you walk too much at night, you will always encounter ghosts. During the expansion of the Skrulls, they encountered a tough bone, the Kree. The Kree is also an alien force that is keen on expansion. The purebred Kree has blue skin and is one of the humanoid races with opposable thumbs. Due to the high-gravity environment of their home planet, the Kree are usually taller than humans, with a physical strength of about twice that of humans and a longer lifespan. They have advanced technology and advocate military force. Every Kree is an excellent warrior. Their political system is highly dictatorial, but unlike general dictatorships, their leader is not a single person, but a super-biological computer called the Supreme Wisdom. This super-biological computer is formed by the fusion of the brains of the best individuals among the Kree. A bit like the main brain of the Mind Sucker in D&D, in the Kree society, being able to integrate into the Supreme Wisdom is the highest honor, because only the best warriors, the best commanders, politicians, scientists, philosophers, and other top individuals in all walks of life in the Kree society are qualified to merge with the Supreme Wisdom. They have integrated their abilities, wisdom, and thinking into this most powerful computer in the universe. This makes the Supreme Wisdom always have wisdom and experience that individuals cannot master. The Supreme Wisdom is absolutely rational and never makes mistakes. It always plans and manages the entire Kree Empire from the most rational perspective. Under its rule, the Kree Empire has been developing in all directions in an efficient, positive and united manner for thousands of years. It is precisely because of this system that the Skrulls' copying tactics are completely useless. Their copying and deformation abilities are nowhere to be found in front of the Supreme Wisdom. Its powerful telepathic and mind control abilities ensure that no one can hide anything from it. Moreover, the Kree social system is destined. Only the Supreme Wisdom is the highest decision-making level. They can't copy and become the Supreme Wisdom, right? So the Skrulls and the Kree launched a protracted interstellar war. But this way, the Skrulls have no advantage at all. On the contrary, under the leadership of the Supreme Wisdom, the Kree are getting stronger and stronger. No matter what new technology or new tactics the Skrulls have, the Kree can quickly crack them. The Kree are actually very rigid and average in innovation. There is no way, after all, the whole social atmosphere is like this, which is also one of the reasons why they are aggressive, because the Supreme Wisdom believes that only the incentive of war can promote the development of the Skrulls. This is not wrong, after all, war itself has a strong driving force on society. Then finally, as the Kree's advantage grew, the Supreme Wisdom felt that it was almost enough and wanted to end the war. Then the Skrulls exploded. Even the mother planet was conquered, followed by a bloody genocide. After that, the remaining Skrulls became space wanderers, hiding from the pursuit of the Kree. A group of space wanderers met an ambitious person. No wonder they colluded with each other. Anyway, in Kai's view, this matter is just two gangs of grandsons hitting it off for evil purposes. Okay, with this, it's easy for us. The others had already arrived in Washington first, and Tony followed them. Originally, Tony was going to stay in New York to study how to crack the Skrulls' transformation, but Asgard has this thing. Tony doesn't need to waste any more time. The Skrulls are now on the decline, but others have been rich before. Who wouldn't be afraid of their center-blooming tactics? Naturally. Capable interstellar forces have the technology to guard against the Skrulls' ability to copy and transform. White House office. Alexander is also there, but now he is very confused, because after he was called in, he was held down and blood was drawn. Not only him, but also the main leaders of the White House have done this. Your Excellency the President, Alexander is still quite resistant. After all, if this thing is leaked casually, who knows what will happen? But President Benjamin is now also holding his arm and looking at him coldly. The postures of others are similar. Even the Secret Service personnel who appeared in the President's office have put their hands on their waists, ready to attack at any time. Well, there is no need to say it, you can see how determined the President's attitude is. Soon, Tony raised his head and said to Kai, "He's fine." Kai nodded. "Okay, you can say it now," Benjamin said unhappily. Well, Kai still hasn't told Benjamin what happened. As soon as Kai came, he said that he had to test everyone before he could tell him. This is related to the life and death of the Earth. Benjamin was unwilling. "You came up and said that I should listen to you, why?" Then Benjamin agreed. Because Benjamin found that others really have the qualifications. After all, apart from anything else, they have saved his life more than once. And seeing Kai so serious, it can't be that he deliberately came to play a joke on him, right? There is no need, and Kai is not such a character. Kai didn't say it first, but took out a glass container, which contained a green palm, and the arm part turned into charcoal. "What is this?" "This is a part of an alien." "Alien?" Benjamin couldn't help but take it seriously. After all, how long has the Earth been invaded? Alexander was confused. No. Shouldn't it be the InSight project? How did it involve aliens? And it seems that this is also the fault of S.H.I.E.L.D. Is there an alien invasion? Benjamin said nervously immediately. Yes, and the worst news is that the invasion has already begun. Earlier than we thought, Kai said truthfully. Now, let alone the president, everyone else became nervous. This is too sensational. Secretary of Defense Ruth Macmillan immediately questioned, could it be a misunderstanding? For example, accidentally broke into the Earth. She didn't want to be a coward, but the consequences were too serious. No, I killed it yesterday. It lurked around us. If it wasn't an accident, we might not have found it at all. Alien spies appeared next to superheroes to collect intelligence. This is a serious matter. Even if these people are reluctant to admit it, they have to face the fact that superheroes are indeed an important line of defense for the Earth to deal with aliens. This has been verified many times. Alexander stared at Kai in a daze, and suddenly understood. Natasha. That faker. Fuck. Alexander is not stupid, on the contrary, he is very smart, and he quickly made the connection. After all, the sudden appearance of the faker is indeed inexplicable. But now there is a reasonable explanation. Fuck. Nick Fury. You are, even worse than our Hydra. Then I thought. Damn, if this is the case, will Hydra? The more I think about it, the more I sweat. I am at a loss. Huh? Minister Alexander, you look very nervous. At this moment, Tony suddenly asked a little bit meanly. No. Even with Alexander's scheming. He didn't know what to say at this moment. But it also attracted the attention of others. Alexander, Benjamin's face was gloomy. Why does S.H.I.E.L.D. know nothing about this? Alexander showed a bitter smile, but didn't know what to say. Damn. He knew that Nick Fury liked to do some small tricks, but this one was too big. It's not S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fault, but no one expected that Kai, who had always been very dissatisfied with S.H.I.E.L.D., actually opened his mouth to explain for S.H.I.E.L.D. This discovery surprised everyone present. Because S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated, but the next words made everyone relieved again. Well, it was still the original formula. Kai did not continue the topic, but pointed at the severed hand and said, this alien is called the Skrulls, an alien race living in the Andromeda Galaxy. Then Kai told the origin and ability of the Skrulls. All of the above information comes from Asgard, which is extremely credible. I have questioned Asgard. They are responsible for the defense of the Earth against aliens, so why did they allow these Skrulls to enter the Earth? The explanation given by Asgard is that when these Skrulls came, they brought a big trouble, that is, the Kree. Then Kai told the intelligence of the Kree. The Kree fleet was destroyed by Asgard. When Asgard turned back to find those Skrulls, they found that some humans had already contacted them. The Asgardians did not care about these Skrulls, and when they saw that the Earthlings accepted them, they did not interfere. Decades ago, two groups of aliens did come to Earth, the Kree and the Skrulls. But they did not cause any big waves and were sent away. Except, the president was confused. Why didn't he know? Previous presidents didn't leave this information either? So Benjamin looked at other people. What if they knew? Even Alexander was confused. Well, no one knows. It's the Russians. General Edward jumped out. Well, very American thinking. Maybe it's China. This is America's new competitor. Kai was speechless. They landed in the United States. Alexander suddenly realized, Project Pegasus. That's right. Kai snapped his fingers. It's Project Pegasus. That was the first contact between us humans and aliens. Well, modern humans, but aren't those aliens all corpses? Alexander stammered. At this time, the senior whips of both parties suddenly reacted. Few people knew about this, and only a few people in the entire government knew about it. Kai did not popularize this, but continued. The one who contacted the aliens at that time was the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. And then, everything was hidden. Do you have anything to say? This is no longer a hint. Anyone with a normal mind knows what Kai is going to say. It was Nick Fury who helped the aliens hide and accepted the aliens. But Nick Fury has already. Could it be the aliens who did it? They had an internal conflict, Ruth Macmillan said with wide eyes. Haha, even the Winter Soldier and Hawkeye can die and come back to life. What do you think is the probability that the dead Nick Fury is really Nick Fury? Kai said with a sneer. Kai didn't believe that these people didn't know about the Winter Soldier. Sure enough, several people's faces immediately turned embarrassed. But the next second, their faces changed drastically. Nick Fury suddenly faked his death and escaped at this time, which can only mean one thing, that is, they have another big plan. Why did he do this? Benjamin asked the key question. Project Insight. Kai squinted at Alexander and said, I think Minister Alexander should know this, right? Alexander shuddered. Damn, can it be done this way? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1031 will be updated with 2,000 words first. I can't bear it anymore, so I'm going to sleep first. I'll make it up tomorrow. Please give me a monthly ticket. What is the Insight Project? Benjamin got the point very accurately. Kai glanced at Alexander, who raised his hand awkwardly, motioning Kai to explain. It was too embarrassing for him to explain this matter. Kai glanced at him, and then Blabber told the whole Insight Project. What? Benjamin was immediately moved when he heard about the Insight Project. Yes, that's right, it was moved. A system that can truly prevent crime has an extraordinary appeal to those in power. Kai said helplessly, Benjamin, is this your point? He didn't criticize Benjamin from a moral high ground. After all, aren't all politicians like this? Freedom cooking is always just a business. Whoever takes it seriously is an idiot. The US government just promotes it too well, resulting in a lot of idiots. The point is, this thing is wrong from the root. It targets all those who dare to resist SHIELD. Ahem, Alexander interrupted quickly. This has nothing to do with SHIELD. I can guarantee it. Benjamin looked at Alexander with suspicion. Alexander immediately launched his verbal attack, appealing to emotions and reasoning to convince everyone present that this matter had nothing to do with SHIELD. In fact, I rushed to Washington to report this matter. Before, neither I nor many high-level SHIELD officials knew that this plan had been launched. Nick Fury also repeatedly assured me that this plan had been stopped and all the information had been sealed. It was not until recently that I discovered from some minor material and personnel transfers by SHIELD that Nick Fury had been secretly carrying out this plan, so I came to Washington yesterday. Nick also promised me to stop this plan immediately. But I didn't expect, at this time, Benjamin also sobered up from his previous emotions and had insight into the plan. It looked very good, but it was actually all Nick Fury's conspiracy. Now tell me, has this plan been stopped? Alexander's face immediately became extremely bitter. No. As soon as Nick Fury got into trouble, I ordered the people of SHIELD to shut down the program. But it was useless. All the procedures were ordered to be kept secret by Nick Fury himself. No one can shut down the program except him. What about the 3 flying carriers? Well, I have ordered to stop the construction, Alexander said quickly. But at this moment, Alexander's secretary suddenly ran in. Then the poor little guy was pointed at by a dozen Secret Service personnel. When has this young man ever seen such a scene? He was almost scared to tears. What are you doing here? Alexander's face was very bad. You have to consider the situation when you are making trouble. Minister. The Bureau just sent a message. The other 4 directors of the World Security Council have arrived at SHIELD. His secretary reported this important news to Alexander while holding back his urge to urinate. He even forgot the principle of confidentiality. This kind of thing cannot be said out loud. Huh? Alexander was stunned. What are they doing at SHIELD? This is not his disguise. He really doesn't know. The Bureau said that you invited them, and you personally welcomed them. The secretary stuttered. Huh? Alexander was stunned, then stood up suddenly. Nonsense. I was in Washington yesterday. How could I welcome them? Alexander couldn't continue. Fuck, he became a stand-in. Could it be Nick Fury and his alien bastard? No. No. Nick Fury himself was also planning to shut down the Insight Project. That was. Fuck. Did Alexander guess who did it? That bunch of old antiques. His men. Damn it. They are trying to undermine me. In fact, Alexander doesn't care about others pretending to be himself. We are all here to make a living, and this matter is not worth mentioning. But damn, you guys are too much for not communicating. You are trying to undermine me. Come on. Don't blame me for being cruel. Hydra must have a big purge, otherwise it will be hard to tell the big and small kings. So, Alexander sat down with a pale face. Nick, he looked like a poor kid who was betrayed by his best friend. Is this serious? Benjamin was a little curious. Why did Alexander look like his father had died? Alexander opened his mouth and finally said, for the InSight project to work, it must be connected to the internet. And the SHIELD database has extremely complete data storage. Once the InSight project is connected to the internet and authorized to access the SHIELD database, the operation time of the InSight project will be greatly shortened. But if you want to get authorization, all 5 directors must agree. Aren't you still saying that? A cabinet official suddenly said. Then he found that everyone present was looking at him as if he was looking at a rare and valuable item. Then he reacted and wanted to slap himself in the face. If he could think of it, the other party would naturally think of it. In this case, others still did it. What does that mean? It means that others have a way to bypass this. You just gave your authorization code to others so easily. Ruth Macmillan looked at Alexander in surprise. Nick and I have been friends for decades. He has been working under me since he joined SHIELD. Alexander rubbed his cheeks fiercely. How depressed he was at this moment. Although I have never given my authorization code to Nick, but I never thought that Nick would do that to me. Anyway, with Nick's means, it is not difficult to get the authorization code from me. Alexander's words made everyone present nod subconsciously. After all, how could Alexander doubt his good friend for no reason? Well-reasoned and convincing. If Kai didn't know the details of this old gangster, he would probably be deceived. Sure enough, those who can go undercover and become big bosses are all tough characters. What should we do now? What should we do? Kai said unhappily. Of course we go and shut it down manually. The morning sun rises, piercing the last darkness before dawn, and the golden light covers the earth. The special zone ushered in another good weather in early May. Regardless of yesterday's street gunfights or the sneaky plots at night, the office workers who are supposed to go to work still have to go to work today. In the Triskelion building, employees of SHIELD arrived one after another. In the entrance hall covered by the glass ceiling, waves of people poured in, passed through the security check channel, and entered the building. Unlike ordinary office workers, many of these people are not in a good mental state. Some people have gloomy faces, some have dark circles under their eyes, some are absent-minded, and some look around. Nick Fury died, Natasha betrayed, the Winter Soldier was exposed, and Hawkeye disappeared. These people don't know all the news, but they know some of it. And the private communications with each other were even more frequent last night. No one knows what will happen next, and everyone is in a state of confusion. Chapter 1032 First Update. The chapter number is wrong, but never mind, it should have been one chapter. Now SHIELD needs someone to take charge. But there are very few people who are qualified. SHIELD has always been like this, with one center, and no decentralization, because agents know best that decentralization will only slow down efficiency. Therefore, the director of SHIELD has always had great power and can even designate a successor. Alexander and Nick Fury both rose to power in this way. This is also the reason why the Security Council has not been able to control SHIELD for so many years, because SHIELD has its own effective power system. Nick Fury was supposed to be the director for at least 10 or 20 years like Alexander, and then hand over the position to the next person. But now, Nick Fury is dead, and who will be the next director? No one knows. This has caused almost all the senior officials who are qualified to take over as director to start to waver. After all, the Emperor did not designate a crown prince, so all the princes have a chance. But this confusion quickly disappeared after one person appeared. Alexander Pierce. When Alexander appeared in the special passage in the hall, almost everyone looked at him immediately. Alexander is not a stranger to SHIELD, after all, he has not been the director for many years, not to mention that he often appears in the bureau, so almost everyone knows him. Generally speaking, his appearance in SHIELD does not make such a big fuss. But today is different. When Alexander walked out of the building, almost everyone stood at attention and greeted him politely. Pierce nodded politely as usual. In this respect, he is better than Nick Fury, because he has been in office for so many years, and everyone has a very high opinion of him. Unlike Nick Fury, a typical dictator who never smiles all year round. More importantly, Alexander has prestige, power, and the ability to choose who will succeed him as director. At the same time, He is also the best candidate to appease people's hearts. His appearance instantly stabilized the impetuous Child. No matter how many little thoughts there are, they will choose to lie dormant at this time. Alexander enjoys such scenes very much. Once upon a time, he always dreamed that he could reach the top of Child and gain everyone's admiration and all. Unfortunately, that bastard Alexander Pierce did not choose the successor of Hydra, but chose Nick Fury. This made the current Alexander very unhappy. In fact, not only him, but many of his friends did not understand Alexander's original choice. After all, Nick Fury did a good job, but how could he be as useful as his own people? Of course, none of this matters now. From the moment they decided to pretend to be Alexander, Alexander was actually abandoned. Now Alexander is in Washington. The fake guy imitated Alexander's posture and accepted the respectful baptism of everyone. The vanity in his heart was satisfied unprecedentedly. He saw the complex expressions in those people's eyes, but he was too lazy to think about it now. Whether the Insight project is successful or not has nothing to do with these small fry. The other 4 directors of the World Security Council who are about to arrive are the key. If they are allowed to notice the abnormality, it may have an unknown impact on the Insight project. This is why they need to pretend to be Alexander. Only by controlling these guys. In that case, even if the 5 directors have a temporary vote and can take over all the affairs of Child urgently, it will be useless. With only Alexander Pierce left to issue orders, they would be able to control everything in S.H.I.E.L.D. in a short period of time. Anyway, apart from these 4 directors, if others want to interfere with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions, they need complicated procedures. It would take at least several hours, or even more than 10 hours. Thinking silently, he finally waited for a group of people to walk into the corridor and smiled and greeted them. There were 3 men and 1 woman, the other 4 directors of the World Security Council. The 2 sides came together and just exchanged a few simple greetings. Alexander asked the security guard next to him to bring 4 silver brooches. Biometrics are used here. The 4 of you must wear these to move around freely. The 4 directors didn't care too much and each took one and clipped it to their chest. These 4 brooches are the highest level of temporary passes, which can be used to enter and exit all places in the headquarters under normal circumstances. In the headquarters of various countries, tens of thousands of people enter and exit every day. It is impossible for people to be tested one by one. Only biological tests can monitor all areas 24 hours a day. And it is too troublesome for people who come to do business temporarily to register for biometrics, so various temporary passes are available. Anyone who has no authority and no temporary pass will be detected by any surveillance and the alarm will be triggered. Of course, the 4 directors are not subject to this restriction. Alexander has his own reasons for giving them these things. The next step is a top-secret meeting. The 4 directors' entourage stayed in the lobby lounge. Alexander and the other 5 took the elevator and went straight to the dedicated floor of the World Security Council, which is Pierce's personal office area. Entering Alexander's office, there is a spacious living room with a desk and 4 virtual projection seats opposite. Usually, the 4 directors communicate with the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. through the projection seats. Even if there are things that need to be explained in person, it is Alexander, the minister, who communicates with the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Today is also a rare time for them to come in person. Because just yesterday, they agreed to the adaptability test of the Insight project and came here for inspection. Then decide whether to start this plan. Just as Pierce was talking to the 4 directors, a corner of the underground parking lot of S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly floated out with black smoke. Then Kai, Steve, Natasha and Tony Stark walked out. The others were arranged in Washington to cooperate with the Secret Service and the military special forces to protect the city. How many people in Washington are trustworthy now is still unknown. Especially the police, they are no longer trustworthy. They can't forget Nick Fury's fake death and escape, no matter why the police attack Nick Fury. They are not trustworthy. It is obviously impossible to mobilize the army now, and it takes time for the army to enter. And who can be sure that Nick Fury has not planted spies in the military? Now the White House is already suspicious. The only people they can rely on now are superheroes. If it were in the past, the government would never make such a decision. But it can't stand the number of times, whether it is the government or the people, they have become accustomed to it. Everyone will scold the government for not taking action at the beginning. Did the government get scolded badly in the previous crises? But who scolds the government now? On the contrary, as long as the government responds properly, It will immediately receive rave reviews. Everyone's expectations have been lowered, so naturally they won't be as harsh as before. Chapter 1033, Infiltration. Then Natasha led a few people down from the underground parking lot and came to a hidden corner. She used the mechanical glove to open an extremely hidden secret door. Steve asked in a low voice, "You Shield, are you all like this? You have to build a secret door in the underground parking lot? How much money did you embezzle, anyway?" In Steve's opinion, it is meaningless to build a secret door in such a place. It's a waste of money. Natasha curled her lips when she heard this. Isn't this normal operation? Who doesn't embezzle some funds in this line of work? For example, Natasha embezzled a lot. SHIELD is quite generous in this regard. They have a budget before each mission. According to this system, they should refund more and make up for less, but in fact, they have only made up, not refund. How can there be such a great budget calculation in this world that is so accurate every time? Where did the extra money go? Haha. Don't ask this question. Where do you think Natasha got those safe houses from? Moreover, Nick Fury is the big boss. I'm no longer a member of SHIELD. I don't want yours. Ever since she found out about SHIELD's corruption, Natasha hated SHIELD to the core. She used to think she was contributing to world peace, but now it seems that she has been an accomplice to the evil. Okay, none of this matters. Let's get started. Kai interrupted the two and asked Natasha to start quickly. With Natasha's defection, her former identity and authority had long been revoked. If she wanted to enter SHIELD in a swaggering way, she had to use other methods. This secret door gave them an opportunity. After verifying their identities at this secret door, they regained their biometric authorization. Of course, they were still fake identities. But Natasha had just tried it, and these fake identities were not discovered. Just like this secret door, no one knew about it. It was very high level and could enter any authorized area of level 8 or below without triggering an alarm. Steve and Natasha stared at the face of a passerby wearing a nano mask and swaggered towards the headquarters communications room. Kai and Tony went to the underground factory. At this moment, Alexander was smiling and toasting to celebrate with the 4 directors. The 5 of them would go to the underground construction base and personally review the test run of the aerospace carrier. Of course, according to Alexander, the carrier was only started this time, mainly to detect whether the operating data was normal, and would not be launched directly. And they actually didn't know that these aerospace carriers were tied to the InSight project. They simply regarded the InSight project and the Kanshin aircraft carrier as 2 projects, and came today to check the 2 projects. Just after the greetings, a female director suddenly frowned. She raised her hand and looked at her watch. Then the female director said sorry to the few people without changing her expression. There was nothing strange on the faces of the men. They knew the problem of the female director. She had some problems with her body recently and needed to take medicine on time. Now was the time to take medicine. So even the fake Alexander didn't think much about it. As luck would have it, Natasha, who entered the communication room with Steve, noticed this. So she whispered a few words in Steve's ear. Steve looked at the people in the communication room. There were only 2 armed guards guarding it, and the others were civilians. He felt that he was fine. So Steve nodded. Natasha left quickly. When she was leaving, the armed guard saw Natasha who had just entered and was about to leave again, so he asked casually. Natasha said unhappily. You drank too much water this morning. The 2 guards didn't expect to run into Little Hot Pepper. They shrugged each other and smiled and passed it. Soon, the female director returned to the meeting room. Continue their topic. At this time, an emotional male voice sounded in the emergency channel of the SHIELD headquarters. Attention all SHIELD agents, I am Steve Rogers. Alexander also heard this familiar male voice, and the smile on his face froze. The emergency channel is specially used for broadcasting messages, which can basically cover more than 90% of the headquarters area. Unless it happens to be in some special places, everyone in the headquarters can hear it. Steve didn't say any nonsense and explained the events of the past 2 days in a concise manner. He pointed out that the Alexander Pierce who appeared in SHIELD now was a fake, and the real Alexander Pierce was with the president in the White House. He also warned all SHIELD agents that the headquarters had been infiltrated, and he asked all agents to be careful of suspicious people around them. This was what they had planned from the beginning. Kai and the others did not intend to make the uncorrupted SHIELD agents turn against their sides just by Steve's words, which was too unrealistic. However, Given his special status and his achievements, his words have great prestige and appeal. The mythic propaganda of the United States for many years is still very useful. If it were someone else, it would probably not work. Even if it was the President of the United States. When Kai heard the broadcast, he was on his way to the underground factory with Tony. There were checkpoints everywhere along the way. If Kai was alone, he could only rush through, but with Tony, it would be different. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s computer system is very powerful and has a very high security level, but it doesn't work with Tony. When Tony came, he brought his latest suit, the Mark 15 Stealth. It was a nano suit. When it was not activated, it was in the form of 2 bracelets. Once activated, the nano suit could be deployed immediately. However, since it was a semi-finished product, it did not have its own weapons, except for the signature weapon, the arc pulse cannon on the palm and chest. Due to this feature, the Stealth was positioned by Tony for stealth missions. It could shield all radars and most detectors, and could easily bypass the enemy's early warning system. Even the surface coating was changed to a chrome-colored coating, and the armor could be darkened or lightened to match the environment. However, the output was reduced and the speed and stealth were increased. Therefore, the firepower was very insufficient. However, there were many modular interfaces on the surface of the Stealth, and weapons could be mounted directly through airdrops. Of course, Jarvis was indispensable. So Kai and Tony had a smooth journey. When they saw the gate, they just swiped it open and went in. The people on the side were stunned. They did not disguise themselves, but just walked in with sunglasses. Logically speaking, they are well known and those agents should know them. But I don't know if it's because they are too confident that some people are not very confident. Well, this is our nest, right? Such an arrogant person must be one of ours, which makes sense, right? In this way, they quickly went underground. It was at this time that Steve's voice came out. As Steve spoke, most people in S.H.I.E.L.D. stopped their actions and listened silently. But the action team members who had been distributed in various key departments began to act. After hearing Steve's broadcast, Alexander quickly issued an order to start the Insight operation on his mobile phone. These action team members belonging to Hydra immediately controlled various key locations. For example, the control room of the underground base, and the headquarters command room. And Alexander's office. When one of the teams entered Alexander's office, the 4 directors had subconsciously stood together. Although they were confused and puzzled by Captain America's speech, Alexander's action gave them a very bad feeling, so the 4 directors stood together and formed a confrontation with Alexander. One of them saw the action team rushing in, and immediately raised his hand and pointed at Alexander opposite. Catch him! The action team members raised their guns together, but the muzzles of the guns were pointed at the 4 directors. A sarcastic smile appeared on Alexander's face. Sorry, it seems that I still have the final say here. What he didn't know was that at this moment, Steve's voice was ringing in the ears of the female director Holly opposite him. Don't rush to do it. Use your old skills and try to get some information from him. We need to make sure if he has a backup plan. Holly remained calm and said coldly, Pierce, it's useless for you to do this. You should know that no one is not expendable. No, you are not Pierce. Who are you? S.H.I.E.L.D. can't be controlled by all of you. You will never succeed in your wishful thinking. Unexpectedly, the man opposite was not panicked at all. He smiled and shook his head when he heard it. No, you may die, but I won't. Holly's heart moved. Really? Then why don't you do it? Alexander clicked his tongue and shook his head, as if he thought this question was too stupid. Because I need your authorization, and, as long as you are not dead, the system will not delegate authority to allow others to activate the emergency plan. The so-called emergency plan is that after the 5 directors are unexpectedly sacrificed, their authority will be immediately delegated to the successor in line, just like the President of the United States. If the President of the United States dies, the Vice President will be sworn in as soon as possible. If the Vice President dies, the Speaker of the House of Representatives will take over, followed by the President pro tempore of the Senate, the Secretary of State, and if he dies again, the Minister will take over one by one. The same is true for the Security Council directors. Just like when the nuclear bomb was dropped, the U.S. Director of the Security Council had a car accident and Alexander immediately took over. This is why Alexander is one of the 5 directors now. Holly looked at his subtle expression and eyes, and roughly understood what was going on. Now the 4 directors can delay the decision-making time of the top leaders. Whoever ordered them to be killed will have to pay a heavy price afterwards. If they are not killed, they cannot circumvent the director's authority over S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, the Inside Project needs to access the database of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, and they also need their authorization. In fact, it didn't need to be so troublesome. After all, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. can mobilize the database of S.H.I.E.L.D., but what can they do? They set a trick on Nick Fury in blocking the Inside Project, and Nick Fury is not the kind of person who doesn't fight back after suffering a loss. He actually locked the database with his backhand. Hydra was dumbfounded. They could only ask a few directors to come over for authorization. But Alexander's expression showed that he didn't really take the 4 directors seriously. After the action was over, he might just kill them. Please ask a few directors to come over, Alexander waved to the action team. Several soldiers walked over, grabbed a few directors and came to the virtual screen. Alexander forced them to open their eyes. After the pupils, fingerprints and faces were scanned, the system entered the last scene. Voice input requires several directors to read out their authorization codes. They couldn't resist before, after all, it was just a scan, which was easy. But if they were asked to read out the authorization code, they said they would not do anything. This matter is too involved. Once they do it, if they don't do it well, they will fall into an irreversible situation. They must not give it to him. This is also the reason why Director Holly did not take any action, because there is a last insurance. But surprisingly, Alexander didn't expect them to enter the authorization code at all. Alexander only operated a few times on the virtual screen. Then 5 voices sounded at the same time. It was their voices. Director Holly immediately screamed, "You recorded our voices. This means that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been monitoring them. They even got their authorization codes and voices." Alexander smiled and looked at these usually arrogant idiots, and he felt so happy in his heart. Hydra has always done things like this. Either don't do it, or do it perfectly. On the other side, more than a dozen action team members stepped into the headquarters control room fully armed. One of the team leaders walked behind the curly-haired staff and said, "Start the launch program." The curly-haired man turned his head to look at the sturdy man whose arms were thicker than his thighs, and immediately turned his head back to the screen. He swallowed hard, and said in a trembling voice, I. The team leader's face was gloomy. "What's the problem?" "Follow my orders." The staff in the command room all looked at the two. The rifles in the hands of more than a dozen action teams have been slightly raised, as if they were ready to take action at any time. Several agents also bowed slightly, and their right hands moved slowly, ready to draw their guns at any time. Curly's body tensed up, swaying slightly back and forth, panting several times before he said, "Yes, sorry, I can't start it." Then, he seemed to have made a difficult decision, and turned his head again to stare at the captain. The captain's order is not to launch the aerospace carrier. The captain's hand pressed on the holster on his thigh, pulled out the gun, and pointed it at Curly's head. "Do you have any objections?" "I have an objection," a voice sounded, breaking the almost stagnant air in the command room. The captain was slightly stunned. Turned his head and looked at the corner of the command room. "You are." I saw Kai standing in the corner with a cup of coffee and looking at the group of people. "Well, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s coffee is really good. Speaking of which, your S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ability to do things is not very good, but when it comes to spending funds, it is really professional. I just checked online, and your coffee machine costs $30,000. The coffee is also top-notch. Too luxurious." A group of people were stunned. "Damn, how did this guy get in?" The Hydra captain's hands were shaking. "It's over. This is not an enemy that can be fought by willpower alone." At this time, Curly raised his hand tremblingly. Sir, those are my coffee machine and coffee, not from the bureau." Kai was stunned. "Oh, sorry, I thought they were provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. I'll compensate you later." No. Curly pointed to the muzzle of Hydra's gun. "If you can save me, my coffee machine and coffee are yours." "Really?" Kai said in surprise. "Really? Then Curly's head was broken by a gun butt. "Shut up. Kai. Don't move, if you..." But Kai's movements were faster than his mouth. Before he could finish speaking, Kai's right hand instantly drew the gun and raised it, sweeping it out, pulling out the phantom of his arm in the air. Pa 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 pa. Chapter 1034 Grand Mola. The captain next to the little curly-haired man had his head exploded with a snap. Brains and blood splashed all over his face. Then the action team members who followed the captain and did not escape the sweeping bullets, and each of them was hit by a bullet in the middle of their eyebrows. No more, no less, 1 bullet for each person. It was a complete mess. In less than a second, more than a dozen action team members who rushed in with guns all fell down. The little curly-haired man touched his head and took off an eyeball. Then he let out the sharpest scream of his life. The pitch was so high that even women could only feel ashamed. Sorry. Kai drank the coffee in one gulp, threw the paper cup in his hand into the trash can, and then apologized to the little curly-haired man very politely. He spoke with an apologetic look on his face, while slowly pressing the release button, ejecting the magazine that had just been emptied, and replacing it with a new magazine. I haven't played the game of gunpowder for a long time, so I'm a little rusty. At this time, everyone remembered that the man in front of them had always been a policeman, and before he became famous, he was known as an iron-blooded sharpshooter. However, after he got the Asgard armor, he rarely used a gun. The 7 or 8 SHIELD agents beside him looked at each other, and several of them put their hands on the handles of their guns, but no one dared to pull it out. Pulling it out. Don't talk about the problem of whether the hand speed is fast or not, it's really. Even if you can really shoot Kai, it's useless. Others are famous for their magic weapons. Moreover, who knows what this short and terrible firefight is about. Even if Kai seemed to be helping just now, it doesn't mean that he is on the side of SHIELD. You know, Kai is famous for not liking SHIELD. Their director was arrested by the police because of this. It's embarrassing to think that the dignified SHIELD director was arrested by the police. Although the agents in the command room didn't think that a superhero would kill them for no reason, but no one dared to take it lightly. What if? Right. While Kai was killing the operatives who were trying to control the command room, a wonderful drama was also being played out in Alexander's office upstairs. Director Holly was communicating with Steve through line of sight. He must have a backup plan, and it's definitely not those minions. We don't have that much time. The background sound was the sound of banging on the door. I think you SHIELD can change the door of the monitoring room to a better one next time. After all, you have embezzled so much money. I'm not from SHIELD. Director Holly typed the message indignantly. Sometimes, you have to take action to force the opponent to reveal his trump card. I believe in your strength. Well, if you die, I will go to your museum to mourn you. By the way, I have never been to your museum before. Huh? You haven't been there. Are you still an American? Steve asked the agents in the monitoring room to hide. He didn't ask them to help defend against the enemy, as long as they didn't make trouble. I'm Russian. Although I work for Americans for some reasons. Long live Russia. Hurrah! Holly, the female director, now misses her hometown in the snow and ice. At least the people of the Russian bears are more, well, simple. The Americans are too tricky. Well, I have always forgotten about this, Steve said speechlessly, and then he called Tony, but the other party didn't answer. Steve thought of something. He wanted to find Tony at the first time, but the next second, he thought of Carter's words. Bucky, he definitely doesn't want to live like this. Yes, living like this, it's better to die. Being used as a tool, first used by Hydra, then used by the Soviet Union, then used by Hydra, then used by his own country and SHIELD, and then used by Hydra again. It takes Steve several minutes to talk about the mess in between, not to mention the people who have experienced all this. If Bucky really recovers, can he accept himself like this? Steve has seen the records of the Winter Soldier. Since he disappeared, he has killed at least 800 people, most of whom are innocent good people. That's right, if the bad guys don't kill the good guys, how can they be called bad guys? Since they killed the good guys, they are definitely not good guys. That's murder. He didn't know if he would be used again even if he saved Bucky this time. What should he do if this happens again? So he stopped. Although he was still tangled in his heart, but Kai also contacted Tony at this time. How is your side? Tony's face was solemn, not very smooth. This guy is very difficult to deal with. Not far away on the opposite side, a man with a shiny left arm and a black mask was shooting at him with a gun. It was the Winter Soldier. Kai originally planned to help, but unfortunately, Tony's headache-inducing energy came up again, and this time he would take revenge on his own no matter what. Then, he was beaten up. The nano armor is indeed very advanced, but this thing, to be honest, it is much worse than the previous one. The protection is poor, and the attack power is even worse. Now it's underground again, and it's impossible to summon weapon pendants. I can only use the pulse electromagnetic cannon to fight. This thing is very powerful for ordinary people, But the problem is that it is useless for the Winter Soldier. Even if he is accidentally hit, the Winter Soldier is like nothing happened. The Winter Soldier is no worse than Captain America in terms of physical fitness, and he has a mechanical arm, which makes him even more difficult to deal with. After just 2 sentences, Black Mask quickly approached again, firing continuously with a rifle in his hand. Tony didn't even see him off and went straight to him, not caring about talking to Kai for a while. While the fight started here, the situation on Alexander's side also changed suddenly. Among the 4 directors, the only female Holly was nearly 50 years old, with wrinkles all over her face and cold lines on her face. She looked like a dean of education. She was wearing a gray-blue professional suit and was a typical civilian bureaucrat. At this moment, this woman who was almost half a grandmother suddenly waved her hands, and 2 electric shock pads instantly hit the 2 farthest members of the action team. The 2 hydras fell down with convulsions all over their bodies. While waving her hands, the old lady bent forward and rushed forward, like a female leopard, with her 2 palms spread outward and hit the chins of the 2 closest hydras. The 2 flew to the sides, their jaws made a cracking sound, completely shattered, and they lost consciousness immediately. The old lady lifted her right leg and swung it hard at the center point of a hydra, a little further to the right. At the same time, her body and left hand stretched out and grabbed the gunman of the hydra on the left. With another click, the hydra's fingers turned into chicken claws, and the gun fell into her hand. Snap! 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 After getting the gun, she shot left and right without hesitation. The last 2 hydras were shot twice each just when they wanted to aim. Snap! 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 The first 2 people who were electrocuted and the one whose gun was taken away and broken were shot again, all in the head. Holly turned her wrist and pointed the gun at Alexander. After a set of movements, it was smooth and slippery. She didn't look like an old lady at all. Chapter 1035, The Treason of Treason. Alexander was stunned. He looked at the old woman with a single gun pointing at him. He immediately understood. "You are not Holly." Holly, who was opposite him, sneered. She pressed her neck with her free left hand for a moment, then wiped it across her face, and a layer of translucent nano-mask was removed. "You are not Alexander either." She took the opportunity to pull off her brown wig and threw it away. A young and pretty red-haired beauty appeared in front of everyone and said with a smile, "Sorry, did I interrupt your party?" As she said that, she raised her gun. "Come on, raise your hands and pretend to be the minister. This is not a useless effort. With your hands hanging at your sides, you can do many small movements. It is very simple to send a signal." The fake was unmoved, and the surprise on his face faded. He is not a rookie. He has been pointed at by guns more than 8 or 10 times in his life. With a calm smile on his face, he slowly picked up the wine glass in his hand and took a sip of the champagne in it. "No, Agent Romanoff, you put down your gun first and stand aside immediately." Natasha casually handed the gun in her hand to another director next to her. "Well, this director is from China. He is the director who is least likely to be controlled by Hydra. After all, that is China. Shield is blank there, not to mention Hydra." The director took the gun without any hesitation and continued to point it at Alexander. Although this director was born as a civilian and is unlikely to be on field duty, within a few meters, this director will definitely have no problem killing the old Pierce with a few shots. Natasha walked quickly to the desk, turned on the virtual screen, and asked, "Oh, what's the reason?" Alexander showed a weird smile on his face. Because of this, as soon as the voice fell, he gently walked to the side and avoided the muzzle of the gun. The 3 directors twitched and fell down at the same time, and the director with the gun was not even able to fire a shot. Then, Alexander smiled and looked at Natasha, and the 2 of them looked at each other. For a moment, the air fell into silence. Natasha noticed that Alexander's eyes subconsciously glanced at her left chest, and she reacted immediately. She waved her hand in front of her chest, and the insulating gadget extended from the mechanical glove picked up the silver brooch. This temporary pass in the form of a brooch was given to the 4 people by Alexander, so it was normal for something to go wrong. Before, she didn't know that this thing was given to them by Alexander, so when she knocked out the female director in the toilet, she took it with her. After all, she had to replace her, so she naturally had to pretend to be more like her. Unfortunately, Natasha was wearing an insulating combat suit inside, and her chest was a key protected area. With an extra layer of protection, the brooch was ineffective. It must be said that women do have more advantages at certain times. Alexander obviously didn't expect this, and his face changed immediately. He rushed forward 2 steps, bent down and picked up the pistol dropped by the director. It must be said that this fake and shoddy minister is indeed agile, but the problem is that his enemy is Natasha. Natasha was originally a super agent whose physical functions were close to the limit of the human body. Moreover, Nick Fury generously strengthened her with adamantium metal nanomachines. Now she is far better than before. The fake just bent down, and the gun was stepped on by a high-heeled shoe. A white calf was in front of him. The fake minister showed helplessness and slowly stood up. Agent Romanoff, you are really amazing. Natasha picked up the gun on the ground and walked back to the desk. Thank you, but do you want to say anything now? As a top agent, it is a basic quality to keep an eye on all directions and listen to all directions. Although she was walking, her peripheral vision was paying attention to everything about Alexander, including facial expressions, eyes, and body movements. The observation results were not good. As a top agent, intelligence analysis is also an indispensable basic quality. In addition, after living for so many years, her understanding of human nature is much better than that of ordinary agents. This fake is definitely not desperate at this moment. Maybe he has the ability to pretend to be calm, but this possibility is not high. Having a trump card is the most reasonable answer. Natasha doesn't think that a click on the badge can really satisfy a mastermind who has woven such a big conspiracy. The 2 tricks of the action team and the brooch are too routine. It's not unexpected at all. But the fact is that she didn't underestimate the imposter, but overestimated him. Who didn't expect that Natasha and the others would appear here? You know, the entire SHIELD headquarters is secretly controlled by their people. It is impossible for ordinary people to sneak in easily. What he didn't expect was that his men failed to control the command room at this moment, and the super thugs were fighting with Tony. As for other places, I have to say that Hydra is just an evil organization after all. It can corrupt many people, but it is absolutely impossible to really corrupt SHIELD. Because it's impossible. It will die in the light. If that young man reports it directly in excitement, it will be a lot of fun. So when recruiting new people, Hydra has always had only 2 ways. One is to seize the handle to coerce and lure, and then slowly brainwash. But to be honest, no matter where in the world, there are always more good people than bad people. Because there is a threshold for being a bad person, who would deliberately become a bad person if they are not dirty-hearted? Therefore, this method requires caution and self-confidence in distinguishing those who can be called Hydra and those who can only be used as flags. Chess pieces are mostly fence-sitters. If you want them to really work for Hydra is not that stupid. The second type is to adopt orphans and train them since childhood. This is even more complicated. But the advantage is that this kind of people are really good. The disadvantages of these 2 types are similar, and the efficiency is extremely poor. It is impossible for Hydra to fully infiltrate SHIELD, and it can only replace its own people at key points. And Steve's appeal is not covered. As soon as Steve's broadcast came out, SHIELD immediately fell into chaos. Although the Hydra team had an advantage, it was soon suppressed by SHIELD agents. There is no way. There are also traitors inside Hydra. Don't forget that the biggest force inside SHIELD is Alexander Pierce. Some of his people were abandoned and participated in the operation. The other part turned into SHIELD agents on the spot, and led SHIELD agents to fight Hydra. Don't be too happy playing with the left and right horizontal bars. As a result, the plan did not go smoothly as expected. Now no one came to save Alexander. This mistake did not affect the correctness of Natasha's judgment. Chapter 1036 Backdoor. Alexander did have a backup plan, but it was not a shocking plan, but the simplest one, to ask someone to save him. More than 20 members of the operation team were rushing here. This was just the simplest and most direct trump card, and also the last one. But Alexander had to turn over another trump card now to prevent Natasha from shooting him with the next shot. He sneered, "Oh? It seems that the brooch is useless to you," but his eyes swept over the 3 directors lying down, and he said slowly, "It's not difficult to kill them." Natasha smiled brightly and did not doubt this. The 3 directors should have been temporarily unconscious due to the strong current emitted by the brooch. With the nature of Hydra, this brooch must not be so simple. In addition to the uniform function, it must have an instant kill function. Otherwise, Natasha would not have treated it so carefully just now. However, he miscalculated one thing, that is. "You seem to have made a mistake, Natasha. I have resigned. After saying that, Natasha also made a gesture of invitation to the counterfeit. The counterfeit was stunned. He didn't know. Seeing the fake's expression, Natasha was also stunned, and then she laughed. Haha, so interesting, you didn't know about this. The fake's face tightened. This was the first time he showed such an expression. Who do you think discovered the Inside Project? Natasha didn't expect that the news of her rebellion was still unknown to her. Alexander didn't say it before. Well, it seems that it's not his fault. When Kai and others talked about this matter before, they never said that the Skrull was pretending to be her. It's you, the fake was shocked. In fact, until now, they don't know how the matter was exposed. At first, they thought it was Nick Fury, and Nick Fury wanted to shut down the Inside Project, so they thought Nick Fury discovered them, so they took the initiative. But unexpectedly, Nick Fury died unjustly. Well, these guys haven't discovered until now that Nick Fury is not dead. I have to say that the matter is basically a mess at this point. After Hydra realized that the sea base was destroyed, they immediately realized that the Inside Plan was discovered, so they moved up the plan, but they didn't expect that everything was because of Natasha. They really didn't expect it. Yes, that's right, it was because I found this thing that I sent a letter of resignation to Nick Fury. So now, you threaten me with these people? Go ahead and kill them. What does it have to do with me? The 5 directors are very important to SHIELD, and they are also great figures in the world political arena, but so what? Natasha is just an unemployed vagrant. She has no responsibility for these people. Can the judicial authorities sue her for this? Sue her, an unemployed vagrant, for failing to protect these people when saving the world? Don't be funny. Besides, you killed the people, it has nothing to do with me. In the current situation, she will not kill Alexander at most, but it is no pressure to put a few bullet holes in his legs. If the 3 directors survived, if they saw Alexander intact, they would probably hate her. If they died, there would be no need to worry about the 3 people complaining. At least she saved Director Holly, which can be regarded as leaving a single seedling for the World Security Council. With her mind racing, Natasha came to the desk, put a gun next to her, and opened the virtual light screen to operate. Alexander's attention fell on the light screen involuntarily. Seeing her operation, he looked strange. Upload the internal files of S.H.I.E.L.D. Are you sure you want to do this? Natasha only watched him with a corner of her eyes, and said calmly, no, Alexander Pierce, if you do this, the illegal activities done by S.H.I.E.L.D. will also be known to the world, and it will be completely destroyed. Natasha looked at him strangely. I have resigned. Of course she would not do that. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is still needed to hunt down Nick Fury. However, since the authorization has been passed and the database has been opened, Natasha will naturally not let it go and directly copy all the data out. This can be regarded as catching S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Achilles heel. Once Nick Fury's matter is resolved, there is no need for S.H.I.E.L.D. to exist. And these are the weapons against S.H.I.E.L.D. But these things do not need to be told to this fake. Natasha sneered, S.H.I.E.L.D. is just a tool for you Hydras. Now, let Hydra be buried with it. The faker looked unhappy. In fact, he didn't care about the information. If the Inside Plan succeeded, it didn't matter whether S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Hydra was exposed or not. If the plan failed, even if he escaped, he would have to hide for the rest of his life, and the collapse of S.H.I.E.L.D. would not affect him much. If he died or was caught, there was no need to worry. It was all over. What made him uneasy was Natasha's attitude. Natasha was an agent who was good at observing people's words and expressions, and the faker was also an old fox who had experienced many storms. In her expression, there was a kind of calmness that everything was under control, just like Natasha also felt that he still had a trump card. But he was one of the leaders of Hydra. And Hydra controlled S.H.I.E.L.D. and a large number of overseas forces. No matter how powerful Natasha was, she was just a field agent. Where did she get the confidence to compete with him? Steve? The Shadow Bureau is indeed a trouble, but it is not that the imposter underestimated the Shadow Bureau, because they are just a trouble now. Not fatal. The imposter could not figure out what gave Natasha such confidence. Nick Fury is not dead, he soon thought of a possibility. So his face looked ugly. Natasha looked at this guy in surprise. What on earth do you think that Nick Fury is dead? Natasha was not surprised that Nick Fury was not in the same group with these guys. Because it doesn't matter. From the moment the Skrulls appeared, Nick Fury was the biggest betrayer of mankind. Does it matter whether he is Hydra or not? It's just that Natasha didn't expect why they wanted a stupid Nick Fury. Well, Natasha didn't know that Nick Fury had planned to shut down the Inside project. Even if she knew, she wouldn't believe it. It's really Nick Fury. No one knows better than Hydra how difficult Nick Fury is. Although the reality is that Hydra has always played Nick Fury around. But that is not an easy thing. This is a monster that makes the real Alexander Pierce regret handing over the position of director. After a moment, the fake's face became even uglier. The action team that came to rescue him did not show up, and the orders sent to them did not respond. He lost the first small card. Then the second card, the lives of those directors, well, it seems that they are ineffective. He was very anxious. Because if he continued like this, he didn't know whether the Inside project would succeed, and he would definitely be finished. Fortunately, he had more than one trump card. He noticed that Natasha actually started to want to unlock the top secret documents, and couldn't help but say, "You can't open it, it requires 2A level authorizations. Those top secret materials are internal materials of SHIELD, with extremely high authority, and when did SHIELD obey the Security Council? There are so many things that the Security Council doesn't know. These materials are considered internal materials of SHIELD. And the so-called A-level authorization is only possessed by two people, the director of SHIELD and the American director of the Security Council. Well, a few days ago, these two people were Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce. Now that Nick Fury is dead, it doesn't matter whether he has this permission or not. At least that's what the Hydra people thought before. Alexander Pierce is the only one left. The fake does have Alexander's authorization code, but the problem is that the directors doesn't have it. Unless the board appoints a new director, these documents can only be locked in the database. Natasha just glanced at him casually. "Have you arrived?" The fake subconsciously looked around. Natasha's words just now were obviously not directed at him. At this moment, a black mist appeared from the corner of the room, and then a man walked out of the mist. Hannibal was still the same, handsome, but it was a little different today. He was holding a human head in his hand. Nick Fury's. Natasha and the fake were stunned. Damn. Then Natasha and the fake looked at Hannibal with horror. This guy cut off Nick Fury's head? Natasha looked at the HUD hesitantly. Can this thing still be used? This is the top secret unlock of S.H.I.E.L.D., not a movie. It is impossible for a contact lens to fool people. The biometric system will automatically determine that the eyes belong to a living person, which is a double test of DNA plus iris. How can you find Nick Fury's body and fool people by doing something casually? You try. Hannibal handed the head to Natasha. As a result, Natasha just got the head. The head seemed to have just suffocated, took a deep breath, and opened both eyes. Well, one eye. Natasha almost threw the head in her hand away. What the hell is this? Fortunately, the head can't speak, but just instinctively panted violently. Oh, hurry up, my spell can't last long, this thing will lose its activity soon. Kai really doesn't have the ability to resurrect the dead. But Kai has the Secretary of the Dead. The Book of the Dead is the artifact of the Egyptian god of death. If the god of death himself comes, it is not impossible to resurrect a few people. But the body needs to be well preserved and the soul of the person still exists. The existence of mummies is not without basis. Kai can't resurrect people. He doesn't have that ability. The Book of the Dead is useless. He doesn't have the godhood of death. But it doesn't matter. This thing itself is not a real human being. It's just a clone. Kai can still use the Book of the Dead to revive its body, for a period of time. Natasha immediately threw the horror aside and picked up Nick Fury's clone and pressed it against the light screen. A-level authority detected, Nicholas J. Fury. Then Nick Fury's head began to rot violently. In the end, it turned into flesh and blood and fell to the ground, leaving only a skull. Natasha swallowed her saliva. Damn, it was too exciting. The next thing is easy. Whether it is Alexander himself or the fake, they are in their hands, and they can do whatever they want. A-level authorization detected, Alexander G. Pierce. A-level authorization confirmed, encryption unlocked, confidentiality agreement cancelled. Then the top secret information of S.H.I.E.L.D. opened the door to Natasha. Natasha said again at this time, "How are you doing? I'm going to start." Alexander didn't know who she was contacting, and it was useless to know. He was now defeated. And Tony's voice had already sounded in Natasha's ears. Fuck. Wait a minute. Jarvis. Accept the information. By the way, remember to erase your traces. Don't let anyone find out. Then Natasha saw the data start to be transmitted. How long will it take? A few minutes, because Natasha and Jarvis authorized Jarvis to access the SHIELD network. With Jarvis's computing speed, it didn't take long to transfer those files. It was at this time that Tony panted and shouted, "Wait! Jarvis seems to have found something interesting." Fuck. Nick Fury, that bitch, actually left a backdoor in the database system. That's right, never trust Nick Fury. Because he will never trust others. This guy did leave a backdoor in the system. Without anyone knowing, this guy had already planted a mine in the database. He actually has 2 permissions, one for each eye. Yes, many people think Nick Fury is a one-eyed man. But in fact, it is not the case. His other eye is indeed injured, and his vision is seriously impaired, so he wears an eye patch, but the problem is that the eye has not been removed or damaged. He just can't see clearly. It's just that this guy has been wearing an eye patch for decades, making everyone subconsciously think that he is indeed a one-eyed man. In this way, no one notices his hidden secrets. It is precisely because of this that he set the useless eye under the eye patch as the highest permission, and the normal eye is set as the first permission that everyone thinks. Awesome. This guy is so shady. Even if there is a problem and someone cancels his permission, he can use the useless eye to open the authorization. The most sinister thing is that he also set his useless eye as the highest permission. That is, if he wants to unlock the top secret information, he doesn't need a second authorization at all. What's more insidious is that even if someone can clone his genes and use the intact eye to open the headquarters database, Nick Fury will find it immediately. If Jarvis hadn't directly entered the system, no one would have discovered this backdoor. This means that once SHIELD starts hunting down Nick Fury, SHIELD will be directly transparent to Nick Fury. Kai's voice also interrupted at this time. Natasha, open the so-called restrictions and let Jarvis enter the entire system to see if there are any such backdoors. If there are, clear all of them. It's best to leave a few traps. Once Nick Fury enters the system, we can track him. Huh. Good idea. Tony applauded Kai's brilliant idea in between being beaten. Okay, Mr. Wayne. Natasha also used Nick Fury's authority to give Jarvis the highest authority. Since we've done it, let's be straightforward and leave a backdoor in the system as well. At this time, Steve, who had been offline, suddenly interrupted. Tony was silent. Continue to concentrate on fighting with the Winter Soldier. Jarvis, Kai had no choice but to stand up. Understood, sir. Chapter 1037, Being Tricked. Hannibal waited for Natasha to finish everything before he asked, "What should we do with this imposter?" Natasha paused and shook her head slightly. It's more convenient for him to be alive. After all, the person in the White House needs him to prove his innocence. Otherwise, the Security Council will tear him apart. According to their established strategy, Alexander Pierce cannot leave the stage yet. They need a complete shield to deal with the threats of Nick Fury and the Skrulls. When the imposter heard this, his eyes flickered immediately. Alexander is not exposed. Originally, he thought that if Hydra failed this time, then the arrangement of SHIELD would be completely destroyed, but now there is a sudden turn of events. They didn't know that Alexander was also Hydra. But on second thought, yes, who the hell would believe that the leader of Hydra is actually the director of SHIELD? Thinking of this, he immediately knew what he should do. Protect Alexander to death. He is the future of Hydra. As long as he is still there, the Hydra of SHIELD will not be eliminated. At most, it will be dormant for a period of time, but it can still rely on absorbing nutrients from SHIELD to grow stronger again. Just like it did decades ago. Of course, he also has his own little thoughts. The cause of Hydra is indeed very important, but it does not hinder his own little thoughts. To be honest, most of the people in Hydra are poisonous. A bunch of bad guys. Bad things are really bad, but to say that the faith is firm, it is also true. With the tone of Hydra, no matter how you look at it, it is an evil organization. Everyone in the world shouts and fights, and the first generation of the organization died before the mission was accomplished. Most of the organization's strength was lost in World War II, but it's just like that. It has not only not declined until now, but it has become more and more prosperous. This would never be possible without the support of faith. As for the little thoughts of the counterfeit, it is also very simple, to save his life. As long as Alexander is fine, then Hydra can be preserved. If he is lucky, he may not be able to do something to let the counterfeit fake his death and get away. And even if his life can't be saved in the end, he can avenge them. Although it seems a bit difficult, there is also a thought, right? If Alexander also falls, then the widow's son will die, and there will be no hope at all. What? There are other branches of Hydra? Although everyone calls it Hydra. But in fact, the concepts are similar. After so many years of division, everyone has been playing their own games. Who cares about his life or death? At this time, Hannibal spoke, cut off one head and 2 heads will grow. If this head of Hydra is not cut off, maybe there will be 4 more heads? Besides, taking his head can also prove that Alexander is innocent. When saying this, Hannibal felt a little awkward. He actually had to kill a Hydra to prove that another Hydra was innocent. Natasha had no choice but to solicit opinions from others. Did you hear that? Give me some advice. After a moment, she seemed to get a response and nodded to him slightly. Okay, kill him if you want. I can't stop you anyway. I can only fuck that fake. Too damn decisive, right? No interrogation? Interrogation? Kill me now? Ahem. Wait. Do you want them to be buried with me? The counterfeit pointed at the 3 unconscious directors. This was his last trump card. And the Inside project has already started. I can help shut it down. The latter sentence was a lie, shutting it down. The Hydra gang was very careful that once it was launched, it would either succeed or fail, so they didn't set a stop procedure for the Inside project at all. Hannibal walked over slowly and stretched out his hand to the counterfeit. For love and justice, for world peace, their sacrifice is worth it. What the hell are the directors? Hannibal has nothing to do with it. Giving up the opportunity to kill for a few politicians? That doesn't fit Hannibal's personality. Counterfeit, what? Bang! Hannibal's hand covered his head. Then the counterfeit felt his head shake, and then he felt a dizzy feeling. His vision gradually blurred, his consciousness blurred, and he murmured, "So, is this what death is like?" Then he died. Joe was the emperor, but he died like an ordinary man. In the face of death, everyone is equal. These grandsons talk about the difference between high and low, noble and humble every day, but what is the reality? What is the difference between dying and being a poor person? It's still just as ugly. Natasha looked up at Hannibal. She didn't expect him to be so decisive. She was still thinking about interrogating some information. How could she know that Hydra had already had a traitor? Lady Viper, that is, Lady Hydra, has abandoned the dark and joined the light. With such a big traitor behind, it is only a matter of time before all the Hydra are caught. Besides, what if this guy exposes Alexander in order to save his life? Things are so interesting. The purpose of being killed and the purpose of killing are actually the same. For a while, one of them was busy, and the other closed his eyes and stood still, and the office became quiet. 2 minutes later, the door of the office suddenly opened and 2 figures rushed in. One of them rushed to Natasha, and the other rushed to the imposter. It seems that the person who came to save him has finally arrived. But the problem is that the imposter is already dead. The 2 men were extremely fast. Natasha had just reacted when a black fist with a metallic texture was in front of her. She raised her hand without hesitation. Duong. The man who attacked her had a flash of surprise in his eyes. He did not stop and swung his other fist. Duong. Natasha was beaten to the ground and retreated 7 or 8 steps before she stood still. Her face became surprised. She had been strengthened by nanomachines. Her reaction speed and strength were stronger than the human body. Looking at the black shadow in front of her, she felt that she could not resist. The surprise on the face of the man opposite her was even more obvious. After a slight hesitation, he still stretched out his hand and swung it. Clang. A half-meter-long arm sword popped out from his right arm armor. He rushed forward again quickly, and the arm sword was as fast as lightning, slashing down on her head. As Natasha stepped back, her hands dropped and wiped to her waist. The attacker was too fast. It took less than a second for the other party to get from the door to her. After taking 2 punches from the opponent, she suffered a great loss and could only retreat to relieve the force. Her wrist also felt like it was going to break. However, that was all. The opponent's attack was fast, and her reaction was not slow either. Almost instantly, she rushed forward with her hands behind her waist, and at the same time, she put her hands together, as if she wanted to clamp the sword that was slashing down. The other party sneered, "Seize the blade with bare hands? Where did this layman come from?" Many people know how to seize the blade with bare hands. But who has ever seen it in actual combat? This thing has always been just a beautiful vision. Not to mention that as a defender, it is passive to begin with, so it is not easy to seize the opportunity. Just say that the other person has a knife in his hand. You go up and clamp the blade with bare hands. Don't grab the knife, but get your hand cut first. The correct way is to grab the opponent's wrist. Seize the knife. Only a fool would do that. With this in mind, the other party's hands moved faster. Snap. But what made him feel incredible was, this woman actually clamped it. But so what? The man was startled, but that was all. After all, he was stronger than Natasha, so what if the blade was caught? He would win if he just rushed over. Just as he had this thought, Natasha caught the blade and twisted it to the side. Then she kicked the man. The man just shook his body, and then acted as if nothing had happened. He felt that the kick was not heavy. And Natasha did not intend that this kick could cause any harm. She just used the power of the kick to distance herself. Natasha rolled lightly and stood 2 meters away. A dying struggle. But the next second, the man didn't even have time to make any moves, and fell down with convulsions all over his body. It turned out that just now, Natasha had attached 2 electric shock pads to both sides of the opponent's dagger. Natasha worked as a secretary for a certain young master for a while, and she did get some benefits. For example, the electric shock patch she usually uses is not only more convenient to use, but also several times more effective. Ordinary insulation layers are likely to be ineffective. The opponent in front of her was obviously equipped with metal, and the insulation was obviously very ordinary. So, this guy was fooled. She reached behind her waist again and got 2 more electric shock patches. She turned her head to look at the other side, but found that the attacker who rushed towards Hannibal had already fallen silently. Slightly surprised, she threw the electric shock patch at the twitching attacker in front of her. Anyway, this kind of electric shock patch is very thin, and it is very easy to carry a dozen of them in your pocket. Suddenly, the attacker in front of her twitched even more. The electricity of the electric shock patch can almost paralyze a person, but the time is actually not long. What else can you expect from such a small thing? But fortunately, there is enough stock. Hannibal was still so nonchalant, just glance at the unlucky guy. He was foaming at the mouth. In just a moment, Natasha threw 4 or 5 electric shock tablets at his face. The attacker before could not cause any ripples in Hannibal's heart. One of the 2 attackers who rushed in before rushed over to rescue the fake. The fake was killed by Hannibal, but there was no wound on his body. So the guy judged that the fake could still be saved. So while rescuing him, he punched Hannibal in the head. But unexpectedly, Hannibal's right hand backhanded a punch almost instantly. This punch was extremely fast, but the power was not great. It was considered a backhand jab. But the angle was tricky, and the attacker's fist crossed with his fist, and then he felt a pain in his neck, and then his eyes went black. Hannibal's punch was a latecomer. It was stuck at the node where the opponent could not change direction under the force. So the fist does not need too much strength, just wait for this super fast attacker to come to the door. Crack! The man's neck made a slight cracking sound. Kai's punch. It was Hannibal's punch that was aimed at the opponent's Adam's apple. The opponent hit Hannibal with all his strength, and Hannibal's fist blocked his throat in advance. It was his own strength that killed him. The opponent's throat hit Hannibal's fist, and his lower body ran forward by inertia, successfully hanging himself flat in the air. Natasha also began to check the equipment of the 2 attackers. From Natasha's perspective, the equipment they wore was very rough. The equipment this man wore had a bit of the shadow of Iron Man armor, but if you look closely, you will find that it is quite different. At least it is not fully covered, and all kinds of joints and places that need to move are exposed. It is a bit like ancient armor, but there are more devices at the closing point to transmit and increase the user's strength and speed. In terms of protection, the key parts are protected, but other places are very poor. It is estimated that it cannot solve the problem of the elasticity of the full coverage armor. In this regard, it is several levels lower than the iron armor and the bat armor. But it can also be seen here that the equipment manufacturer did not make fine products like Tony Stark. Instead, it made works with mass production prospects. To put it bluntly, it is for soldiers. Even if the US government obtained Tony's Iron Man suit technology, it would not be possible to equip soldiers on a large scale. This is a cost issue. No country is willing to equip its soldiers with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of individual equipment. How much is a soldier worth? But from here, it can also be seen that the other party seems to intend to equip this kind of mecha on a large scale. But the problem is that with a screw transmission system, Ordinary soldiers can't bear the power increase brought by this mechjet at all. If they stretch their legs casually, they will tear their thigh muscles. Natasha looked at the two bodies and found that there was a centipede-like metal machine lying on their backs, which kept emitting yellow light. What is this? Fuck. We seem to have been tricked. At this moment, Tony suddenly shouted. What? Natasha didn't react yet. Flying aircraft carrier. SHIELD has prepared not only 3 aircraft carriers, but they are taking off. There are 2 more docks in the special zone, but they don't belong to SHIELD. We didn't know about their existence beforehand. I just found them in SHIELD's system. Fuck, they were tricked. I don't know if it's Nick Fury or Hydra, but these bastards obviously want more. Tony's previous estimate of the 3 generations of aerospace carriers is that these 3 carriers can send all the important cities on the east and west coasts of the United States into the sky. If successful, the specific death toll should not be much more than the Battle of New York, but it will definitely not be less. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud bang from the artificial lake next to the Santa Fe building of the SHIELD headquarters. A bolt of lightning flew out of the lake. It was Kai. Give me the location. Kai's roar rang out in the communication. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1038 will continue to update twice tomorrow. Today I will update 2,000 words first. In short, Tony's guess was wrong. SHIELD didn't just build 3 flying carriers, but 5. Hydra did have a plan for only 3 flying carriers at the beginning, but with the rise of superheroes, SHIELD, or Hydra, noticed a variable, that is, the resistance of superheroes. For this reason, they need to make a backup plan. So the construction of the other 2 flying carriers was arranged in secret. Nick Fury didn't know about this. But these orders were signed by Nick Fury personally. Now, no matter what happens in the end, Nick Fury has to take the blame. According to Hydra's plan, once the InSight plan sends all the target figures in the United States into space, there will be 5 motherships that will cross the Atlantic, sweep across Europe, and finally explode in Asia. The terrible thing about this plan is not who is killed, or how many people are killed, but to kill as many key people as possible. For example, according to Dr. Zola's algorithm, Benjamin Fisher in the White House is not a key person, and only a small part of the staff is on the list. However, the bosses of some capital groups are the first priority targets. Many groups need a strong leader. For example, Tony Stark has long been out of charge of the management of the Stark Group, but if he dies, Pepper will soon lose the power of the president, and the group will inevitably fall into internal strife. In other words, this InSight plan exists to clean up various soul figures. Without these integrated figures with personality charm, ability, and resources, the world will inevitably become a mess. Only by breaking the order of a peaceful society can Hydra rise wildly in chaos. More importantly, SHIELD does not need to completely eliminate the target figures given by the InSight plan. What they want is not to kill everyone, but to make society fall into chaos. As long as 10% of the cleaning target is completed, the world will enter a state of frequent chaos, and Hydra's basic goal will be achieved. 20% is good, and 50% is perfect. This is just a simple avalanche effect. The less snow is pushed at the beginning, the slower the increase in this reaction will be, and it may not even spread. If 50% of the key figures can be eliminated, the threshold of the avalanche reaction will inevitably be exceeded. The chain reaction at that time will cause the world to fall into uncontrollable chaos in an instant and last for a long time. This is why the Fake was not panicked until his death. Indeed, it is very scary to be attacked by someone inside SHIELD, but don't forget that they still have a backup plan. As long as the flying aircraft carriers in the 2 docks take off smoothly, then the 2 flying aircraft carriers will ensure that the SHIELD headquarters will be sent to the sky as soon as possible, and then the special zone will be sent to the sky as well. Chaos will be inevitable at that time. In fact, he has been delaying time. As for them stopping the InSight project? Haha, don't be funny, wouldn't Hydra have thought of such a thing? At the first moment of the InSight project, the core computing program of the InSight project was directly transferred to the flying aircraft carrier. The supercomputers inside the 5 flying aircraft carriers can support the InSight project to run all the time. Unless the program is turned off on the flying aircraft carrier, no one can stop this. Moreover, even if Tony can bypass such an agreement and directly attack the core program on the flying aircraft carrier, there is no time. 2 aerospace carriers have already been launched into space. If we don't take them down, something serious will happen. Frank, take your people and stop those aerospace carriers now. Otherwise, it will be too late. Kai is alone. Even if he summons Batman at this time, it's a bit too abrupt. Is he going to split himself in public? That would be socially dead. Fortunately, Kai had already arranged reinforcements. Now it's just in time to use them. Huh? Aerospace carrier? What is that? Frank had been on standby near Capitol Hill under the order of the White House, but he was still confused when he heard Kai's words. Frank had never seen an aerospace carrier. In fact, the aerospace carrier was rarely deployed. During the Battle of New York, it hid in the open sea, hundreds of miles away. Ordinary people have never seen it at all. The second time was because of Aquaman. That time, the aerospace carrier appeared to save people, but after all, only a few people had seen it. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D. kept it secret, so there were not many people on the market who really knew about the aerospace carrier. Frank had never seen it once. He was a soldier, and he was familiar with aircraft carriers, but flying in the sky, and motherships? Can these two things be close to each other? Why send such a big thing into the sky? As a target? What practical significance does this thing have? It's a flying aircraft carrier. Then Kai told Frank the location of the dock. Go now. Be sure to destroy that thing. Tony will support you later. After saying that, Kai didn't care about Frank and hung up the phone. Frank scratched his head, speechless. Then he saw a huge monster rising in the sky in the distance. Fuck. There really is a flying aircraft carrier. Logan, who was standing next to him, was also stunned, and the cigar in his mouth fell to the ground. Victor was more pragmatic. He scratched the back of his head and asked, well, how are we going to get up? This made Frank and the others look at each other. Yes, how are they going to get up? Logan, Red Tank, Victor in a talkative way are all mutants, but they really can't fly. Frank was even more so. Although he had accepted the dragon bone extract and regained his youth, his physical fitness was greatly improved, but he was still an ordinary person and could not fly. At this time, 2 people suddenly flew in the sky. A black man wearing a flying backpack, a pair of wings stretched out from the backpack behind him. The other one was James Rhodes, the Iron Patriot who was strongly promoted by the government during this period, and Tony's friend, Rhodes. As soon as they landed, they said to Frank and the others, Tony asked us to come here. We will take you up. Because time was urgent, several people were not interested in greeting. The Iron Patriot grabbed Frank and Logan. Victor looked at Wade and grabbed the Iron Patriot's feet. The black man wearing a flying backpack looked at the situation in front of him, and then came behind the tank helplessly. If he could choose, he would definitely not choose Red Tank. Red Tank is 2 meters tall, and this is still the state of temporarily sealing his ability using the seal left by Kai on him. If the seal is unlocked, the ability will burst out and he will immediately become a 3-meter tall super strong man who can fight with the Hulk. But even so, the height and weight of the Red Tank are terrifying enough. He is full of muscles. Looking at his wide and thick torso, he weighs more than 300 pounds. He is fatter than O'Neill when he was the fattest. But now, the black guy with the backpack seems to have no choice. After all, Rod brought 4 people alone. Chapter 1039, Eating a Date Pill. Sam Wilson was born in Harlem, New York, a black area full of street violence and gang fights. It is not a good place. As early as 1994, it was rated by newspapers as the worst neighborhood in Harlem. 8 of its 36 apartments have become the dens of drug dealers, and drug dealers are also eyeing other apartments. Drugs and violence always accompany this neighborhood, and Sam grew up in such an environment. The reason why Sam did not sink in these things is entirely due to his father, a Catholic priest. He grew up in the church until his father was killed in order to stop a violent crime. Sam always remembered his father's teachings and was an upright person. Later, because Sam had no money to go to college, he chose to join the Army. After joining the Army, he was selected by the Air Force and later transferred to the 58th Division Airborne Rescue Force. He carried out the X-07 Falcon's secret plan, but unfortunately the pilot died. He chose to retire and worked at the Veterans Service after retirement. Then he was recruited by the Pentagon and became a member of a new project, the Falcon Project. The project was initially led by Justin Hammer's Hammer Group. This project was considered a supplement to the Air Force version of Iron Warrior, that is, Justin Hammer's copycat Iron Man project. However, when Whiplash used the copycat Iron Warrior of the Hammer Group to launch a riot, the Hammer Group was abandoned by the military, and the project was stopped. When the Hammer Group fell apart because of Justin Hammer's imprisonment, the military, which had obtained some of the assets of the Hammer Group, discovered the project again and restarted the project. Sam Wilson was lucky to become an experimenter for this mission. What he is wearing now is the product of the Falcon project led by the military. Falcon 1. Falcon 1 is a detachable wing flying backpack. It uses a jet-powered glider, which is composed of lightweight titanium ribs and polyester film. The wings are covered with a thin layer of solar receivers that convert light energy into electrical energy to power the electronic equipment on his uniform and boots. The mechanical wings can be detached from his uniform and reset. His uniform is made of synthetic stretch fabric with a steel alloy mesh lining. The entire system of the Falcon uniform is controlled through the Falcon mask. There is a hidden claw on the uniform with a mechanical rope for hooking opponents and targets. These claws are very useful when climbing, swinging the body, and when the wings fall off. The visor on the uniform has various functions, including infrared night vision goggles, infrared object imaging, remote imaging sensors, and 360-degree visual activation equipment. There is also a band receiver and signal transmitter on the dashboard. At this stage, Falcon 1 is still in its infancy, and its attack firepower relies on the armor pistols on both arms. It can only be used as a reconnaissance unit. But subsequent improvements have begun. And Sam Wilson was awarded the title of Falcon by the military. Well, the military also intends to create its own superhero. Damn it. Buddy. What on earth did you grow up on? You're too heavy. Seeing Rhodes and the 4 people flying into the sky, leaving him far behind, Sam could only hold the back of the red tank, which was as thick as 2 big men, and complained. The red tank was actually more frightened than Sam. The wing behind Sam actually looked quite big, but when Sam held his back and lifted him up from the ground, the wing instantly shrank several sizes. It was like Cupid's wings growing on a big elephant. It was a bit funny to watch. Don't move. You're going to fall, Red Tank shouted with his eyes closed. He was a little afraid of heights. Before today, he had never known that he was afraid of heights. He didn't feel it when he was flying on a plane before, but here, with nothing to cover him, and he was flying with a silly boy behind him. Red Tank felt that he was really afraid of heights. He was not sure if he would be killed if he fell from such a high place, but it would definitely not be pleasant. While the two were arguing here, Rhodes had already flown over the flying aircraft carrier with 4 people. Seeing someone coming, the Hydra on the flying aircraft carrier immediately launched an attack. Rhodes could only dodge and try his best to get close to the aircraft carrier so that he could throw the 4 people down. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to carry 4 people. Moreover, he was fine in the air without any cover or obstruction. Wearing a battle armor, at least he didn't have to worry about his life safety. But the old people on his body were really mortal. If they were hit by a blank cannon, half of their bodies would be broken. But before Rhodes found a good position, he felt his feet empty. The guy in the red and black tights actually jumped down like this. Phew! Rhodes was shocked. Damn it, their altitude was at least 50 meters away from the aircraft carrier, and he was still flying fast. If he didn't fall to death if he jumped down like this. Bang! Sure enough, the one who was so arrogant just now turned into a meat pie without any surprise. Of course, this is an exaggeration, but his limbs and neck were broken like 18 bends on the mountain road. He was definitely not going to survive. In fact, not only Rhodes was stunned, but also the Hydras on the flying aircraft carrier were stunned, and the battlefield was even quiet. So, what is this guy doing here? Funny? Huh? This was the first time Rhodes met such a teammate. What is this guy doing here? Is it funny? Even though the other party was considered a teammate in this operation, Rhodes still couldn't help but complain in his heart. It's too much? When he jumped down, he was still shouting, making Rhodes think that this guy was so powerful, and his feelings were explained as soon as he appeared. Don't worry about him. He will get up soon, Frank said with disgust. Wade likes to play this. Very bad taste. This guy is not afraid of pain, let alone death, but afraid of having no money. As long as you give him money, you chop him into 10 or 8 pieces, he will be happy. Huh? What kind of teammate is this? Your friend is dead. You should react more violently. This team is doomed. Just when Rode was stunned, a burst of bullets suddenly shot over. Rode just wanted to dodge. As a result, Logan actually grabbed his arm and rolled over to block him. Bang, bang, bang. Frank was cunning and quickly grabbed Rod's back and used Rod to block the bullet for himself. Rod stared at Logan with his eyes wide open as he was hit by the anti-aircraft gun bullet and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. This man is so damn loyal. He used his own body to block the bullet for himself. Rod felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his forehead. But the next second, his hot blood ran cold. Fuck. This bullet is really powerful. Chapter 1040 I have a cold and feel uncomfortable. That's all for today. I will make up for it with 6,000 words tomorrow. Nest. Rod almost threw Logan off his body with a start. Is this a human or a ghost? Logan was not only alive, but also full of energy. He kept cursing. His vocabulary was so rich that Rod, the son of a pastor, couldn't stand it. Wait. Why haven't you cleared the anti-aircraft firepower yet? Frank also cursed loudly. Although the bullet was blocked by Logan, the impact was still not small. Rod was almost shocked and fell down, which scared Frank. If he fell down, it would be hard to say what would happen to others, but he would definitely die. Rod hadn't come back to his senses yet. Wade, that talkative transvestite, the guy who just jumped down and died. Bullshit. Did that guy die? But the next moment, his worldview was challenged again. Suddenly, Rod felt that the barrage on their side suddenly became much thinner. He looked up and found a red figure holding two samurai swords killing people on the deck of the aircraft carrier. Wait, that guy is Wade. Hey. Boy. Get down quickly. I can't bear it any longer. At this time, Victor's claws and fangs were already stretched out, and his muscles were tense and swollen. Obviously, the beating just now aroused Victor's ferocity. Rod also came to his senses at this time, and immediately drew an arc and rushed towards the flying aircraft carrier. But halfway, he was suddenly stopped by an energy field. Bang! What the hell is this? At this time, Kai was also asking the same question. Kai found the flying aircraft carrier in the north. Facing such a thing, Kai would naturally not let it go. He immediately went up and planned to use Thor's tomahawk to hit it hard. As a result, he was stopped by the energy field. Oh. It seems that the energy shield is quite effective. Tony's voice came. Huh? Are you done over there? Kai remembered that Tony had been fighting with a winter soldier. How come it was over so quickly? No, he ran away. I'm chasing him, Tony said. By the way, what is that protective shield you mentioned? Kai remembered what Tony had just said. Tony casually pretended to be invisible, and got to the point. Didn't the government hand over the Chitauri wreckage to our Stark group for storage and processing last time? I have been studying it for a while. I also shared a lot of technology with the government, so my research on Chitauri technology is definitely the highest level on Earth. In order to make this mothership have the strength to compete with its Chitauri warships, they found me, and I helped a little at the time, and directly used a large number of finished Chitauri warships, so even if Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. are definitely on guard against you spying, you can still rely on your understanding of the mothership's operating mechanism to control it, Kai asked curiously. If so, things are actually simple. Tony, if you can't talk, then talk less. Hydra is not an idiot. How could they abuse my program? It's hard for me to control them directly, but he changed the subject immediately. But if I can enter their main control room and forcibly complete the physical insertion, I guarantee that they will obediently submit to my wisdom, Cameron said. That is to say, I still have to break in violently, right? This is equivalent to saying in vain. If he enters the flying aircraft carrier, it will be completely destroyed in a few minutes. Whether Tony can control the flying aircraft carrier is not very meaningful. Well, yes. Tony suddenly said awkwardly, when S.H.I.E.L.D. found me, they regarded you and Thor as imaginary enemies. They were afraid that people like you would directly break into the aircraft carrier, so I made some improvements to the aircraft carrier's reconnaissance system, thinking that individuals like you with huge energy fluctuations would be blocked outside the position S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems that Tony, this bastard, also had his hand in this. Tony also knew that he had done something stupid. I didn't know they were Hydra at the time. The government has stepped in, so I have to give them some face, he quickly complained. Oh, I found the Winter Soldier. No more talking. I want to avenge my beloved father. No more talking, asshole. How to describe the relationship between Tony and his father. A typical Stark family tsundere. Even though he and his father care about each other, they both show disdain. Tony has never said a good word about his father, but now Tony is fighting for revenge. Kai is too lazy to talk about him. Ancestral tsundere. There is no hope. There is nothing to say. Kai can only use brute force to crack it. On the other side, Rhodes also found a problem. He couldn't get through, probably because of the problem with the armor on his body, but others could get through. Just when he was about to report his discovery to the higher-ups, suddenly several F-22 fighters flew over from a distance. Almost without any hesitation, the fighters immediately launched missiles at the aircraft carrier. Of course, this is useless. The missile exploded on the protective force field, and the flying aircraft carrier was fine. Rhodes immediately wanted to warn the fighters not to approach the aircraft carrier. But it was too late. The three fighters were not clear about the range of the protective force field, so they plunged into it. Then 3 balls of fire exploded on the protective force field. At this time, Rhodes' warning was also received by the pilots through the public channel. The pilots immediately began to climb. They pulled the distance and continued to bombard with missiles. At this time, Rhodes also threw the remaining 3 bosses onto the deck of the aircraft carrier. As soon as the 3 bosses landed, they immediately encountered stubborn resistance. The Hydra on the mothership was not too strong, but the defense measures and equipment were partly made of the ready-made products of the Chitauri, which were not bad at all, and there were quite a lot of people. Relying on the advantages of geographical location, number of people and equipment, the Hydra fleet defense personnel put up a tough resistance. In order to stop them from advancing, these guys didn't even mind dying together to create bad roads to block the route of Team X. Moreover, there were also many warriors wearing simple armor that attacked Hannibal and Natasha before. Their reaction ability, strength, and speed are far superior to others. What's more terrifying is that they have no sense of pain and are fearless. They charge forward with their heads covered, facing Frank's bullets. They are so reckless. Fuck. Where did these guys come from? Frank shot a mech warrior in the joint, causing him to fall to the ground, then bit off the grenade pin with his mouth and threw it over. Boom. The mech warrior was blown away. Natasha's voice suddenly appeared in their communicator. That is a secret project of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Death Warrior Project. But S.H.I.E.L.D. seems to have abandoned this project a long time ago. I didn't expect Hydra to pick it up and mass produce it. The Death Warrior Project is actually a derivative project of the Super Soldier Serum. It's just that when this project was just launched, hundreds of people died, and in the end, not even a qualified soldier was produced. Even if you survive the experiment in the end, you will be accompanied by serious violent tendencies, hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, schizophrenia, extreme irritability, and then go crazy, and then die of severe organ failure. So S.H.I.E.L.D. at that time determined that this plan had no prospects, chose to close the plan, and destroyed all the data. After all, the death of hundreds of experimenters is not good to talk about. But obviously Hydra doesn't care how many people die. They succeeded. And started mass production. Why can't S.H.I.E.L.D. defeat Hydra? It's not because they are bad. It's because they are not bad enough. What a pair of bastards. The weather is so fucking weird. The temperature was almost 30 degrees in the past 2 days, and I was wearing short sleeves. As a result, after the weather changed, the temperature dropped like diarrhea. The next few days were low temperatures. I covered myself with a blanket yesterday, but I caught a cold. I was afraid of getting sick, so I did a nucleic acid test. Fortunately, I was fine. I took the medicine now, and I can't stand it anymore. I'm too sleepy. Make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 1041 Tank Landing. Tank. Come here quickly. We are in a bit of a pickle here. Frank didn't care who the woman's voice was. At this time, the one who could connect to the communication system should not be an enemy. If that was the case, there was no need to care. What was really deadly was these fearless death warriors. These grandsons really didn't know how to write the word death, and they rushed up with a roar. Masters like Logan and Victor were suppressed for a while. There was nothing to say about the skills of these two, but it can only be said that they did not exceed the human limit too much. Fighting alone, it would be no problem to deal with a death warrior, but the problem was that the other party didn't talk about this. Not only that, Frank could also see that these people were all trained as soldiers. They advanced and retreated in moderation and cooperated with each other seamlessly. What was even more rare was that these people were really reckless. Logan's fine steel claws just opened 3 holes in a guy, but the other person didn't take it seriously and punched Logan in the face with a backhand. Then the death warrior next to him rushed over, grabbed Logan's other hand, and then punched Logan in the head. Without hesitation, Logan stabbed his claws into the guy's heart. Others were even more ruthless, holding the grenade and dying together with Logan. In other words, Logan really couldn't die, otherwise Logan and Victor would have already explained it with this kind of fighting style. Now the one who can solve the problem the most is Tank. Strength can defeat skill. Small fights can't solve the problem. Here it comes. Tank's voice became very strange, as if someone had caught his offspring, and his voice was soft and not like usual. Brother, be careful, don't throw it wrong. Tank didn't trust this black guy at all. Damn, Frank had already started the war, and he was still flying slowly in the sky, and swaying. To be honest, there were a few moments when he hoped that he would just fall down and beg for mercy, at least it would be a one-shot deal, instead of hanging here, which made him even more scared. Don't worry, compared to Tank, Sam was actually under more pressure. The Falcon mecha on him, although it was called a mecha, actually had no transmission system at all, and did not add any bonus to its own strength. This is also because his own power system is not as good as Tony's Iron Man suit, resulting in insufficient weight that can be carried. At the same time, it is also because of this that his firepower system is so simple. At this time, some people will say, since his power system is so bad, why can he still carry a tank? The tank is almost 400 pounds. People who ask this question only consider the weight factor, but not the inertia factor. There is also recoil when shooting. Falcon looks beautiful, but in fact, he can't do many actions in the air. Because there is no other aerodynamic equipment to assist, the Falcon mecha is greatly affected by inertia when flying. The most obvious example is that his turning arc is very long. The only thing worth mentioning is that it is more flexible when flying at low speed. Once the speed is increased, the inertia cannot be offset by the power, but it is not as flexible as ordinary fighters. It is also because of the lack of those equipment that Sam himself can carry the tank completely relying on the strength of his own arms. This is very pit. Sam was indeed a tough guy. He could hold on for such a long time while holding a 400 Jin super strong man. But that was it. He was about to give up. Goodbye. With his strong willpower, Sam finally flew over the aircraft carrier, and then with a roar, he threw the tank down fiercely. Boom. The huge weight of the tank, like a bomb, fell heavily on the deck of the aircraft carrier. The huge impact force even made the entire aircraft carrier sway a few times. The Hydra also reacted. A large number of Death Warriors began to rush to the place where the tank fell. They had to fight desperately. But when the first Death Warrior came to the side of the tank, things became different. Ouch! It hurts. The Death Warrior watched a 3-meter-tall giant slowly stand up from the ground. He was wearing a red thick steel helmet like an egg. Crack! Although it hurt a lot, the tank moved its joints and made a crisp sound. It felt that the bones in the body were loosened a lot, as if it had just been massaged. Bang! The Death Warrior quickly came back to his senses. Seeing that Tank hadn't noticed him yet, he immediately raised his hand and fired a shot, hitting Tank's head. Ling! The bullet hit his helmet, not even knocking off the paint on the helmet. It just made a crisp sound and bounced off somewhere unknown. Woo! But this made Tank come back to his senses. He lowered his head and looked at the Death Warrior. Without hesitation, Tank bent down and grabbed the Death Warrior directly. The opponent obviously didn't intend to give up. He raised a special rifle with a unique shape in his hand and kept firing at Tank. Da 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 da. But the result was ding 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 ding. The bullets had no effect on any part of Tank, but all bounced off. To be honest, Tank's ability is really abnormal. There is no weakness in his body. The fine steel is indestructible, plus he has infinite strength. What's more terrifying is that once he starts and rushes, he is basically invincible. Red Tank's mutant ability, the embodiment of unstoppable power. Once Red Tank starts moving in a certain direction, it is almost impossible to stop his movement. The only known example of him being stopped involves the effects of magic and physics. Tank obviously didn't intend to continue playing any childish games with this Death Warrior. He just exerted force with one hand. From the Death Warrior came the harsh sound of metal being squeezed and deformed. Kazikazi. The Death Warrior's face was flushed at first and kept firing, but as Tank grinned and increased his strength, the Death Warrior's face became redder and redder, and began to develop in the direction of purple. Then, As if reaching a certain critical point, the Death Warrior began to vomit blood. Ha ha ha. Red Tank himself has a cruel personality, but a long period of peaceful life has gradually suppressed this cruelty. He likes his current life very much. He carries wood, drinks, and educates the little fat boy every day. He doesn't know how comfortable his life is. But now, Frank told him that he doesn't need to suppress himself and can make a fuss at will. This made Red Tank feel the long-lost feeling of being able to relax without restraint. Bang! It was like the sound of a champagne cork being pulled out. The eyes of the Death Warrior burst out from their sockets. A huge amount of blood spurted out of the unfortunate Death Warrior. The mecha on his body was squeezed by the huge force and mixed with flesh and blood. Chapter 1042 Attack. The death of their comrades did not make the Death Warriors retreat, but became more violent. The centipede device behind them was pushed to the limit, and the light it emitted became brighter and brighter. Obviously, they began to fight desperately. But all this was meaningless in front of the tank. The tank casually threw away the flesh and blood in his hand and bent down. Ah, bang! The aircraft carrier deck under the tank's feet even sank into a big pit. Then the tank was like a runaway train, rumbling towards the crowd. Boom! The first Death Warrior facing the tank was directly smashed into pieces at the speed of the tank that almost pulled out a phantom. Blood splashed in the air, forming a layer of blood mist. The second, third, fourth. Nothing could stop the tank from rushing up. He was like a wild bull stepping into a nursery full of seedlings. Under his iron hoof, those weak seedlings had no resistance and were trampled, knocked away, and completely crushed into flesh and blood. The blood mist in the air became thicker and thicker. It even began to condense into drops of blood, which fell to the ground. It was like a bloody rain. The fearlessness and infinite strength of the Death Warriors were meaningless in front of the even more fearless and powerful tanks. Are the Death Warriors not afraid of getting hurt? It's useless. The Red Tank's ability is so unreasonable. Once it rushes up, it will be injured if it touches it, and it will die if it is hit. There is no reason at all. Even if they are lucky enough to survive, most of their bones are broken into slag. In this case, no matter how brave the Death Warriors are, it is meaningless. You can't expect them to violate human body mechanics and use the broken bones to support them to stand up again. In this case, the advantages of the Death Warriors are meaningless. In fact, if the Death Warriors are simply used as soldiers, they are undoubtedly qualified. They are strong, quick to react, and equipped with a power armor, which is very good. But the problem is that they are good in all aspects, but on the other hand, they have no characteristics. Not every enhanced person is Captain America. Is Captain America really strong? That's it. Stronger than these Death Warriors, but also limited. But the problem is that Steve's magical ability to fight anyone 50-50 is not something that every enhanced warrior can have. The 50-50 attribute is particularly prominent in the movie. He fights the Winter Soldier 50-50, and he fights Thanos 50-50. Are these two people at the same level? And what about Tank? He is stronger than those Death Warriors in every way, so of course he crushes them. With Tank's rampage, Frank and his team's pressure was relieved a lot at once, especially Logan and Victor. They were so frustrated in the fight. At this time, they seized the opportunity and fought to death. Wow! This big guy's so fierce, Wade said on the side. Shut up. You idiot. Frank turned his head and looked down at Wade, furious. Why is he looking down? Because Wade once again only has one head left. Frank looked at Wade and felt a headache. This guy was really out of tune. Originally, he was the first to come down, killing everyone and creating conditions for them to land. But this guy still couldn't restrain his desire to die. When he saw the Death Warrior, he not only didn't use his agility to move around with the enemy, but in order to be cool, he took two samurai swords and prepared to take other people's bullets. At first, there was no problem. He swung his two swords to form a wall of swords, which was impenetrable. That's so smooth. But the problem is, others have many guns. So when Frank landed, he saw this scene. Dozens of Death Warriors surrounded Wade in the middle, and then That scene. It was so miserable. It was all broken. Fortunately, Logan was loyal and didn't mind his chatterbox. He rushed in and rescued his body. This guy didn't have an adamantium skeleton like Logan and Victor. No matter what, the frame couldn't fall down. But what about Wade? Although he was stronger than ordinary people, he was not stronger than bullets. His bones were blown away. What did he use to stand up? Use his dick? Logan finally got the body back, but only a head was left. That's it, and it was just repaired. The thing before barely took on a human form. It can be roughly seen that it was a human head before. It will take at least a week to turn it into human again. In other words, this thing is not only useless now, but also extremely harmful. He is a chatterbox. His magic sound is not a joke, it can drive people crazy. Thinking of this, Frank directly tore a piece of cloth from his body and sealed Wade's mouth. While Frank and Wade were making a fuss, the commander of Hydra was about to explode. In the control room of the mothership, the commander looked ferocious and nervous. Hold on for me, don't let them in. Unfortunately, things will not change according to his will. The tanks have already rushed into the mothership. This guy doesn't care about anything, just one word, charge. So inside the mothership, sparks and lightning flew, explosions and roars continued, as if it was the end of a disaster movie. What can the commander do? He can only use human lives. If they want to achieve the basic bottom line of the Insight plan, they need to at least launch the first wave of attacks. This is also the strongest attack besides the mothership's self-destruction. But this attack cannot be launched at will. It takes more than 10 minutes to search for targets, lock targets, and unlock various weapons. This is not a game. The targets will not all be standing in easy-to-attack places waiting for them to launch. The mothership host is calculating frantically, constantly finding and eliminating those unsuitable targets. Attacking in batches is not possible. Now if the two motherships don't launch, the US officials will not understand the situation and will hesitate. The cost of building an aerospace carrier is tens of billions of US dollars, and the officials are absolutely reluctant to do so. Are you kidding? This is the property of the US government. What? You said that the Security Council also allocated funds for the 3 aircraft carriers under the shield? I can't. Who said that? Who did you give the money to? Nick Fury? Oh, I'm sorry, Nick Fury has defected. If you catch him, you will know where your funds went. Anyway, these 5 flying aircraft carriers are mine on my American land. But as long as the mothership launches an attack and causes heavy casualties, the US officials will immediately shoot them down no matter how reluctant they are. Don't talk about a protective shield. If the US government is really pissed off, hundreds of missiles will be sent up every minute. Will your protective shield really be invincible? Now, both sides are racing against time. Unfortunately, Hydra couldn't calculate that they were not ordinary superheroes this time. Even if they used the advantages of the terrain and equipment to try their best to stop him, Red Tank quickly rushed to the outside of the power room. But here, he actually encountered a strong enemy. 2 huge metal giants, each nearly 4 meters tall, blocked the door of the power room with a huge shield-like thing. Iron Overlord, Kai's voice sounded in the communication. Tony. What's going on? What? Tony was rushing to the mothership at this time, and he didn't understand the situation. It turned out that when Red Tank encountered the metal giant, Kai also encountered the same thing. But the difference is that Kai used violence to destroy the mothership's protective shield, and directly killed through the aircraft carrier and killed the main control room. These guys are obviously made according to the design of Iron Overlord. Kai took a photo of what he saw and sent it to Tony. Really, when Ironmonger was killed by Batman, Batman took away the reactor, and Ironmonger was recovered by Tony. Tony didn't care about it after that. After all, this thing not only didn't meet his aesthetic taste, but he also looked down on the technology on it. But I didn't expect Hydra to get this thing. From the appearance alone, this thing is very similar to Ironmonger, but many places have been changed. It should be that Hydra modified it after getting the technology. Some protective layers and firepower accessories are also attached to the metal body. But the overall volume is still reduced a lot, and a temperament of Ironmonger arises spontaneously. Ironmonger was also a strange thing that could hit Tony's mark and fly around. These 2 smaller versions are also interesting, and they look solid and reliable. The only weakness of Transparent is that the moving speed is slightly slow. But in the narrow mothership, this is not a big disadvantage. Red Tank obviously didn't think so much, and he didn't know any Ironmonger. He just bumped into it. But at this moment, the 2 Hydra version Ironmongers thrust their metal shields, which were similar to explosion-proof shields, forward fiercely. The 2 shields snapped together. Boom. At this time, the Red Tank also crashed in. Before the collision, several brackets appeared under the feet of the 2 Ironmongers, and they drilled directly into the metal deck, forming an extremely strong fixation. But now they were constantly being knocked back. There was a sharp creaking sound of metal twisting and tearing under their feet. It made people's scalps numb. Looking at the metal deck under their feet, 2 huge holes had been pierced, red law. But even so, they still maintained the posture of holding the shield. They stopped the red tank. It turned out that the shields they held were equipped with shield generators removed from the Chitauri spacecraft. Because up to now, the reverse engineering of those shield generators has not been very satisfactory. Those high-tech products are like this. Even if you are given the real thing, you can't crack some things in a short time. After all, this thing requires extremely high theoretical support, and it can't be done overnight. In this regard, Tony is the best, but even so, Tony has not been able to make a miniature shield generator as convenient as the Chitauri. He can only make giant shield generators with huge volumes, which are the ones used by the mothership now. If you want to miniaturize it, it will take some time to accumulate. And Hydra obviously doesn't have that patience. Their approach is very simple. SHIELD has received a lot of Chitauri shield generators. In this case, just stack them together and use them. Although this simple and rough stacking will cause the shields to affect each other, resulting in a decrease in the strength of a single shield, it can't withstand the stacking of Hydra. So even if there is loss, the strength is still amazing. The red tank was also bounced away. He shook his head and finally woke up from the dizziness. He saw the 2 iron tyrants holding up 2 very strange guns. Their muzzles were very large and square. They were strong and thick, but there was no magazine. There were only 2 very thick cables behind the butt of the gun, connected to a huge metal backpack behind. Before Red Tank could do anything, a buzzing sound was heard, and blue light flashed on the 2 strange guns. BIU. BIU. 2 groups of azure blue light shot at Tank. Tank immediately bent down to defend himself. But the next second, Tank felt his mind go blank. His body seemed to lose weight and swayed in the air. But this feeling came and went quickly. Then Tank felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and his ears seemed to have countless nails scratching the blackboard crazily. The sound made Tank feel a sharp pain in his ears and head. What's more terrible is that this kind of severe pain is so painful that it can't be relieved at all. To outsiders, it looked like 2 iron tyrants fired their guns, and then 2 balls of azure energy hit Red Tank, and then Red Tank flew out directly. Not only that, when Red Tank flew out, the corridors, floors, and ceilings along his path all deformed and shattered in an instant, as if they were trampled by an invisible big hand in an instant, directly creating a huge circular pit in front of Iron Tyrant. After waiting for the energy to subside, Red Tank was already lying on the ground dozens of meters away, with blood constantly flowing out of his 7 orifices. But Tank was not dead. But he was indeed seriously injured. But Tank also has the ability to regenerate, although not as exaggerated as Logan and the others, but it is enough. He wanted to stand up from the ground, but his feet softened and he knelt on one knee directly on the ground. On the other side, Kai's condition was much better. Because he had seen this thing. Or rather, Adam had seen this thing. In the Amazon, Adam followed the troops to carry out a secret mission, and ended up encountering an attack by a mysterious armed force in the jungle. Among them, someone was holding this weapon, although the weapon he saw at the time was much smaller than what he saw now. Sonic weapon. Adam's last memory was that several militants used several of these sonic weapons to defeat his special forces. It was also because of this incident that Kai, who had just escaped from the Forgotten Plateau, had the opportunity to use Adam's body to revive. No one knows the difficulty of sonic weapons better than Kai, who has the ability of vibration. To put it bluntly, sonic weapons actually use vibration to kill the enemy. There is no way to defend against this thing. Even the energy shield is not good. After all, the energy shield cannot isolate the air, right? As long as it cannot isolate the air, it cannot isolate a medium of vibration. Vibration is still effective. Of course, this isn't effective against Kai. Whether it is energy absorption or vibration ability, Kai can make it ineffective. Chapter 1043 The Final Struggle. So, back then in the Amazon, it was also the work of Hydra. Kai looked coldly at the 2 ironmongers who were already a little panicked. These 2 were unlucky. If they met other people, their energy shields and sonic weapons would definitely cause huge troubles, just like the Red Tank. But they happened to meet Kai, a freak. The 2 Death Warriors were also panicking. They contacted their superiors many times hoping to retreat, but there was no response, which made the 2 people's minds even more difficult to calm down. For this reason, they even tried to contact their immediate superior, the Hydra core scientist, Dr. Lister. To be honest, although the Hydra organization is evil, it respects scientists very much, and there are many people in their organization who hold high positions. For example, this Dr. Lister, this person is incredible, a veteran level, whether in SHIELD or Hydra. If nothing unexpected happens, even if Hydra is discovered, no one will find out that this guy is actually Hydra. But an accident happened. Alexander changed his mind temporarily and disagreed with the inside plan, which made the old Hydra represented by Lister very dissatisfied. Don't think that these old guys are willing to obey Alexander's command, so this group of people united and bypassed Alexander to force the inside plan. And these Death Warriors are the products of Hydra scientists headed by Lister. They named it the Centipede Project internally. But unfortunately, these Death Warriors still have defects. That is, after each action, these Death Warriors will fall into inevitable weakness and need careful maintenance to recover. But there are also benefits, that is, some nerves in the brain are damaged and full of destructive desires. Hydra has thought of many ways to transform the Death Warriors to better meet their requirements. But the Hydra is also full of quick success and quick profit thinking. Instead of solving the defects in the experiment, they decided to transform those Death Warriors. They brainwashed those Death Warriors. Well, isn't there something wrong with a brain? Then there is no need for a brain. Just go up and rush. Otherwise, do you think those Death Warriors are really so loyal? The core members of Hydra have been trained and brainwashed since childhood, so they are naturally loyal. But these Death Warriors, to put it bluntly, are all big-headed soldiers fooled from all over the world. Can they resonate with Hydra's so-called beautiful vision? So, expecting a stick of mercenaries to be loyal, unless Hydra has a hole in its brain. Brainwashing is so convenient to control. There is no need to pay wages or pensions. Otherwise, how could there be so many fearless Hydra members? If the people of Hydra are so loyal and brave, then there is no need to hide so much. But not all Death Warriors are brainwashed. After all, stupid soldiers also need people to command them, otherwise a group of mentally retarded people can't fight. And these Death Warriors wearing Iron Overlord are Death Warriors who have not been brainwashed. They are not fearless, and of course they cherish their lives. But now Dr. Lister can't be contacted. He is the highest leader of this operation. If he can't be contacted, something must have happened. Before, another mothership also received news that it was attacked by an extremely fierce enemy at the same time, which was almost the same as what they encountered. What's more terrifying is that the three motherships originally scheduled for SHIELD have not taken off yet. And the big boss in front of them is Kai Wayne. After fighting for a few minutes, the shields in their hands were already shaky, and the two heavily armored Death Warriors wanted to run away. But Dr. Lister couldn't be contacted at this juncture, and his whereabouts were unknown. If this guy didn't die, even if they survived in the end, they would probably be punished. There are a lot of ways to make people suffer without damaging their bodies in Hydra, which can definitely make their souls leave their bodies. The two Death Warriors could only send urgent requests to all the superiors they could contact. As long as one person agreed, they would quickly pick up the bucket and run away, but the problem was that their action of shirking the blame was too obvious, and they didn't get any response for a while. Then the two of them understood. The people above obviously thought that compared with the value of the completion of the inside plan, these two people were not as important as the two aerospace motherships. Whether to continue to follow the bet or decisively stop, this is also a difficult choice for the Hydra upper echelons. Unfortunately, the opponent was too fierce and didn't give them a chance to breathe, which made the two men feel a strong sense of death crisis. They seemed to have a choice, but the problem was that they couldn't make the decision. The two heavily armored Death Warriors on the other side were in a much better situation. At least they stopped the red tank. But the red tank was obviously also completely enraged. He kept charging again and again, which frightened the two Death Warriors. Damn, they finally knew what a fierce general was. Their sonic weapons knocked him down again and again, but every time, he would stand up again and continue to charge. Like an angry bull, he didn't know how to turn around or think of other ways. He just rushed. This really scared the two Death Warriors. Their sonic weapons were not mature, at least they couldn't fire infinitely. The energy for the sonic weapons came from the energy backpacks on their backs. The energy of this thing was limited. What was more terrifying was that this non-stop shooting had already made the gun bodies start to heat up. They didn't know that this thing was originally a test product. Who knows when it will be scrapped? Without this thing, they really had no confidence in stopping the red tank. What was worse was that at this moment, they heard a cry for help from the control room in their headsets. "The enemy is coming from the B-zone passage, come back quickly." The two people's faces changed. They were now in Zone C behind Zone B, which meant that someone bypassed them and attacked the control room directly. They were very careful about this before, but as time went on, the tanks made them panic and their resistance became weaker and weaker. They had no time to take care of the rear. In this way, Frank and his team had a chance. After Frank and his team got rid of the remaining Death Warriors on the deck with difficulty, they immediately rushed to the red tank. The tank's communicator had been scrapped when it was hit by the sonic wave for the first time. The good thing about sonic weapons is that its attack is comprehensive. As long as it is within the coverage range, everything will be shattered. When the communication was lost, Frank immediately thought that something had happened to the red tank. In this case, even if there were still remaining enemies, Frank had no time to deal with them. Originally, the focus of the battle was on the core area of the mothership, and it was useless to fight well on the periphery. Now that the tank had an accident, they naturally could not continue to fight. But the problem is, it's okay for them to be stuck here now, but if they separate and retreat, that's courting death. The two looked at each other, and one of them shook his head towards the passage. That was an external transport passage, and they could quickly escape from the mothership. As long as they got outside, they could quickly leave with the flying ability of Ironmonger. His companion opposite him was silent, struggling for a moment, and suddenly nodded slightly, then stood out and continued to shoot at the opposite side, repelling the red tank. Then one of them turned and ran, and the other began to retreat, but the action of his hands did not stop. Instead, he ignored the energy consumption limit of the sonic gun and continued to vent sonic bullets to the tank. Unfortunately, they were a step late. Frank heard the movement here and immediately understood that the tank was stopped here. Frank was also a ruthless person. He took out all the high-energy grenades on his body. This was a new thing invented by Tony. It was very powerful and also had an imp effect. It could paralyze electronic equipment for a short time. It had been used before, but the mecha electronic equipment of the Death Warriors on the deck was not much, so the effect was not obvious. But this time it was different. Iron Man was a completely modified version of Tony's Iron Man suit, with many electronic devices inside. So after a moment, there was a loud bang, and a heavily armored Death Warrior who had retreated into the passage was blown back by the air wave, spitting blood foam from his mouth. His companion behind him immediately pulled him up. "How are you?" the companion asked, but the man just spit out blood and shook his head repeatedly, as if he couldn't even speak. Just shaking his head desperately, the Death Warrior no longer hesitated, dragged the injured companion and ran away. With a clang, the two heavily armored Death Warriors ran away. Logan immediately followed, intending to hold back the two heavily armored Death Warriors, but just as he walked to the place where the two Death Warriors had just stood, a black iron plate-like object flashed with rapid red dots. Wolverine raised his head and looked at the Death Warrior who disappeared into the passage. With a blank expression and lifeless eyes, he said a blessing. Fuck, boom. Fire gushed out at the fork in the road, blowing Logan away directly, and by the way, a big hole was also created in the passage. Frank, the old silver coin, was not so impulsive. Besides, the team was full of meat shields. Wouldn't it be good for him to be a pioneer and hide behind to output remotely? He was a soldier. Soldiers only take completing the mission as their responsibility, of course, how to do it efficiently, simply and conveniently. He never considered the fact that shooting from behind would be embarrassing. Logan. Are you okay? It's okay, it's just that my internal organs flew out. Well, don't fucking step on my liver. Logan was still full of energy. For Logan, this injury was nothing. Speaking of which, Logan and Wade's regeneration abilities are still different. Logan belongs to the type that can regenerate quickly as long as the main body of the body is still similar. But if he is made of meat dumplings, he is finished. This is also thanks to his adamantium skeleton, which makes him very, very difficult to kill. After all, although the skeleton has become adamantium, the function of the skeleton itself is still alive. His bone marrow cells can still divide. This also leads to the fact that even if his flesh and blood are burned to ashes, as long as the bones are fine, he can still recover. Wade, on the other hand, was completely unreasonable. Even if you leave him only a tiny bit of cells, he can recover. It's just a matter of time. But if you burn him to ashes, I don't know if you can kill him completely. This has not been tried yet. Roar, with the roar of beasts, the two heavy armored death warriors were forced back. It was Victor. Like Logan, Victor had also undergone adamantium metal transformation. In this environment, Victor and Logan actually have an advantage in dealing with these heavy armored death warriors. After all, their claws can easily break through defense. Boom. The red tank, which had been silent for a while, also rushed out. He broke through a metal wall and rushed out directly, slamming into a heavy armored death warrior. He knocked the guy into the wall, and then smashed their metal shells with his hands like a gorilla. Boom. 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 One by one. The whole mothership seemed to be shaking. The already crazy red tank seemed to use all his strength, smashing like crazy. By the time Logan and Victor pulled him away, the unlucky guy had already merged with a metal wall of the mothership and the ironmonger mecha. If you want to get his body out, you can probably only use tweezers to pinch it out bit by bit. It's impossible to put it back together, so just collect some and burn them, just for the sake of thought. At this point, the Hydras in the SHIELD mothership had basically no resistance. In the central control room, the commander of the Hydra saw all this through the surveillance. He showed a look of despair, and then became crazy, raising his arms and shouting, "Cut off one head, and two heads will grow." "Hail Hydra!" The other more than a dozen Hydras also stood up immediately and shouted, "Hail Hydra!" Then, the commander quickly entered a long string of passwords on the virtual light screen in front of him, and then opened a transparent protective shell on the console. He looked at everything on the screen with red eyes and gritted his teeth. Finally, his eyes flashed with a crazy light, and he fiercely aimed at the square red button in sight and slapped it. At this moment, the door behind him flashed red and immediately split in half. Then a samurai sword slammed into his head. The other Hydras looked over and found a naked big-headed doll with a red Deadpool mask standing at the door. Huh? Countless question marks appeared on the heads of all the Hydras. Deadpool, doll? Are there such people in superheroes? Haha. 10 points. Full marks. I said that my dart skills are absolutely full marks. Those people can beat me. I must have taken too many drugs. Otherwise, the dart championship would be mine, but soon the big-headed doll made that iconic mean voice. In particular, he also used his chubby little hands to grab Little Dick a few times. This kind of bitch is definitely a once-in-a-century treasure, and there is no mistake. This is our little bitch. Deadpool Wade Winston Wilson. You are surrounded, put down your weapons and surrender, wash your assholes quickly, and enjoy the love of the Black Brothers. Then he was shot by people. Maybe if he hadn't said that, others would have considered surrendering. But there was no way. This was the style of this bitch. Immediately, a Hydra was about to press the red button. That was the mothership's self-destruction program. If this thing exploded, there would be heavy casualties within a radius of 20 miles. Fortunately, at this moment, there was a sudden loud noise, and the red tank made a brilliant appearance. He once again broke through the wall of the main control room and rushed in, smashing all the Hydras in a straight line into the bloody mud. Chapter 1044, Blind Men and the Elephant. By the time Frank and the others entered the main control room, the matter was over. The main control room had been controlled, and the self-destruct system had not been activated. On the other side, Kai had almost controlled the situation. Just waiting for Tony to come and solve the insight system. What should we do with these 5 flying carriers? In fact, the work of shutting down the insight system has already begun. After taking down the main control room, Kai and his team, under Tony's command, opened the network permissions of the motherships and allowed Jarvis to enter the systems of these motherships. What Tony really needs to solve is to dispose of all the core processors of the insight system. These things cannot fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, who knows what will happen next? Don't underestimate the integrity of those politicians. As long as the interests are in place, these people will not dare to do anything. So the only problem now is how to deal with these flying carriers. This is a very realistic problem. Or, should we destroy them? Natasha is most hostile to these things, thinking that keeping them is a disaster. After all, the combat effectiveness of this thing has been seen by all, and it is very likely to directly destroy the balance of the world pattern. This is something that Hydra made. Who knows if there will be any backup plan? And there is no need for others to worry about suspecting us. That guy almost blew himself up just now. Can we still be here to prevent Hydra from coming again? Don't worry, Someone on the mothership is willing to press the fire button, so you don't have to do it yourself. Natasha's plan is very simple: let Hydra continue to take the blame. Are you sure? Tony was stunned. He didn't feel sorry for these 3 motherships. Anyway, they were not his own. The key is that the cost of the 3 motherships combined is more than $200 billion. Natasha will destroy them with just one sentence. The US officials will go crazy. No, Kai directly rejected it. Hydra is indeed taking the blame, and destroying these 2 flying motherships will also destroy them. And even if the US government suspects, they can only suspect. What can they do? Are they really going to turn against each other? But the problem is not that simple. What about the 3 underground shield? This is the most realistic problem. There is indeed nothing wrong with these 2, but the 3 underground shield are hard to explain. Shield is now under control, and the idea of letting Hydra take the blame is doomed to fail. What's more, that's the 3 flying ornaments. Once it explodes, there will be too many deaths. In fact, there is a way to solve this problem. That is to deliberately let a certain mothership fire once, so that destroying them will not have too many consequences. Even later, public opinion can be mobilized to force the government to destroy the rest. Of course, this possibility is not great. But to do so is too grandson, and Kai will never do it. Once the inside plan is implemented, even if the first wave of fire is fired, it will not be the hundreds of people in S.H.I.E.L.D. who will die, but tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. And there is a third flaw. That is the hostility of the government. Although with their identities, this thing seems nothing. But there is a saying: no one is good for 1,000 days, and no flower is red for 100 days. Never underestimate the ability of those politicians to play dirty tricks and trip you up. These bastards may not be inadequate in doing things, but they are definitely more than enough for doing bad things. Who can guarantee that they will not make mistakes all the time? Once you make a mistake, it is easy for those politicians to seize the opportunity. At that time, they will mobilize public opinion and let the people deal with them. What can Kai and his men do? Will they take up arms against those people? Kai will not do such a thing. First, it does not suit his personality. Second, no matter whether such things are reasonable or not, they will become unreasonable in the end. Instead of doing this, it is better not to do those messy things in the first place. Deal with the government? Isn't it enough to have Hannibal and Batman? Otherwise, why would he create so many clones? Is it fun? Moreover, it is precisely because of the existence of superheroes like Hannibal and Batman that make the government feel uneasy. Kai and his men can sleep peacefully. Another way to play by keeping the enemy and protecting oneself. Besides, Hydra must have known the manufacturing method of this thing, and there is nothing wrong with it being taken away by the US government. As for destroying the international balance, it is not simple. Isn't it enough to secretly send the manufacturing drawings to China? As for why it is China, Kai is happy. No reason is needed. With the checks and balances of the motherland, the United States will not be able to expand much? Okay, let's stop this. I'll make arrangements. Others should not get involved in this, especially you, Natasha. You will probably be monitored for a while, so it's best not to make any moves and just go to work at Stark Group. Kai directly defined the matter. No more discussion. At this moment, the Special Administrative Region was in chaos. Various orders and inquiries from the FBI, CIA, Department of Homeland Security, Department of Defense, and the military were flying everywhere. Various operatives with or without names entered the Special Administrative Region secretly or openly. At this time, no one dared to believe others, and everyone only believed in themselves. Hydra infiltrated SHIELD. This is simply a big joke. But the problem is that the White House can't possibly play such a joke, right? The news spread thoroughly to the middle and high-level officials throughout the United States at the first time. The White House couldn't suppress such news. But the White House still consciously controlled the spread of the news. At least the public knew nothing about it. Even the launch of 2 flying carriers was claimed by the White House to be a test run of new weapons. As for why there was a battle, well, this is a test. Yes, it is a test. Whoever asks, it is a test. For most ordinary people, knowing these things is meaningless. Even if the president steps down, or even the entire US government steps down, it doesn't mean much to them. At most, they will change a group of spokespersons and cause chaos for a long time. The meat will eventually rot in the pot of the Capital Group. The bottom of the United States will always be the bottom. It is impossible to benefit from this incident. Instead, more people will be killed and injured. This matter is not like a big earthquake in California, which can be avoided. The people know the truth and have nowhere to escape. Even if they go to other countries, the vast majority of people are still ordinary people. Because in any country, there are not so many positions for everyone to stand at the top. Besides, Hydra is not unique to the United States. Is there a different one abroad? Allowing such news to spread will only cause chaos in the world, which will help Hydra. Speaking of Hydra, I have to praise Alexander again. This guy is really good at his job. S.H.I.E.L.D. has poked such a big mess again. Logically, S.H.I.E.L.D. is expected to be in big trouble. After all, it is not impossible for the US government to cancel S.H.I.E.L.D. after being infiltrated by Hydra to this extent. But Alexander just saved S.H.I.E.L.D. in such a desperate situation. Of course, this is also related to Nick Fury's selfless dedication. No matter what the blame is, it can be thrown on Nick Fury. He is simply a perfect trash can. But Nick Fury is not wronged. Whether it is Ares causing the Los Angeles War, the Cosmic Cube causing the New York War, or this inside plan, it is all this guy's messing around. He takes responsibility, and there is nothing wrong with it. In fact, up to now, whether Nick Fury is Hydra or not has not been determined. But one thing is certain, this guy is a traitor to mankind, and it can be regarded as determined. This is the first decision announced by Alexander after he appeared in SHIELD again after a full week in Washington. He will do his best to track down Nick Fury, regardless of life or death. At the same time, SHIELD also began a vigorous self-examination, starting with aliens. Starting from the headquarters, a very strict review was carried out. This time Alexander was a hero. The aliens didn't catch them, but instead caught a large number of Hydra agents. These were not Alexander's direct descendants, and they didn't know that Alexander was the leader of Hydra. Simply put, they were sold out. But the other surviving Hydra senior leaders all acquiesced to Alexander's actions. They knew. This is the backlash after the inside plan was exposed, and it is also the price they must pay. Now the only thing they have to do is to save Alexander. Let him keep the fire. Only in this way can Hydra be reborn again. And even stronger. No one would have thought that after a Hydra was cleaned up once, SHIELD would still have Hydra hiding, and it would develop more steadily step by step. In order to ensure this, Alexander must act more like a real SHIELD agent than a real SHIELD agent, and he must be as ruthless as he can be to the remnants of Hydra. Otherwise, he can't win people's trust at all, and if he doesn't, the White House and Congress will not trust Hydra again. If possible, they must throw out more abandoned pieces for Alexander to eat. But what they don't know is that everything they do is seen through by others. Tisk. Alexander's really cruel. Tony has been paying attention to Alexander's movements. As a result, he discovered such a big drama. It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Of course, this kind of thing should be watched by relatives and friends. However, Carter and Steve did not come. Originally, the relationship between them had eased a lot after the news of Bucky's suicide. Unfortunately, when the Winter Soldier appeared again, the relationship between Tony and Steve became delicate again. Tony did not trust Steve again. Of course, now he must show that he hates Hydra more than anyone else. Otherwise he will not be able to stand firm at all. You must know that this time it is not only SHIELD and the US government that are hostile to Hydra. The other 4 of the 5 directors are even more furious with Hydra. They almost died at the hands of Hydra. I don't even know if it is because of hatred for the house and the people in it. Alexander's position as a director was cancelled, and the new director was selected by the US government again. However, Alexander was re-employed as the new director. Well, he is not considered the new director. After all, he is the former director. Of course, this is just an acting position. His real position is a special consultant for SHIELD. The new director is likely to fall on Agent Hill, Maria Hill. According to the succession rules of SHIELD, Hill originally had no chance to succeed the director, even though she is now the last 2 level 9 agents in the entire SHIELD agents. But the problem is that she was born as a flag planted by the Security Council. Secondly, she is also Nick Fury's confidant. Finally, she does not belong to the director's department. The problem is that at this critical moment, in order to stabilize SHIELD, Alexander has to do this. Maria Hill is the best choice. Of course, the premise is that she can pass the final review, However, few people know that Hill has been in contact with Nick Fury. This is very infernal affairs. All kinds of traitors are rampant in SHIELD, and the Inside Project has not only failed to make SHIELD pure, but has become more complicated. Of course, no one knows so far. Do we really have to watch his poor performance? Natasha was very unhappy about this. She has gained Kai's trust and learned Alexander's true identity. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. thought about letting Natasha return to S.H.I.E.L.D. It was Alexander who invited her personally, but Natasha refused. Alexander could only express regret for Natasha's choice. There was no way. Natasha saved 4 members of the Security Council this time. And she was the first to discover and destroy the Hydra conspiracy. This made Natasha personally commended by President Benjamin. In this case, no one could say anything if Natasha wanted to quit S.H.I.E.L.D. Isn't this good? Next, we need to ask the Security Council to urge us. Nick Fury is a threat that cannot be ignored. We must find him. That's right, Natasha did not really leave the agent business as others imagined. It's just that she changed her employer. The target is the World Security Council. The status is suddenly high. She also shoulders the important task of contacting the Security Council and superheroes. Got it. Kai was quite satisfied with the current situation. He destroyed Hydra's evil plan and forced out Nick Fury, a hidden danger that might explode at any time. At the same time, he also allowed Hydra and Nick Fury to fight each other to their heart's content. Hydra has more than one head, the United States. Killing the American head will give other heads more room for development. It can only be said that in terms of doing bad things, although Hydra does not have the strength of the Chitauri, it is much stronger in determination and perseverance. Doing bad things conscientiously for decades and insisting on stirring up trouble all over the world is not something that ordinary people can do. Don't think that this incident ended very successfully. And there were no huge casualties like the previous major events. But this does not mean that Hydra is really stupid. Kai and the others thought carefully, and they had to admire the inside plan that Hydra had come up with. The most critical and fatal reason for their failure was that Natasha discovered the clues for no reason. Even until now, Kai and the others thought it was good luck. Who would have thought that Natasha accidentally stole her own intelligence and discovered the inside plan? Without this plan, Hydra's plan would be almost perfect. According to Hydra's plan, it is entirely possible to complete the startup of the reactors of the 3 motherships in the dock under the pretext of testing until the charging is completed. And everyone thought it was just a test and would not interrupt the process. The 4 directors who were the only ones who could stop the test in an emergency were all deceived by the fake pierce to S.H.I.E.L.D. and were given deadly brooches. When the charging is completed, the 3 motherships can open the protective shield when they are lifted out of the dock. Even if the U.S. officials noticed the abnormality at that time, they would have to spend another 10 to 20 minutes to contact and confirm the situation. At that time, the motherships with protective shields had already entered the low Earth orbit, which was enough to deal with the first wave of attacks from various countries and complete the full-scale attack on North America. At this time, if they encounter an irresistible attack again, they will also launch all medium and long-range missiles to blow dozens of important cities in Europe and Asia to pieces. The execution of the inside plan here is enough to reach more than 20% completion, which successfully caused chaos in the world. What a pity. As the inside project was discovered, Natasha led Kai and others to sneak into S.H.I.E.L.D. first and killed the fake Alexander in one fell swoop. Hydra is an organization with extremely strict hierarchy, and for a major operation like the inside project, the steps cannot be changed at will. Without a leader, everyone can only perform their own tasks and it is impossible to make adjustments, which led to failure. Kai felt that Hydra was unlucky. But in fact, Kai still didn't know that from beginning to end, it was Alexander who sold out his teammates. It has to be said that this major event was inexplicable from beginning to end. Everyone thought they had mastered everything, but in fact no one had a grasp of the overall situation. Everyone is in the fog, and what's more interesting is that everyone thinks they can see through it, and everyone else is in their own plan. It's like a blind man touching an elephant, and everyone thinks they see the whole picture. Well, it's quite interesting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1045 Nick Fury's helplessness. The world has changed. This was Nick Fury's first feeling. He was really injured when he was injured. After being rescued by the Skrulls under his command, he fell into coma. It wasn't long, including the time for surgery and recovery. It was no more than 48 hours. But 48 hours later, the world was no longer the world Nick Fury knew. What? S.H.I.E.L.D. was infiltrated by Hydra? What? Alexander was impersonated? What? The Skrulls were known to the White House? What? I was raped? What? I became Hydra? What? Hydra forcibly launched the Insight project? What? In fact, there are 5 flying aircraft carriers in total? What? It was Kai and his team who solved this incident, and all 5 flying aircraft carriers were handed over to the federal government? These news were shocking enough that the rest of the news became irrelevant, such as Phil had been quarantined for investigation, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Avengers team was ordered to stop activities. For example, all members of Phil's team are now in custody, and so on. Nick Fury didn't notice these at the first time. He is doubting his life now. No matter how conceited and suspicious Nick Fury is, there is one thing he always holds, that is, he always thinks that everything he does is to protect the world. I am a positive character. Or a big boss among positive characters, the type of behind-the-scenes manipulator who controls everything behind the scenes. But I didn't expect that in just 2 days, I opened my eyes and closed them, and I really became a behind-the-scenes manipulator. Where can I go to reason? This is undoubtedly the biggest insult to Nick Fury's life principles in this life. Even though Nick Fury has always been indifferent to praise or criticism, he was hit hard at this time. Who can accept that his lifelong career is completely denied by others? He believes that the people are blindly obedient, that politicians are corrupt, that the elites are selfish, that the soldiers are stupid, and that superheroes are hidden dangers. Only under his secret arrangements and protection can the world develop in a better direction. He did the same. But one day, he found that the people hated him, the politicians were hostile to him, the elites excluded him, the soldiers wanted to arrest him, and the superheroes thought he was the worst villain in the world. This gap still made him feel desperate. He didn't ask everyone to know his name, but he didn't want everyone to hate him. He didn't understand why they treated him like this when he was obviously doing it for their own good. Admittedly, he made mistakes. But his original intention has never changed. If you want to do something, how can you do it without paying a price? Director Hill didn't know how to persuade this old leader. In fact, Hill didn't really believe those accusations, otherwise Hill wouldn't have contacted Nick Fury again. Hill was not Nick Fury's man, everyone knew that, but no one knew that when Nick Fury discovered that there was a mysterious force lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D., he immediately found Hill. He told Hill his secrets. Because in a sense, Hill and Nick Fury are very similar. They are both people with a bit of idealism. There were many such people in the last century, and that was also the era of idealism. There are very few such people now. The export of the so-called universal values of the United States and the fall of the Soviet Union, the greatest idealistic regime in mankind, have caused the word idealism to no longer be so dazzling. There are very few such people in this era. Hill and Nick Fury both have a little bit of this color. They regard their responsibilities and beliefs as higher than anything else. It is also because of this cognition that although Hill and Nick belong to different forces, they cooperate very well. Both of them think that they can deal with people who can be trusted. When Nick Fury discovered that there was a hidden darkness in S.H.I.E.L.D., he immediately launched an investigation and began to look for people he could trust. Hill, Phil, and Hawkeye were among them, but compared to Phil, Nick Fury did not let Hill make any abnormal movements. Anyway, he just did what he should do. Until Nick Fury found that no matter how he checked, he could not find out what was wrong inside S.H.I.E.L.D. He realized that the problem was serious. He immediately launched his own actions. First, he told Phil to be independent and no longer stay in the headquarters. He pulled up the Avengers. Secondly, Hill was pulled into the core class by him and came into contact with the Skrulls. At the same time, he also showed Hill why he felt that he had the ability to suppress the Skrulls' trump card. Hill chose to believe Nick Fury and became a double agent. But no one knew that Hill would trust Nick Fury so much. In the face of so much evidence, Hill remained steadfast. Tell me, what is Alexander's attitude? Nick Fury actually always doubted his old boss. After all, the darkness inside S.H.I.E.L.D. could not have happened overnight. Alexander became very suspicious. Consultant Pierce is very sad. He thinks you betrayed him. Betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D. To be honest, this old silver coin is really good at acting. In fact, many people believed Alexander. After all, the matter was obvious. He was in the White House at the time and was mediating for Nick Fury. As a result, he appeared in S.H.I.E.L.D. right after. In the eyes of many people, he was a tragedy. At least Nick Fury really believed his old boss this time. Consultant Pierce has begun to form a secret team and started to track down any information about you. Many Hydra members were also taken away by Consultant Pierce and disappeared, and were secretly interrogated. According to my investigation, these people really disappeared. The kind of dead bodies are not found. Nick Fury's eyes became unusually deep. He knew his old boss, at least he thought he knew. Do you really think that after becoming a civil servant, Pierce has really become a vegetarian? Haha, can someone who can get together with Nick Fury and become friends with him be a good person? It's just that unlike Nick Fury, Alexander's cruelty is hidden under his kind eyes and can't be seen, while Nick Fury's side, he doesn't even need makeup to play a villain. He will not allow betrayal, and this kind of betrayal. Consultant Pierce even has doubts about me. My appointment as director was blocked by him, and he even had a fierce dispute with the board of directors for this. Many Hydras in the Bureau were also selected and executed by him personally. It is no exaggeration to say that SHIELD has been a bloody mess these days. I know, Nick Fury said. Hill hesitated and said, Director, why don't you contact Consultant Pierce? You have been friends for many years, and he will definitely trust you. Nick Fury smiled and said, You don't know Alexander at all. What he wants to do most now is to kill me. Not trust. The moment the Inside Project was launched, he could not have any trust in me. Why? Hill didn't understand. Everyone knew that the two had been friends for decades, and even had a lifelong friendship. There was still some trust. Then can you explain how the fake Alexander got his authorization code? Nick Fury pulled the corner of his mouth. This thing is really shit. What does this have to do with you? Hill felt that it should be Alexander's responsibility. He failed to keep it secret. How could he blame Nick Fury? Because, I really know Alexander's authorization code. This is the most ridiculous part of this matter. That is, Nick Fury really knows Alexander's authorization code. Speaking of this, I believe that Alexander almost determined that Nick Fury had betrayed him as soon as he got the news. Where can he go to reason? Hill's eyes widened. His mind was in a mess. What's going on? This Consultant Pierce, how is it possible? Only the tool and the name can be fake. This is an ancient Chinese wisdom. Although foreigners don't say this, things in the world are generally similar. This thing is almost equivalent to Pierce's power base. How can he give it to others casually? Nick Fury touched his nose and a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. Well, do you think that with Nick Fury's temper, he will not take action on this kind of thing? Don't be kidding. In Nick Fury's private database, there are even private handles of various powerful people. Not to mention Alexander's authorization code, even the authorization codes of the other 4 directors. In fact, he has them. Nick Fury knows Alexander. How could Alexander not know Nick Fury? There are many things now that I can't explain at all. And Alexander won't give me a chance to explain. S.H.I.E.L.D. has suffered a heavy blow this time. If S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to continue to be trusted, Alexander can't show any hesitation or softness. Now Alexander's crazy cleaning of S.H.I.E.L.D. is also loosening up S.H.I.E.L.D. If a huge organization with such black material is not weakened, no one will feel at ease. If I show up, Alexander will definitely kill me as soon as possible for the development of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if he knows that I am innocent, he will definitely do so, because in his opinion, compared to S.H.I.E.L.D., nothing. In fact, this speculation is almost inevitable. If Alexander and himself were swapped, he would not care about any personal feelings. Hill opened his mouth. I didn't know what to say. The world of the big guys is too difficult to understand. You are still too young. Remember one thing, compared with a real ideal, personal gains and losses and emotions have no meaning. At least Alexander is right in this regard. You are still a long way from being the director. You are still young? Hill swallowed his saliva. She was very grateful for Nick Fury's advice, but what will you do? Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. is looking for you like crazy. Phil and Hawkeye are not in good condition, especially Hawkeye. He has been spotted by Consultant Pierce for carrying out missions with a Winter Soldier. Well, according to the news from Nick Fury, Alexander didn't know that the Winter Soldier was still alive. There are very few people who really know that the Winter Soldier is still alive. Until now, Nick Fury still doesn't know who changed the brainwashing program of the Winter Soldier. This is another crime of Nick Fury. Tony Stark is very angry about this matter. He has held the government accountable more than once. Why would a person who is declared dead by them appear in S.H.I.E.L.D. and stand with Hydra? The fact that you fished out the Winter Soldier has also been exposed. No one is willing to take the blame for Nick Fury. Hydra is so cruel. They not only want me to die, but also want me to never stand up again. Nick Fury hates Hydra so much that his teeth itch. Damn it, what dirty water are you throwing on me? You are afraid that I will be cleared, right? This kind of thing. Director, what should we do now? Hill didn't want to hear this, she just wanted to think about how to solve it. She will be the director of SHIELD soon. Well, she is really not afraid of investigation. But by that time, can she do whatever she wants? What is she thinking? What does Alexander, the consultant, do? It is obvious that he is here to delegate power and monitor the new director. After all, Nick Fury hides so many problems because of lack of supervision. No one wants to repeat the same mistakes. If she dares to overturn Nick Fury's case, then wait for bad luck. Now it's not that someone in SHIELD hates Nick Fury to the core, but from top to bottom, everyone wants to kill Nick Fury and eat his meat. Now the entire SHIELD is convinced that Nick Fury has betrayed her. Even if she is the director, she can't go against the entire SHIELD. You don't have to worry about anything. In addition, you need to take care of Phil. It doesn't matter. Phil is popular and you are familiar with him. No one will doubt you helping him. You don't have to worry about other things. I will help you establish your authority. Well, let's start with Hydra. They set me up. I have to give them back anyway. Okay, he'll have no choice but to do this. She is not the director yet. Even if she is, she needs to accumulate prestige to change the status quo. After the last explanation, Hill's figure disappeared without a trace. It turned out that Hill had been a holographic projection just now. But this holographic projection is too real, so real that it makes people feel that this is a real person standing there. Nick Fury sighed, then stood up and walked out. Who of you took my shoes? As the door opened, a huge spaceship came into view. The style of the spaceship is very different from the existing style of humans, but it is also full of science fiction. And all the people walking in the huge spaceship are aliens with light green skin. Skrulls. And not far away, there is a huge window, from which you can see the Earth slowly rotating in the universe. The Skrull spaceship. No wonder Nick Fury couldn't be found, he had been hiding outside the Earth's orbit. They are the last Skrulls in the universe. Well, that's not accurate, it should be the last organized Skrulls. Chapter 1046, Poaching. Nick Fury was not as panicked as he seemed. He always had a powerful trump card in his hand. He believed that he could turn the tables. Of course, things would not be so easy. First of all, the exposure of the Skrulls made him extremely passive. A race that can copy other people's memories and appearances is a feared existence, no matter where it is, especially for humans. After all, most humans cannot resist this infiltration. No one wants to wake up one day and find that their relatives and friends have been replaced, or even further, they have been replaced. This possibility is really chilling. Now even if Nick Fury stands up and tells others that he can control the Skrulls, no one will believe it. Instead, they will think that he is controlled by the Skrulls, and even further think that he is a Skrull. Now this situation is almost unsolvable. He can't abandon the Skrulls because this is his most powerful force, especially after losing SHIELD. He can't give up this power at all. But others can't believe these aliens. Thinking of this, Nick Fury could only sigh in his heart. Fortunately, Nick Fury still has a hidden power on Earth. SWORD. The establishment of SWORD dates back to the early 1990s, when Nick Fury and another human, pilot Marie Rambeau, faced a crisis unknown to outsiders. The invasion of the Skrulls and the Kree. In 1991, the Kree came to Earth in pursuit of a Skrull spaceship, and then the Kree set their sights on Earth. They discovered the potential of humans, especially the power of mutants, which made the Kree think that all humans here could be transformed into war machines to realize their ambitions. But something went wrong, and their first test subject ran away. Not only did he run back to Earth, but he also destroyed one of their expeditionary fleets. Then the Kree was taught a lesson by the Asgardians, and the entire expedition fleet was wiped out. Then the Kree chose to forget the planet. Nick and Maria Rambo were also the first people on Earth to have deep contact with aliens. Because they knew about the existence of extraterrestrial life very early, they started to form an organization very early to deal with the problem of extraterrestrial life. Unfortunately, dreams are beautiful, but reality is very cruel. Aliens, until Thor came, they never encountered aliens again. But this organization still survived, because they always believed that the Kree would make a comeback. And this organization is called SWRD. The organizational structure of SWRD is not large, and it has always been affiliated with SHIELD. It is not very eye-catching. Its current name is the Sentient Weapon Observation and Response Division, SWORD, also known as SWRD. It looks like a computer customer service. In fact, in SHIELD's information, it is similar. They are responsible for computer affairs, such as combating hackers and maintaining SHIELD's network system. This department is too inconspicuous. Even SHIELD's inspection of Hydra did not find them. Who would care so much about a logistics department? But in fact, what they did not expect was that this department could access SHIELD's network system. In fact, in a sense, SHIELD had no defense against them at all. SWRD was jointly established by aliens and humans. That is, it is composed of the Skrulls and Nick Fury's men. The person covering Lindu now is Maria Rambo. Over the years, Nick Fury embezzled SHIELD funds, half of which was sent to Monarch and the other half to SWRD. As mentioned before, Nick Fury never trusts anyone. Hill knew about the Skrulls, but didn't know about SWRD and Monarch. From this point of view, Nick Fury is absolutely qualified as the mastermind behind the scenes. But he is a non-African. The mysterious can't save the non-African, and Krypton can't change fate. Huh? Kai looked at the things Tony sent him in surprise. Do you expect me to recognize these things? There are all kinds of codes on them. When Kai was in junior high school, the school had computer classes and a special computer room, but at that time, they went to the computer room most to check their QQ level or play legendary private servers. Some people also watched small movies. It must be said that the internet speed of their school is good, which is about the same as that of the internet cafes outside. But because of this, the computer skills Kai knows now are limited to turning on and off the computer and surfing the internet. He can't even make a table, and you show him the code? C language, he only knows the words on the cover. What the hell? Kai seriously suspected that Tony was teasing him. Tony smiled slyly, although he quickly stopped smiling. Kai still saw it clearly. Damn, is this grandson so childish? Just tell me the truth, or I'll beat you up. The big-headed soldier can't be too gentle to intellectuals, otherwise he will be despised in various ways. When a scholar meets a soldier, he can't explain his reason. This is the correct way to open it. Ahem, Tony was just looking for a sense of superiority and stopped when he saw the good. Otherwise, he would really be beaten. Tony is such a proud person, but in front of Kai, he always feels that he is suppressed, but he has no chance to fight back. After all, Kai will not be stupid enough to compete with him in intelligence. We left a monitoring program inside the SHIELD system and found a strange thing. That is, besides us, there are people who are also monitoring SHIELD. Huh? Kai was stunned. Is this running into a colleague? Hydra, Kai guessed. Or Nick Fury? It seems that they are the only ones. I don't know either. At least the back door left by Nick Fury has not been triggered, but it is certain that there is such a force that is monitoring SHIELD. Can you find out who it is? Kai did not expect SHIELD to be so useless. It was really infiltrated like a sieve. Kai did not delete the back door left by Nick Fury on purpose, intending to find Nick Fury through it. But now, Nick Fury did not move, but the others suddenly ran out. This is interesting. But the problem is not big. In the plan, SHIELD itself is to be abandoned. It should be no problem, but it will take time. If we don't want to expose the back door we left in SHIELD, Tony said. Then take your time. In Kai's view, Nick Fury has left SHIELD, which is actually like a crow with broken wings. Apart from being able to call a few times, he has no much destructive power. At least he should not be able to deal with things like the cosmic cube in Ares. We're not in a hurry. While Tony and Kai were busy tracking down Nick Fury, Pepper was very dissatisfied with Tony hanging out with a group of men. Because she hadn't seen Tony for 2 weeks. What kind of relationship is this? She and Tony had met less than Tony and Kai. If she hadn't known Tony and Kai's sexual orientation, she would have suspected that the two men had come out without her knowledge. She could actually understand Tony's damn sense of responsibility. But the problem is, this is not a reason to not see your girlfriend for 2 weeks. Even if you call before going to bed, it's okay. But what was the result? This guy was like he was gone. If Jarvis hadn't told Tony that he was in the lab, she would have thought he had died suddenly in some corner. So Pepper, who was angry, decided to take a day off today. No more work for Tony. Thinking of this, she called her bestie, Natasha, to go shopping. Natasha has not been busy recently. After all, her identity is too sensitive. If she does too much, people will be afraid of her, so she just slacks off. Today, she was called out by Pepper to go shopping, and she was very happy. After all, she is also a woman. In the past, because of the nature of her job, she rarely enjoyed such a daily routine, but now she is free. Why not enjoy it? Just when the two planned to eat at a nearby restaurant before going shopping. But as soon as they arrived at the restaurant door, Natasha noticed that a white man in his 40s also got off the car at the restaurant door. After throwing the Lamborghini Revenant to the doorman, he actually walked towards them. Although the man's actions were still within the normal range of etiquette, Natasha had seen all kinds of people. The man's actions were slightly aggressive, which made Pepper a little uncomfortable, not to mention Natasha, who had already become a spirit. When the man walked in front of her, Natasha instinctively grabbed Pepper's hand, letting herself lead by half a body length, so that she could protect Pepper at any time. "Hello, Miss Potts, we meet again." The man looked very neat and handsome, and his smile was very imposing. Well, that kind of domineering CEO. Pepper was a little embarrassed, but she still forced a smile. "Hello, Mr. Killian, what a coincidence." No, this is not a coincidence. In fact, after I knew that you liked this restaurant very much, I came here to eat from time to time. Look, hard work will be rewarded, and we met again. So can I have the honor to have lunch with you? Killian maintained a perfect gentlemanly demeanor, but Natasha still felt a strange feeling. This man. Isn't he here to steal Tony's girlfriend? Does Tony need to be reminded of this matter? Natasha was muttering in her heart. No, we just finished eating and have something else to do, so let's do this first. Pepper even had the intention of fleeing, pulling Natasha away from the restaurant door. Miss Potts, but Killian shouted behind her. Pepper stopped opening the car door and looked over. I hope you can call me by my name, Aldrich or Ray, next time we meet. Pepper smiled and got into the car immediately. The man looked at Pepper and Natasha leaving with a faint smile on his face. Instead of leaving, he walked into the restaurant. In the car. Pepper, who is that man? Natasha looked like a gossip. She looked very curious. In fact, this was not difficult for Natasha. According to the agent training she had received, she only needed less than 5 minutes to draw a sketch of the man's face. Combined with his name, I believe it would take less than 10 minutes to find out his information. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Pepper's face, but she didn't hide anything. She didn't do anything wrong, so what couldn't she say? It turned out that the man was Aldrich Killian, a doctor of biology. He opened a technology company called AIM. It was not well known before, but not long ago, his company received a large amount of investment, which allowed him to enter the upper class of New York. He was considered a social expert and had connections with many dignitaries. The news Pepper got was that AIM seemed to be operating in the pharmaceutical industry. In the United States, the pharmaceutical industry is actually the industry that needs public relations the most. There is no way to make money in this industry in the United States without doing something illegal. For example, the drug addiction problem that plagues the United States. Those doctors and researchers deliberately ignore the dangers and openly sell addictive painkillers and prescription drugs. This thing is basically no different from drug trafficking. But the FDA, Food and Drug Administration, still gives the green light to such drugs. How could there be no tricks? Many FDA officials give the green light to these drugs with great hidden dangers during their tenure, and go to these pharmaceutical companies to work for high salaries after retirement. This is all obvious. People use the law to legally sell banned drugs and can enjoy life with a halo of philanthropists and celebrities. The dealers in Colombia and Mexico are too rough and are not worthy of carrying shoes for these American dealers. Originally, this kind of socialite in the upper class had nothing to do with Pepper. The Stark Group does not operate in the pharmaceutical industry. But unexpectedly, after they met at a cocktail party again, this man began to pursue Pepper. This made Pepper very distressed. Oh my God, Are you really here to steal Tony's girl? Natasha was shocked. But Natasha was not surprised. A woman like Pepper has a suitor. It's strange? Not to mention that she is the president of Stark Group. I don't know how many men are crazy howling in their hearts with such an identity. For these people, such an identity undoubtedly makes them more eager to conquer. Of course, not many people dare to take actual action. Just when the two women were gossiping and shopping, Kai was summoned back by the headquarters. It's a big deal. A bomb attack. The explosion occurred at 12:20 noon, outside a fast food restaurant in Brooklyn. No one died for the time being, and 23 people were injured. The NYPD suspected that it was an air raid. But why did the air raid choose the door outside the store where there were not many people, instead of inside the store where there were many people? This is a problem. On the other hand, there were few surveillance videos around the fast food restaurant before and after the incident, and the surveillance of the fast food restaurant was burned by the fire caused by the explosion. The NYPD attached great importance to this, and for this reason, Kai, who had been slacking off, was also sent back to the police station. But when Kai arrived at the police station, he was immediately pulled in front of the TV in the police office area. What's going on? It seems that someone sent a videotape to the TV station, saying that it was responsible for the terrorist attack. Soon the video began to play on TV. The video started with a colorful bar screen and a large circle surrounded by 10 small circles in the middle of the color bar. In the large circle were 2 crossed scimitars. And in each of the small circles was a twisted symbol. Huh? Kai raised his eyebrows. He knew this logo. The 10 rings. Tony was kidnapped and it was related to this organization. The screen of the colorful bar plus circular logo switched, and an old man who seemed to be a Eurasian appeared on it. The background behind him was obviously a Central Asian country. Several civilians who were pressed to the ground were pointed at by guns by masked KGB members, as if they were about to be executed. The old man opened his mouth and said, "Some people say I am a terrorist, but I think I am a teacher." Chapter 1047 Provocation. The screen switched to colorful bars and circular logos, and an old man who seemed to be of Eurasian descent appeared on it. He opened his mouth and said, "Ladies, children, cowards. Many people think I am a terrorist, but I think of myself as a mentor." Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out, and several civilians fell to the ground. America. Get ready for a good lesson. The quality of these videos is really poor, with low pixels. In 1864, in Sand Creek, Colorado, American soldiers waited for the friendly Cheyenne warriors to go out hunting, then brutally slaughtered the remaining old, weak and sick in the tribe and occupied their land. 39 hours ago, the Ali Salam Air Base in Kuwait was attacked. Yes, it was me. An ancient military church full of women and children. The soldiers were all outside for training, and the warriors were not there. President Benjamin Asher, you stubbornly refused to accept my teachings, sir. And now you have missed me again. You know who I am, but you don't know where I am, and you can't foresee my arrival. Then, as if there was a problem with the signal, the picture began to blur. However, before the picture completely disappeared, the old man still said a line at the end. I, Mandarin, claim responsibility for this bombing. Are you kidding? Everyone in the police station became extremely exciting. Today's terrorists, are they so awesome? To be honest, the New York Police Department hasn't encountered such a strong terrorist for many years. The last time they encountered one was the last time. Moreover, since those monsters and demons came out, terrorists and the like feel no different from street thieves. Don't you know that there are superheroes everywhere in the United States now? Things like planes crashing into buildings are impossible to happen. Is this courting death? In fact, it is not only these policemen who think so. Many people who secretly promote all this have also begun to frown after seeing all this. Europe. In a secret room. Nonsense. Who told him to do this? A white-haired old man slammed the table and shouted at the screen. Doesn't he know that without our support, he is nothing? He actually dared. He was so angry that he couldn't say the rest of the words. Now it's not a question of whether he dares or not, but it has happened, and what should we do? Another man hiding in the shadows stopped the old man from roaring and asked a very practical question. This idiot has gone crazy, but that doesn't stop us from doing something else with him, another person also said. For example, the old man looked over. Destro's nano weapons have been completed and will be released in Paris soon. Such weapons should be in our hands, the man said. In addition, I think his own small business is interesting. Maybe we can let them try it, is that so? The others seemed to know this destro, so they pondered. But I always feel that the success rate is not high. Someone raised an objection. So what? Does it have anything to do with us? But the answer was a sinister laugh. Then the others laughed. At the same time, this also meant that the group of people who made trouble in the United States had been abandoned. Anyway, they have a lot of such idle flags. That's it. I will let our spies tell the little snake this news. After saying that, the figure of the man disappeared in an instant. Oh, feelings are projections. Tony is probably going crazy. The New York police were still arguing about how to start the investigation of this terrorist attack, but the terrorist attack happened again that afternoon. Then the unfortunate thing happened. Tony's security director Happy was seriously injured in the explosion. Among the people Tony hated the most in his life, terror was definitely one of them, especially the Ten Rings gang of this generation in Middle East and West Asia. The most embarrassing thing in Tony's life was that he was captured by the Ten Rings and worked as a blacksmith in a cave for more than a month. He had to eat pig food and couldn't even take a shower. Now Happy was seriously injured and almost died. The Ten Rings jumped out and claimed responsibility for the incident. This is interesting. For more than a year after Tony was rescued, he was looking for trouble with the Ten Rings. Later, the situation in the United States was not good, so Tony temporarily let that gang go. Now this gang suddenly ran to the United States to seek a sense of existence. Tony would be surprised if he could tolerate it. But there was something wrong with this matter. After Tony let the Ten Rings go, he hadn't heard about this group of people for a long time. At this time, the Ten Rings put on a posture of going to war with Tony, which felt more and more wrong. What the hell? The mouse looking for the cat, isn't this looking for death? Half an hour later, something even more weird happened. A paparazzi found an opportunity to interview Tony, who was taking Pepper home, and asked him what he thought about the Ten Rings bombing his security director Happy and seriously injuring him. In addition, they asked about Tony's kidnapping by the Ten Rings. As expected, Tony exploded immediately and declared war on the Ten Rings in front of the camera. What the hell? Many people knew that Tony was kidnapped, but very few people knew that it was the Ten Rings who kidnapped him. Especially since Abate was involved, it was even more impossible to make it public. And Happy. It's not nonsense to say that he is famous. He is still a little famous in some circles. He likes to make movies and is Tony's friend. It's not surprising that he knows a lot of people. But it's limited to some small circles. Ordinary people and reporters know him. But now, more than an hour after the explosion, reporters know everything. Isn't this strange? But Tony is very efficient. The Joint Investigation Team of the New York Police Department, the FBI and the NSA, National Security Agency, has just set off, and Tony has already found some clues. In his own laboratory, he modeled and reenacted the scene of the explosion where Happy was attacked. This work took most of the day. Tony found the suspicious point. There is a large area at the center of the explosion site with a temperature of 3000 degrees Celsius. This is not scientific. The lethality of a general bomb depends on the shock wave. 3000 degrees Celsius is mostly just the temperature of the center of the initial reaction. The temperature of the gas mixture when it impacts outward will not exceed 1000 degrees Celsius. The scene was obviously not caused by a chemical incendiary bomb. This discovery made Tony pay attention, so he immediately contacted Kai. The traces here are abnormal. As a member of the task force, Kai immediately found something wrong after arriving at the scene. An NSA agent heard Kai say this and immediately became curious. What do you mean? As a federal agency, most federal agents have a little discrimination against local police, believing that local police can only catch gangsters and can't be relied on for anything else. But for Kai, any sober person knows that respect is the most basic. Kai looked at the mess at the scene and said, "Don't you think the burn here is too thorough?" Kai took the case file from his assistant, Felicia Hardy, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who is still Kai's assistant. Now S.H.I.E.L.D. is very busy and has no time to give her new orders, so she can only continue to follow Kai. From the explosion to the extinguishing of the fire, it took only 10 minutes in total. What does this mean? The fire was not big, but look at these traces. Does it look like this? Kai kicked a piece of metal at his feet. It can be vaguely seen that it should be a steel pipe or something like that. What does this mean? The person next to him asked immediately. This learning opportunity should not be missed. Before becoming a superhero, Kai was famous for solving cases. Although the public does not care much about this, they in the system know Kai's ability very well. It means that at the moment of the explosion, the temperature at the center of the explosion was very high. Kai used to be a scout, and he had been in the U.S. Special Forces for many years. He was not only an expert in explosions, but also very good at it. Ordinary explosives can't have this effect. Just then, Tony's phone rang. But when Kai answered the phone, there was no sound from the other end, and the call was even hung up quickly. What the hell? Kai was confused. Tony didn't want to be so rude, but the problem was that there was an emergency here. Jarvis, sir, there are 2 visitors waiting outside the front door. Tony was speechless for a moment, then said, "Are you serious? I'm calling Kai to catch that Mandarin. You've put someone at my door now." Jarvis, sir, in my program, this is an emergency. Huh? Tony was stunned. He had set up many programs for Jarvis, and he didn't know what kind it was. But when he looked at the picture at the door, he suddenly felt uneasy. Wait, why is it a woman with a child? Jarvis, that's why I'm notifying you. This is an emergency. Who is Tony? A super playboy. He couldn't even remember the women he slept with. So even he couldn't be sure if there would be a bloody plot where an unknown woman came to his door with a child, so he set up such a program for Jarvis. He was actually very afraid of having children, but the problem was that he couldn't turn a blind eye to his own children. So let it go. But I don't know if there is something wrong with him. For so many years, there have been a lot of swindlers, but none of his kind. There is no problem with the inspection. Tony, don't tell me that the Stark family suddenly has a 6 or 7-year-old offspring. Jarvis's soft voice was also helpless. I don't know, so I informed you. Tony looked carefully at the woman in the picture. Well, she is his type. And although he didn't remember the other party's identity at all, he was vaguely familiar. It was like a little tip popping up in his memory, reminding him, yes, you did do something. Of course Tony would not deny this. What kind of person was he in the past? Didn't he know it himself? If you like someone, just go for it. What's the problem? He never cared about this issue before. Have a child? Great. Are you afraid that he can't afford to raise it? Joke. In fact, in the United States, there are really not many people like him who have a large fortune but no children. It has always been said that the United States is actually a very conservative country, and family plays an extremely important role in the minds of Americans. Just look at American blockbusters and you will know. How many protagonists instantly become macho men for the sake of their families and seem to be invincible enemies. Many people have criticized domestic mainstream movies and think that this is a bad thing. But in fact, Hollywood in the United States is the largest production base of mainstream movies. Do you think that the United States does not promote mainstream movies? On the contrary, Hollywood promotes mainstream movies all the time. Although the mainstream movies in the United States are just beautifully packaged for entertainment. The mainstream values of the United States are patriotism and love for family. Therefore, many Americans get married very early, thinking about those so-called Americans who do not value family. It is true that there are people in the United States who do not like to get married and have children, but there are more people who get married and have children. This is the mainstream, and the so-called unmarried dinks are the minority. Tony does not like to get married and does not want children. It is more of a psychological problem, not that he really supports unmarried and dinks. Nonsense. If he does not want children, who will he give his huge property to? He was uneasy, both afraid and expectant. But Tony still let the woman in. It is impossible to attack. The woman and the little boy, including the car they were sitting in, have been scanned and there are no dangerous items. When the woman in the car looked at Tony in the lobby, he heard him shout, "Dr. Maya Hansen, right? What do you want to see me for?" Well, this is the information Jarvis just gave him. Otherwise, he really wouldn't remember this person. The beautiful doctor showed in his expected expression, "I knew you wouldn't forget it, Tony." Who dying. A few minutes later, a certain young man looked relieved. At the same time, there was a little disappointment in his heart. Because Dr. Hansen just said that the boy in the car was not his son, and she was not here to ask him for alimony. "I'm here to tell you, don't go to war with the Mandarins, you will be in great danger," she said. Tony didn't agree, but immediately understood. "What else do you know?" Her tone sounded like an insider. Dr. Hansen hesitated and didn't answer the question directly. "Your opponents are not just a Mandarins, huh?" She suddenly looked behind Tony with a surprised look. That was the top platform of Stark Tower. Jarvis, missile attack. Sir, Tony, WTF, is this New York? And, is his house going to be renovated again? His battlesuit is not here now. Damn, this is his house. No matter how sad he is, he will not wear a battlesuit at home, right? The missiles are coming. It's too late to equip the battlesuit. Tony could only click on the reactor on his chest and press start. Then he rushed towards Dr. Hansen. A light blue energy shield wrapped her and Dr. Hansen. Boom. A violent explosion occurred in the lobby on the top floor of Stark. The shock wave quickly hit the back of Tony, who was turning around to hug Dr. Hansen. In an instant, Tony felt a tightness in his chest and felt like he was suffocating. He flew out holding Dr. Hansen. The protective shield is not omnipotent. At least it must follow the laws of physics. His own weight cannot support the protective shield to stay in place. Flying up, and being pressed down by a beautiful woman. It's really a bit unbearable. Outside the building, 2 helicopters with TV station logos printed on them were firing small missiles one after another from quadruple portable missile launchers, aiming at the top of Stark Tower. Jarvis did monitor the aircraft around the building to prevent accidents. But the problem was that these 2 helicopters were indeed from the TV station. Recently, because of the big news, reporters were chasing Tony hard, so it was not uncommon to see helicopters around the building. Although they didn't dare to get too close, after all, Tony Stark was not someone to be trifled with. But Jarvis did not find them in the first place. Chapter 1048 Nonsense. But even so, Tony can't do anything about some helicopters that are out of range. Unless Tony transforms the Stark building into a military fortress and equips it with a missile defense system, it would be too aesthetically pleasing. Moreover, do you really think the federal government is a decoration? So this gives others the opportunity to exploit loopholes. If such a situation really happens, the best choice is to put on the armor and kill the opponent. But the problem is, he really didn't expect that others would be stronger than him. At this moment, the young master is so miserable, and a big reason is still his own fault. After being provoked by a few words from the reporter, he sprayed back and issued an ultimatum to the terrorist organization. Isn't this asking for trouble? The attackers did not stop at all from the beginning of the attack. Small missiles from the periphery of the building were like sky rockets, whizzing and whizzing, hitting the top floor of the building in a row, just like a large-scale demolition. Tony hugged Dr. Hansen and huddled into a ball with all his strength, trying to reduce the size of the protective shield as much as possible. This thing consumes a lot of energy. The smaller the protection range, the less energy it consumes, and the shorter the time it can last. There is no way, even Stark can't do it. In a short period of time, he can fully understand a technology that he doesn't understand at all. His portable protective shield is already a technological product of the whole Earth, but it is still inferior to the technology of the Chitauri in some aspects. After all, the Chitauri have conquered everywhere in the interstellar space thousands of years ago, unlike humans, who have not yet left the solar system, no, not even the moon. This is the gap between technology. No matter how smart Tony is, he can't surpass others' technological achievements of thousands of years in 1 or 2 years, right? That's not a genius, but God. Driven by the shock wave, countless debris hit the protective shield crazily. After a piece of cement block weighing hundreds of pounds smashed Tony and the other person, he finally couldn't help but eye on the beautiful doctor. It must be said that Tony and Kai have similar aesthetics. They both like meat bombs. Tony bounced. Tony cried out in his heart. He must solve the physical support capacity of the protective shield, otherwise, even if he is not blown to death, he will be buried alive. What made him even more depressed was that there were dozens of Mark armors in the underground laboratory under his feet, and any one of them could make him turn the tables. Unfortunately, most of these armors were experimental products, either without remote control functions or without energy drives. Only the new Mark Nano-type mechas had remote control, split movement, and automatic assembly functions. But due to the poor experience of using it last time, the Winter Soldier escaped alive, so it was directly recycled by Tony, and the new one has not been built yet. Tony regretted it very much. If he had known earlier, he would not be so quick, and wait for the new one to be built before recycling it. Otherwise, even if it was just a fist, Jarvis could turn it into a missile iron fist and smash the helicopter outside. Damn it. This time, we have to renovate the building no matter what. No matter what Pepper says, it's useless, Tony said, and remembered something. "By the way, where's the child who just followed you?" Maya Hansen was stunned, and her heart was moved. "I didn't expect that he would still remember the child at this time." "That's my nephew, I left him downstairs." It's not a good thing for the beautiful doctor to look for Tony. How could she tell the child? The reason why she brought him along was because if she didn't do this, she wouldn't have the chance to avoid that group of people. "Oh, that's fine," Tony relaxed. "That's good. If it's downstairs, the security will notice the child first, so it should be safe." "Jarvis. How long will it take?" "Tell that bastard. I'm about to be buried alive, Mr. Wayne is on the way." Tony Stark's watch came with a voice. "By the way, Jarvis, remember to remind me to replace all the mechas with backup energy." Tony felt too aggrieved. If he encountered this kind of thing again next time, he would directly summon all the mechas and beat up those bastards. "Yes, sir." When Tony's eyes saw the sun again, he found that Kai was squatting on the edge of the ruins, throwing a huge rock to the side, looking at him with a playful look. "Roar. Look who this is." Tony's face was as dark as Nick Fury's. "Isn't this our playboy Mr. Stark? How come he's still holding a beauty after being attacked?" Although he knew it was a joke, Tony still felt embarrassed. Him. The richest man in the world. The best scientist in the world. The smartest man in the world. He was beaten by a group of terrorists in the Middle East and had no chance to fight back. More importantly, his home was destroyed again. Speaking of which, Tony built his building in such a unique way. Wasn't it really to attract hatred? It seems that every time there is a big event, this place will be unlucky. "Are you okay?" Kai's ridicule was just right. "This guy is very fragile in some aspects. If you ridicule him too much, he will definitely hold a grudge." As he said that, Kai pretended to touch Tony's body, acting as if he cared about him. Tony rolled his eyes. "Get lost. You're not wearing a nurse's skirt." "I hate men touching me." Kai looked at the confused Dr. Hansen thoughtfully. "Oh, you're cheating. I'm going to tell Pepper. Let her leave you, you scumbag, asshole." "Who cheated? Besides, just forget it. You can't possibly get Pepper." She said before that scumbags like you who play multiple women at the same time are the worst. "And you, asshole, even dared to go after Natasha. Don't you know she's Pepper's best friend?" "Huh?" Kai was stunned. Why did she know about Natasha? Kai didn't deny that he was playing multiple women at the same time. After all, he couldn't deny it. But Natasha told her. "You didn't expect that, did you?" Tony seemed very proud. "Besides, without Pepper, I still have several girlfriends." "What about you? Without Pepper, you'd be a pathetic, poor single guy." "Bah. Would I be short of women? Ugh. That's not right. When did Pepper leave me?" Seeing that Kato knows how to comfort people, Tony is no longer angry about his house being bombed. "That's hard to say." Kai glanced at Hansen. "Well, I don't know if it's an illusion. This woman is a bit similar to Natasha." No wonder Nick Fury arranged for Natasha to lurk around Tony before. The actor who played Dr. Hansen and the actor who played Natasha are really a bit similar. Which made me mistake Hansen for Black Widow when I watched Iron Man III for the first time. Kai didn't care and didn't say anything more. After all, facing a friendly young man who had just been slapped in the face, he still had this tolerance. "The clues you found are interesting. In the past 2 years, there have been 3 explosions similar to thermal reactions, and the on-site records can be confirmed. The victims are all disabled retired soldiers. And these people were hired after they retired." Tony's face darkened. "The companies that hired them are all shell companies. Except for some registration information that fools people, they have no entity at all." Jarvis's computing speed was enough for him to find out a lot of things in a short time. But Tony didn't expect that Kai would find out as well. This damn desire to win. In fact, Tony really underestimated the FBI and NSA. After all, they are national institutions, and the resources they have are much stronger than Tony's. You know, the annual funding of these 2 departments is as high as tens of billions. Although a lot of this money has been embezzled, it is still a huge number. Money can't represent everything. But it is enough to buy most of the things a person wants. What's more, this kind of investment is a day-to-day investment for decades. This is something Tony can't catch up with. So Kai never dared to underestimate these people, which is why he used so many avatars. He was just a chivalrous man, and he didn't have to go against the government. After all, he had an avatar, so even if he went against it, It would be impossible to find out more about him. In fact, what they found over there is more than just these. Kai smiled and said, "There is another good news. Do you want to hear it, Tony? Just say it." This Lord Mandarin on TV has a little hobby as an amateur. Kai tapped his watch and released Mandarin's avatar. In today's internet world, it is very easy to find a person's information. The operation in the movie is very confusing. There are so many people in the world, but everyone knows that old man? Tony had to wait until he caught the old man to find out his true identity. It's incredible. Tony thought of the little old man wearing sunglasses and pretending to be cool in front of a bunch of empty protesters, and he felt an itch in his teeth. Tell me. I want to catch him myself and let him rebuild my house brick by brick. But at the same time, Tony felt a wave of envy. After all, let's be honest, the old guy spoke with great momentum, and he looked like a big boss. Even the way he drank water was so light. Tony really wanted to have this kind of temperament. If that were the case, when they acted together in the future, could he be the boss? Although Tony never talked about this, he had always been ordered around by Kai, which made his inexplicable desire to win erupt. Every time Kai did something serious, he immediately felt like he was crushing him, as if he was seeing his own dad. Humph. Tony would never admit this. Absolutely not. Ahem, you can't do this, Kai said, holding back his laughter. Why? Tony asked angrily. Because he didn't commit a crime. Well, it doesn't count. Affecting public safety? At most, he would be fined a few dozen hours of community service. Huh? Are you crazy? Tony stared at Kai with eyes wide open. When did this guy change his personality? Tony knew Kai too well. If they were not friends, to be honest, he would think that Kai sometimes went too far. Even when Kai was a policeman, the number of lives he took was exaggerated. If it were not for the support of the two major financial groups, Kai would have been scolded by the saints to death. Prisoners are also human beings. How can you hurt them? It's probably like this. Although Tony is not a saint, but in fact, he is also poisoned. But he owed Kai too much and was embarrassed to speak up, and then he slowly got used to it. But he still knew Kai's attitude of eradicating all evil. What? Changed to vegetarian diet? Kai chuckled and operated directly on the watch, and a drama appeared on the virtual screen. Huh? Tony didn't know what Kai was doing at first, but soon he looked like he had seen a ghost. A part-time drama actor pretending to be a terrorist. I guess even the judge doesn't know how to sentence him. Huh? Tony stared at the figure on the other screen with his eyes wide open, and found that this person looked basically the same as Mandarin on the side screen, except that he was more than 10 years younger. He couldn't help but read out the text information on the screen. Trevor Slater, British, interested in drama performance. What fake? Well, the CIA has found all his information. This guy is definitely not a terrorist. He takes drugs, has promiscuous sex, and likes to swindle, but he is undoubtedly a good man. Well, not a good man in the traditional sense. He has also participated in volunteer work and is a member of the Small Animal Protection Association. By the way, he is also a member of Alcoholics Anonymous, but it seems to be of no use and he is still an alcoholic. Kai said most of the information about the old man. He has no children, has had 17 marriages, 8 of which were registered in Las Vegas, and basically divorced within a few days. The longest marriage lasted for 9 years. People who have come into contact with him all say that although he has some minor problems, he is a very optimistic person. He doesn't make any extreme remarks, and he has never joined any extreme organizations. Oh, the most extreme time was because of his girlfriend, so he joined an extreme environmental protection organization. The most extreme behavior was just to protest at someone else's farm and then let the chickens raised by the farmer go. Oh, Tony rubbed his eyes and said a little confused, "Wait, let me be quiet." Kai shrugged and looked at the beautiful doctor beside him. Since just now, Kai wanted to ask, "Madam, are you okay?" Kai found that after he took out Trevor Slater's information, the woman's face kept changing. When Dr. Hansen heard Kai asking her, he immediately waved his hands nervously. "It's okay. I don't know him." Kai looked at the lady speechlessly. What is this? Confessing without asking? Is this looking down on my professional quality? Tony also looked over. Just now, you seemed to say to me, "Don't go against the 10 rings." Maya, what do you know? Seeing Kai's sudden sharp eyes, the beautiful doctor felt that she couldn't even speak. And just an hour ago, Killian received a call. What? Someone arrived, And you can't confirm that Tony Stark was killed? Maya is there too. After pondering for a moment, he ordered, then forget it, just go back to New York. After hanging up the phone, he dialed another number, send a team to catch Pepper Potts. Well, the smaller the noise, the better. It's best not to let anyone know. Killian no longer planned to act. Originally, he planned to kill someone and break his heart, rob Tony Stark's girlfriend, and then kill him. But now, the plan can only be changed. After issuing the order, he tapped his forehead with the phone and murmured softly, Tony Stark, if you are not dead, then continue to play. Everything you gave me, I will let you feel it again. As he said, he walked to the basement. Is it not done yet? I need that Iron Patriot. Quotation mark. Chapter 1049 Tony Seeking Death. The operation has already begun, one of the men replied. Iron Patriot has taken the bait. At the moment Tony was attacked, the U.S. military had received news that somewhere in the Middle East, there was news about the Ten Rings gang, and the real mastermind was there. As for where the news came from, that's unknown. So in order to show up in front of the public, the military immediately dispatched Iron Patriot. To be honest, Iron Patriot's presence is really poor. Every time there is a big event, he can't catch up. He either makes a cameo appearance or arrives late. In order to satirize Iron Patriot, a group of superhero fans even posted an oil painting online. It's called Iron Patriot in Washington. This oil painting is obviously painted by a big boss among the fans. The painting is very good, and the characters on it are all superheroes. Then there is a dialogue. This painting is called Iron Patriot in Washington, right? Yes, what's in the painting? Can't you see it? Superhero, what about Iron Patriot? Well, there is no Iron Patriot in the painting. Didn't you see the name? Iron Patriot in Washington. It's a very old joke, but netizens never tire of it. After all, Iron Patriot really has no achievements, but a group of people are crazy about him. You know, when Kai's public opinion environment was very bad before, he still participated in many major events. Although he can't say that he has made any achievements, he has made some hard work. He was still criticized. It's a lot better now. After all, he participated in many major events and made contributions, so the online public opinion let him go. Iron Patriot has no achievements, and even hard work is not enough, so he is naturally criticized. This kind of public opinion cannot be solved by controlling comments. In this case, the more you control comments, the worse the reputation of Iron Patriot will be. This makes the military and the government very confused. There is no way. The government can trust Iron Patriot the most, so they often rely on him, such as protecting the safety of dignitaries in major events. This kind of work cannot be publicized. If it is publicized, the people being protected will be dragged out and whipped. Oh, at such a dangerous moment, you didn't let Iron Patriot save the people, but let him protect those politicians. Think about what the people will say. So, Iron Patriot's public opinion positioning is very embarrassing. So the military has been holding back, planning to do a good mission to reverse public opinion. Then there was this attack. In order to prevent Tony from taking credit, no one was notified. Of course, they knew how ridiculous this so-called credit was. What did Tony want credit for? But the problem is Tony's bad personality. Who can know it? If he knew who was the culprit of the bombing of his hometown, could he bury it? So simply, it was concealed. When everything was over, Tony had nothing to say. But they didn't expect this to be a trap. Done. In a black factory in a small mountain village in the Middle East, a woman took off her mask and revealed a typical Western face. She said with a communicator. Killian watched the whole process of capturing Iron Patriot. All of this was a trap. This is a black factory, full of women from the village. The factory is real, specializing in OEM for foreign brands, well, that is, knockoffs. When Rhodes came here, he was confused. What? Now the terrorists have started an economic war? Use knockoff sportswear to destroy the US economy? And thus destroy the entire United States? Then this guy, with the inherent arrogance of Americans, liberated these female workers. Well, he thought these women were forced to work. I don't know where he came up with this conclusion. Anyway, everyone skipped work happily. After all, a robot came, there was no reason for the factory director to still have everyone to work, right? Then one by one, the female workers shook hands with Rhodes to express their gratitude. Rhodes was also very proud, saving so many girls, right? As a result, Something happened to the last one. The shaking hand suddenly felt a burst of heat. The high temperature directly reached the limit of the mecha, and then, the body crashed. This was also because the military was too anxious at the time. Tony's early mecha did have the problem of freezing due to low or high temperatures. But the military thought it was not a big problem. After all, this extreme environment was very rare, and the military had also made modifications, such as modifications to the paint and shell. Iron Patriot can get rid of the disadvantages of freezing at low temperatures, but they didn't care about freezing at high temperatures. After all, the military really couldn't think of any extreme environment that could reach thousands of degrees. Then, they were out of luck. When the Metro was good, it was really good, flying and omnipotent, but once it crashed, it was an iron coffin. Killian almost laughed to death when he saw this scene. At the same time, he despised Tony even more. Is this what he called his best work? Rubbish. Take over the communication system of Iron Patriot and conduct paralysis operations, Killian immediately said to his men. Iron Patriot is the pinnacle of military tactical weapons, so it is naturally impossible to let it fall into the hands of others at will. Some means still need to be used. If the communication and signal of Iron Patriot are cut off, there will be an emergency mechanism immediately. What emergency mechanism? That's something to say. Anyway, the last resort is to notify Tony directly and let the superheroes solve it. Yes, this is the current federal government. Although they never mention superheroes and even pretend to reject superheroes, in fact, those who understand will understand. A little face is not worth the official hat. Then transport him back. The plane will be with you soon, understood? With Kai, an old-handed interrogation, Maya Hansen simply cannot resist. Others are scientists and scholars. It is too difficult for her to withstand the interrogation of an experienced policeman. The biggest crime committed by this beautiful doctor in her life so far is just a fine for parking at random. How can she bear this? So Dr. Hansen's originally shaky defense line collapsed completely, and she told everything she knew like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Listening to the information Dr. Hansen confessed, Kai and Tony's faces became strange. By the time she finished, Kai had been staring at the young master with complicated eyes for a long time, and finally expressed his thoughts. So, people should not be too immoral. Tony's face changed, and he cursed for several seconds. Who Q? As for who the Q is, it depends on one's opinion. What made the two behave like this was naturally because Dr. Hansen told the love-hate relationship between Killian and Tony. It was Bern, Switzerland in 1999. On Christmas Eve, Tony had sex with Dr. Hansen and also saw her research project, Extremis Project. It was Bern, Switzerland in 1999. On Christmas Eve, Tony had sex with Dr. Hansen and also saw her research project, Extremis Project. After Tony gave Dr. Hansen an injection, he wrote down the formula that flashed in his mind, solved the key problem in Extremis Project, and left. This was just a flash of love in his many years of promiscuous life. He himself forgot it. Therefore, it is even more impossible for Tony to remember that he maliciously stood up another person before he went back to the room with Dr. Hansen that night. This person is Killian. Killian, who had been blowing the cold wind on the rooftop all night, did not wait for his idol Tony Stark to come, and deeply felt what despair was. At that time, Killian had already regarded Tony as his last straw. If he failed this time, his research and his life would be destroyed. Finally, in the cold wind of Switzerland, he was desperate, so he planned to commit suicide, but when he saw the fireworks when he jumped off the building to commit suicide, he felt a desire for revenge and decided to do his own research. But he accidentally discovered Dr. Hansen's Extremis Project, which coincided with his research, so he reached a cooperation with her and then took the Extremis Project to look for investment. Then, he really got the investment. It was like a dream. Killian succeeded, so there's the current AIM. But in a sense, he has not yet completely succeeded. The Extremis Project is still not completed, and Dr. Hansen cannot solve the out-of-control situation of the Extremis virus. People who are injected with the Extremis virus are likely to lose control inexplicably and explode with a bang when regenerating at high speed. This is the truth behind the explosion case in which the retired soldiers died that Tony found out. They did not die from anything else, they themselves were a living explosive, the kind that exploded at any time. Of course, it cannot be said that Killian has made no progress at all. According to Killian's classification, Those who are prone to self-explosion are only in the first stage and cannot be considered successful. In the second stage, the situation of self-explosion basically does not exist, which can be considered a success. Killian is in the third stage. Not only will he not explode, but he can also control the extremis virus freely. Killian now not only has power far beyond that of ordinary people, but also has the ability to regenerate at super speed. In fact, the first stage virus carriers can also do it, but they are unstable and may go berserk at any time, generate unparalleled high temperatures, and then explode. The second stage carriers are even stronger. As long as the vital parts such as the head are severely damaged, they can also regenerate at super speed. They can even use the high temperature, a byproduct of the virus, to defend against the enemy. Very scary. But if the high temperature ability is used too much, it may also go out of control. Once it gets out of control, it will directly enter the countdown to the explosion. Killian went further, and the virus in his body has reached perfection. He can even spit fire, and he can use the high temperature ability infinitely, just like a walking little sun. With unlimited funding and personnel support, Dr. Hansen, with the full help of Killian, has developed an inhibitor that can inhibit the runaway of the desperate virus to a certain extent. After reaching this step, Killian immediately changed his previous dormant attitude. He wanted revenge. Anyway, there is a direction. There are so many disabled people in the world, and there are enough potential targets to choose from. At most, he can use human lives to pile up and wait out a way. He can't bear it. But Dr. Hansen is extremely opposed to Killian's attitude. This is the difference between R&D personnel and capitalists. Dr. Hansen wants to pursue perfect work and leave his name in history. Killian only needs a suitable product, and defects make it easier for him to control his subordinates. As long as the people who were injected with the extremis virus were not sure whether they would self-destruct, Killian, who had mastered the inhibitor, could control them. Therefore, this matter was entirely caused by Tony himself. Without the key formula he left behind, Dr. Hansen would not have been able to make a breakthrough in a short time. Without him standing up Killian might not have met Dr. Hansen. He would not have added his research results to Dr. Hansen's extremis project, thus creating the terrible extremis virus. As for Killian's picking on Tony, there is nothing to say. He deserves it. Damn, a good technology geek was forced by Tony, the bastard, to become a profit-seeking businessman. He doesn't talk about feelings, but only about interests. For power and money, he no longer treats people as human beings. I am very curious about what kind of transformation Killian experienced in his heart on the rooftop that led to such a big change. It was also because Killian became more and more inhumane that Maya Hansen decided to come to Tony, because he knew that Killian would never let Tony go. Don't look at me. How would I know? It was just a joke. Tony was a little annoyed by Maya and Kai's gaze. Haha. Tony, tell me the truth, how many jokes like this are there? Kai sneered twice and asked with a little worry. Huh? Tony had never thought about this question. In fact, he was not the kind of person who would consider the feelings of others. Otherwise, why do you say that his personality is awkward? He is obviously a jerk who doesn't care about other people's feelings at all, but he is a little fragile and cares a lot about what others think of him. Isn't there something wrong? After being asked by Kai, Tony was also a little creepy. You know, his father is similar to him, and he created Whiplash, an enemy who hates him to the core. And he is better than his father. Strictly speaking, his father is also a technical geek. He was a playboy when he was young, but after marrying Tony's mother, he calmed down and was obsessed with scientific research, and didn't do much. But what about him? He still does research, but he never stops making trouble. He likes to be in the limelight much more than his father. If Killian's experience is slightly expanded, then he has offended a lot of people. Not too many, as long as there is a 1% possibility, then his enemies are so many that even he himself is a little trembling. Is it impossible? It's hard to say. Kai thought for a while and said, after all, you know what you are like, and those who can come into contact with you are naturally not ordinary people. This is true. As the richest man in the world, Tony can come into contact with and offend people who are unlikely to be ordinary people. They are either from the scientific community, the business community, the political community, or even the entertainment industry. Think about it. Tony didn't expect that he was so stupid before. He was not killed, it was simply the blessing of his father's spirit in heaven. Chapter 1050 Kidnapping. So, the 10 rings were fake from the beginning. Tony decided not to care about this matter anymore. What could he do after he had done it? Should he apologize? Haha, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yes, it was all Killian's fault, Maya nodded. This was also the reason why Maya betrayed. Killian had gone crazy. Just to get revenge on me. He killed so many people. Tony couldn't understand it at all. Just get revenge on me. Tony didn't care anyway. But when he thought about how a joke he had made killed so many people, Tony felt guilty? Maybe. Anyway, he felt very uncomfortable. Maya didn't understand how things turned out like this. When she met Killian, although he was down and out and had a limp, he was definitely a talented scientist at that time. Without him, Maya's extremist plan would not have been so easy to produce results. But as the extremist plan progressed, Killian became more and more radical. Until that day, after Tony announced that he was Iron Man at the press conference, Killian was even more determined to use himself as an experiment and was the first to be injected with the extremist virus. Perhaps it was willpower that defeated the virus, allowing Killian to successfully enter the third stage. After that, Killian became more and more extreme and ruthless. Where is he now? Tony felt that he couldn't let this guy go on like this, otherwise God knows what would happen. In New York, Maya didn't hide it anymore. The reason why she didn't want to tell Killian's whereabouts before was actually to prevent Tony and Killian from clashing again. At least, until she perfected the extremist virus. Maya is a typical scientist, and the kind of rationality is greater than emotion. The dead are dead, and that is worthless. Instead of caring about those, it is better to quickly perfect the extremist virus, which can save more people. Her way of thinking is like this. Of course, it's not all because of this. In fact, she finds it difficult to let go of both men. That's right. Killian and she have an affair. Maya also likes Tony. She doesn't want the two men to fight to the death for her. At least that's what she thinks. Although it's a bit nonsensical and Mary Sue, who doesn't have a dream? When I was a kid, I was still struggling over whether to marry Joe Human or Lin Kingsha. In fact, Zhang Min and Jiu Shizhen are also possible. Oh, I was really considering it seriously at that time. Think about it, it's not against the law, right? Unfortunately, when they rushed there, the place was empty. The next day, Miami. Is it not done yet? I need this Iron Patriot to transport someone. Killian was very dissatisfied with the current progress. In the basement of a manor in Miami, a blue and red armor was standing there. Two gangsters took a cutting machine and cut a piece of sparks at the joint. Boss, this thing can block missiles. We have thought of various ways. Someone on the side also came up and said, Boss, there is another person inside. Killian raised his eyebrows and laughed. Let me try. As he said that, he pressed his hand on the lower abdomen of the Iron Patriot. Killian's hand was first red, and then turned into a bright orange-yellow light, and the high temperature was quickly transmitted from the part where his hand touched the lower abdomen of the armor. Inside the armor, Colonel Rhodes, the emotionless complaining machine, suddenly felt his lower abdomen burning. An irrepressible thought came to his mind. Of course, it's not what you think. It's really hot, not an exaggeration. It's hot. It's so hot that Rhodes wants to jump out of the armor. No, I can't move, he gritted his teeth and muttered, but his face gradually oozes big beads of sweat, and his heart is full of helplessness. The armor is set with a self-protection function. Once some systems are severely damaged, it will automatically turn on to avoid tragedies such as the wearer suffocating to death. This setting has long been known to Killian, because the maintenance of this armor was previously under the jurisdiction of Hammer Company, but after Justin Hammer went in, the Hammer Group was divided up, and part of the business was taken over by AIM. Killian got some intelligence on Iron Patriot through this relationship. Colonel Rhodes wanted to think of the mother of some people in the French Ministry of Defense. Damn, can you find some reliable partners? Every time it's a mess. The last time it was Hammer Group, this time it was AIM. Who will be next time? But patience is ultimately futile. In less than a minute, Colonel Rhodes, who felt his crotch was so hot, was vomited out by the armor. Colonel Rhodes struggled to death, jumped up and kicked a gangster in front of him. Killian, who had expected this, opened his mouth and used the Indian magic skill fire breathing, and a fire was burned to ashes on a table in front of Rhodes. Rhodes almost became a roasted bird. Then Rhodes decisively surrendered. What the hell? Others can breathe the fire. He didn't have a mecha, so he could only spit a few mouthfuls of saliva. He had an awkward smile on his face. Wow, you can still breathe fire, so awesome. Killian smiled disdainfully and signaled to his men, put him in the dungeon first. Colonel Rhodes, who was almost roasted, had no choice but to be taken away obediently. Killian clapped his hands and said, "Okay, the master has arrived, and it's time for him to finish this last show." Then he walked towards the hall. More than a dozen people followed him into the hall, dragged the middle-aged man into the hall and threw him on the ground. Then a little old man came in and sat on a chair. He was the drama lover Trevor Slater that Luke had found. The guy glanced at Killian with a vague look, and continued to sit in a daze on the chair. Killian saw the old man like this, and touched his forehead with a headache. To be honest, he felt that his biggest failure was to find such an actor. It was such a rip-off. "Is he taking drugs again?" One of his men stepped forward and whispered. "No, the master just drank a few more cans of beer with 2 girls last night." Killian was speechless for a moment, and waved his hand. "Let's start." The men quickly took out a cigarette rolled with hemp and handed it to the old man. After the old man was shaken awake, he took a few puffs. The whole person immediately became energetic. At this moment, his eyes were deep, his face was solemn, and his lips were slightly pursed. He sat upright on the chair, and by the way, he stretched out a foot to step on the middle-aged man who was pulled in. As soon as this pose was set, the camera opposite the two began to shoot. Trevor uttered a low and magnetic voice. "Do you know fortune cookies? They look like they are from China, and they sound like they are from China, but they are actually made in the United States. Fortune cookies are not Chinese food. They are made in the United States according to Japanese recipes. They are very unpalatable. This is a complete lie, so they are hollow, full of lies, and will leave a disgusting taste in the mouth. My disciples have just destroyed another cheap American copycat. Chinese theater? That thing is not Chinese at all. Mr. President, I know this must be very frustrating. Now I am going to tell you another American lie." At the same time, in the White House, Benjamin was watching TV with a grim face. He didn't understand why so much money was spent every year, but those people couldn't do anything. What is the problem? Looking at this guy? Thomas Richard, the accountant of Roxx and Company. Trevor pointed the gun at the middle-aged man at his feet and said, "Mr. President, if you can get through to me within 30 seconds, he can live." 30 seconds passed quickly, and soon the gunshots rang out. Trevor continued, "You have made your choice, Mr. President. This is the last lesson. You will lose a lot, and the United States will lose a lot. Your lucky Iron Man can't save it. We will meet again soon." The screen disappeared. Benjamin turned his head and looked at his staff and the heads of major institutions. "Who the hell can tell me what's going on? You said he was an actor. Well, that's good. Then what? Where are his people? Where is the mastermind behind him? And now, I, the President of the United States, am being threatened by a drama actor. In front of all Americans. Gentlemen, I have to say that I have always had low expectations of you, but you have repeatedly broken the bottom line of my understanding. Is it because I don't support you enough? Or is it that you are simply not capable enough? Who can tell me? I have a headache for so many things every day. I need to ensure the international status of the United States and handle various diplomatic affairs. Those bastards in the European Union have already made all kinds of small moves. But I have to lobby various countries like a good man without temper and give their leaders a smile. I am already very embarrassed, but you make me feel even more embarrassed. You are really amazing." Facing Benjamin's anger, the people below were as quiet as cicadas. There was no way. It was not easy to respond. In fact, many people here know that once the president is free, many of them should get out. Even the military is the same. Because they have made too many troubles in the past few years, the president has already taken their face into consideration by asking them to get out now. But now, the president is almost broken. If this matter cannot be solved perfectly, then, it is probably a luxury to land safely. Don't say that the president has no power. That is to say those who do not have a deep foundation. But the president in front of him is the president with the highest public support since World War II. Both parties are going to amend the Constitution for him. Don't say that amending the Constitution is difficult. Not to mention that the U.S. Constitution has not been amended. People who believe in such words are either stupid, bad, or bad and stupid. There is no bottom line for licking. Do you really think that the founding elites are so powerful that they have designed a perfect constitution? Dreaming. What are those various constitutional amendments? Can't you see? In short, there is a strong public opinion, bipartisan support, and strong political power behind it. These are enough to give Benjamin a lot of power. These people dare not fool around. Speak up, Benjamin scolded angrily. President, please give me some time. We will catch the mastermind behind this. The most important thing now is that you move immediately. This is an established procedure. Once the president's life is threatened, the Secret Service will immediately move the president. What's more, what the other party said just now is very clear. They want to target the president. The reason why Benjamin didn't call just now is very simple. The United States never negotiates with the Air Force. In fact, it is not only the United States, but also any major country in the world, because it will only lead to more hostage incidents. Even if the hostage this time is an accountant of Roxon Company, who has entered the upper class and is considered to be a little bit famous, it still doesn't help. In fact, apart from the hundreds of super bosses who control the lifeline of American society, if this person is replaced by a military general or a state legislator, the end will be the same. As long as the country has the action of sending people to rescue, the life or death of the hostages is not important. People involved in similar incidents had better pray that they meet a superhero who enjoys saving people, otherwise they can only rely on their face to survive. If you have a bad face, then you have to bear it yourself, and if you have a white face, then congratulations. So the president must be transferred now. There is no other way. Now these people have not been able to figure out how they placed the bomb. It is safer on the plane. With Air Force One in the escort formation, ordinary people cannot threaten the president in this situation. Benjamin looked at the officials below and finally said, "Don't let me down again. I don't want to ask for help from superheroes again. You know what that means, always relying on superheroes can only show the incompetence of the government. Even if Benjamin has a close relationship with superheroes, he is still the head of the government. His position will not change. Of course, when it comes to a critical moment, there is no other way. The United States has always had a very flexible bottom line in this regard." On the other side, Pepper got angry again. Because Tony disappeared without a word. The attack just happened, and she didn't have time to see how Tony was doing, and he ran away with Kai. It is said that there was also a woman at the scene. But for now, Pepper doesn't have the energy to trouble Tony. After confirming that Tony was unharmed, Pepper immediately helped him deal with inquiries from all parties. Whether Tony is seriously injured or dead, it will be a big earthquake for Stark Group. She must appease the group's partners to prevent these guys from turning against her. For a while, Pepper had to rush around New York City. Why do I have to do this? Am I not Tony's girlfriend? Why do I have to say inexplicable things to a bunch of inexplicable people when he is attacked? Pepper sat in the car and kept complaining to Natasha. Well, it is precisely because you are the closest person that you have to do these things. Natasha could only comfort her. No. I am leaving Tony's world. I feel there's a gap between us. He doesn't want to tell me anything, but Pepper doesn't think so. He tinkers with those machines all day long. But he's not willing to relax and spend time with me. I even feel like I'm not that important in his mind. Of course not, honey. Tony does this because he wants to protect you. As long as you stay away from those things, he can do things with peace of mind. Natasha can understand Tony, just like Hawkeye. Hawkeye hides his family very well. I know. Pepper is not a little girl, so she naturally knows what's good for her. But she also has her reasons. Then why don't you let me participate in his business? I can do it. Tony is just wearing a mecha, and his skills are not even as good as mine. I can help, honey, with Tony's nervousness about you. Do you think he can accept you doing dangerous things? Natasha said quickly. Then why do you and him think that I can accept him doing dangerous things? I think you didn't stop him because you knew that he wanted to do it. Yes. Now this is what I want to do. Why doesn't he allow it? Pepper also argued. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.